funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry's condition deteriorated, that he could no longer actually visit the hospice, St. Richard's came to us. Larry had been very ill. He'd been in hospital, so he had a very lonely couple of weeks. Somebody from St. Richard's rang and said, "We remember that Larry liked cricket. Would you like to come to the county ground for the day?" We were met at the door, taken up to the members' suite, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea. Larry lapped it up to be out in the air, to watch the match, and just to feel he was special for that day. Oh, well, you can see by his smile. He was having such a good time. This is the spot where we sat to watch the match. It's full of memories. It brings back lovely moments with my husband. I don't think Larry would have lived so long if we'd just been left to sort ourselves out. And I'm always grateful for everything that St. Richard's did. They made our life wonderful. And I hope they can carry on doing that for other people. Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life.
Once upon a time, I went on a magical adventure where I travelled through time, explored great buildings, and made lots of new friends. There are forests, rivers, and ice cream. My story was one of excitement and wonder. And what happens next? Well, that's your chapter. Make Worcestershire part of your story.
Let's sweep down again from Roderick. Can you pick the gap between Lewis Gregory at first slip and Josh Davey is at a backward point, and right between them, and that's raced away twice he played that shot.
Some things are built over time, not just in moments, but in choices. It's how we live, day in and day out, and the way we show up for each other. Trust in those who dedicate themselves to others. Inclusiveness in those who bring people together to make a difference. Kindness in those who lift others up, even without words. Resilience in those who turn challenges into something greater. We're more than a club, because the greatest teams aren't just on the field. They're in the heart of a county, in the people who give, inspire, and lead. One team, standing side by side, together, looking ahead.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Visit Worcestershire New Road, day 2 of Worcestershire against Sussex in the County Championship. Sussex beginning day 2 on 228 for 5. They lead by 105 runs. They are in excellent shape in terms of the game as a whole after a brilliant day yesterday when they won the toss, put the hosts into bat, dismissed them for 123, and then thanks to James Coles' excellent century, the first century on this ground by a visiting player this season in red ball cricket, believe it or not, in the very last game, put themselves into this position. A lot of excellent support lent to Coles by the man who is about to face the first ball of the morning, John Simpson, 62 not out, and as I say, Sussex in excellent shape, leading by 105 at the start of day 2. Not many people in the ground, fairly sparse, probably the smallest crowd I've seen at Worcester for the start of a championship morning this season. It is a beautiful morning again here at New Road, and the first ball of the day is going to be bowled by Tom Taylor from the Diglis end. He comes in now to Simpson and bowls, and the first run of the day as Simpson just nudges this one down behind square on the leg side. I have got a quiz question today, Nathan.
You do have one.
It's a beaut.
I was disappointed with yesterday, I have to say.
It's a beaut. Nathan Johns alongside me. I'm Frank Watson. Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex will be here in a minute. I've got a quiz question today. I try and come up with quiz questions that are ungoogleable. This one's a bit googleable, but I think it might test people. Sussex and Worcestershire listeners invited to have a go at the quiz question, and I'll repeat it maybe a couple of times during this over. Third slip just being placed in now for Taylor bowling to Carson, the junior of the pair out there. Carson has made 5 so far, faced just 7 balls last night, plays his first ball this morning down on the offside. So here's the quiz question. 2 Sussex cricketers who both attended Oxford University in the 70s. Mark Faber, a batsman, and Imran Khan, who also played for Worcestershire. That's the link between the two sides. So 2 former Sussex and Oxford University players. Taylor again to Cole, steered down on the offside, no run. Mark Faber and Imran Khan, they're both at Oxford in the early 70s. Imran, of course, also played here for Worcestershire because he came to the Royal Grammar School to do his A-levels for 1 year, having already played Test cricket. Anyway, the question is, a well-known 2-letter abbreviation that we all use nearly every day links those 2 characters. What is that 2-letter abbreviation? Okay, I'll just repeat that, make it a bit clearer. Taylor bowls and beats Coles outside the off stump. Carson, I should say, outside the off stump, and Roderick takes it. So Mark Faber and Imran Khan, both Sussex cricketers, both went to Oxford University, not quite overlapping at the early 70s. Imran, of course, also played here and then went on to skipper Sussex, I think. Both went to Oxford University. A 2-letter abbreviation that we all use on a regular basis links those 2 players. Can anybody come up with that? I might give another clue a bit later in the day. I usually give the answer early afternoon. Taylor bowls and Carson on the back foot plays out on the offside. No run as there's a tumbling stop at mid-off by Libby. And yeah, that's the quiz question for today. If you want to have a go, you can get in touch via Adrian's sussexsport@bbc.co.uk email address, or you can get in touch with me on X, formerly Twitter, at FrankWatson58. Which 2-letter abbreviation that is in common usage all the time links Imran Khan and Mark Faber They both played for Sussex. Imran, of course, played for Worcester as well. There's Taylor in. Balls! And he's bowled him. Stuck on the crease, really, Carson. Not a lot of foot movement. Loses his off stump. Good start to the day for Worcestershire, who, if they are to keep alive any hopes, need something pretty remarkable this morning. And by remarkable, I mean knocking Sussex over for about 250 or so. But it's a good start for them. Taylor with a wicket in the first over of the morning. And there we are, 229 for 6. Just one run added this morning, and the first wicket is down.
Back-to-back days where the first over brings about a wicket. I think yesterday had 2 wickets, didn't it? It could have easily been more with an LBW shout, but yes, the bowling conditions remain favourable. Carson, as you said, just caught in the crease a little bit. No big stride. He's a tall man, is Carson, so perhaps you would have expected him to get his front dog down the pitch, but that looked like it just angled a little bit off the pitch. Beat the attempted drive down the ground. I suspect he was probably trying to hit a little bit straight, given the moving ball off the surface. But yes, good start for Worcestershire, although they do, as you say, remain significantly behind in this contest. Sussex with 4 wickets remaining. What's their lead up to now? 106. So they're...
Yeah, but I mean, like I say, if Worcestershire can keep it down to sort of 125, 130, you're still in the game, aren't you? Only just, but you're still in the game. Good start for Taylor. That's what the talk will have been in the dressing room this morning. That's what I'm really getting at, I suppose. You know, it's a dead rubber. Worcestershire had a bad day yesterday. They had a big win at the weekend. They weren't too down, I don't think, last night. They know they hadn't had a very good day, but they will have said, weren't they, this morning, well, you know, if we get out there this morning and knock them over pretty sharpish, then have a good start to our second innings. Who knows?
Well, it is going to be Ben Allison who starts from the new road, and no surprise there, Allison and Taylor, the 2 better proponents of this Worcestershire attack yesterday that did struggle. It was a difficult day in the field. Allison bowled 12 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 67. A touch expensive, going at 5.5 an over economy, but he did pick up 3 wickets just to keep Worcestershire interested, and he's facing up now to the Sussex skipper John Simpson, who is on 63. Here's Allison's first ball of the day. It's driven off the inside edge. He was trying to hit that through extra cover, but it flies through the leg side instead. Deep square does the fielding, and Simpson trots down for a single, which will bring the new man. Danny Lamb is on strike. His first delivery faced in this innings. See what field they come up with now. Everyone moves around, left-hander to right-hander on strike. Looks like it'll be 3 slips in play, 3 men on the offside saving 1, 2 on the leg side and 5 leg back. So pretty regulation field. Not overly attacking from Worcestershire, all things considered, but still 3 catchers in play. Squats down, stretches just as he takes his guard, gets into his stance, and Allison comes up past the umpire and walks down the track at him. First ball, something we've seen a lot from Sussex batters over the course of the last 2 days, and this one is flicked off the pads down to fine leg. Salam is off the mark with a single off his first delivery. Faced 231 for 6 now.
Yeah, nice little start, as you say. I mean, to go on the walk to your very first ball suggests a kind of predetermined approach, which has been based on watching and maybe talking to the batters that have been in before about how you counter the bowlers on this pitch. And as you said, something we saw batters from both sides doing yesterday.
Just the 2 slips in place now with Simpson on strike, and that one's defended straight back to the bowler. Allison boots it away into the leg side, and he's almost kicked it past mid-on, which would have allowed Simpson to come back for a single, but in the end, a good piece of fielding just to adjust to that big left size 10 that kicked the ball out of its intended path, and it's a dot ball. It's funny you said that. I remember I talked to a player about this because I was sitting with a player watching. Do you remember a couple of years ago, India playing England at Lords, and Hasib Hamid came into the team, and I think he got out bowled first ball to Siraj, because he walked down the track and he just missed one, and everyone said, "What are you doing walking down the track first ball?" So Allison comes in, it's defended out to point, and they will take a quick single. So Simpson picks up another to his total, 232 for 6. And that was my reaction, was what first ball at Lord's, back in the team, why would you walk down the track and just too many moving parts, too many things that can go wrong? And the player said to me, well, he obviously was very nervous about the moving ball, but just nervous more generally, because if you're nervous, the first thing that goes is your footwork. You just tend to stand still. So at least if you're walking down, you're guaranteed that you're coming forward, you're coming at the ball. you just didn't hit it. So that there is a logic to it, at least with doing it in your first ball. Allison comes in, that's raced away off the outside edge. That will probably be a first boundary for Lamb. It is. Played with soft hands, past the sprawling third slip and away to the fence.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's also interesting that probably the player who's not done it at all is John Simpson. He's stood absolutely still, and he's probably batted with, maybe it would be fair to say, even more assurance than James Coles did yesterday. I think Simpson has been the least troubled batter in this game at any stage. Probably played and missed the fewest times in terms of percentage of balls faced, and he stood very, very still. But different players have different ways of dealing with challenges presented by a pitch like this.
In comes Alison Lamb on strike, and that's defended into the offside, and that'll end the second over of the day. 236 for 6. Lamb 5 not out, having faced 3 deliveries. Simpson will now take strike on 65.
You're right, Nathan, it is all about footwork, and having said that Simpson has stood still, that's as he's waiting for the ball, but after the ball is released, his footwork has been very, very positive, either forward or back. And he's not got caught on the crease, which is what's happened to a few people who have either nicked it or maybe got LBW or bowled if their footwork hasn't been positive. You can be very positive even in playing a backward defensive shot, obviously, if your footwork is effective, and that's what Simpson's been like. I think he's very set in his method, isn't he? Forward sort of press in the stance, just easing into this one, pushes it out on the offside. First ball of the new over from Taylor. I love watching different players and the way they sort of cope. Simpson has a very set method. His stance, he lifts his bat high, presses his weight onto the front foot, which stops him from moving that front foot too soon. As I nearly fall off my booster seat. I've got 2 chairs on top of each other here, just to save space, not because I wanted a booster seat.
I was going to say, you're not that small that you can't see over the desk here.
Taylor in, and Simpson gets 4. He's just drifted into the pads, and the finest of leg glances. A really effective shot. Just had to get a bat on it. Didn't need to hit it. Just let the ball run off the bat down to fine leg for 4. So Simpson prospers, moves on to 69, and the total to 240 for 6, which means that the lead is now 117 runs. And as I say, Simpson, the captain, has been a key man in building this score so far. He's beaten by a beauty from Taylor just when you think the batters are on top. Taylor reminds us, and Simpson goes for a little walk and a prod at the pitch, that this pitch still offering lateral movement. Ball's 46.5 overs old, but you get it in the right place and you still get a beauty like that, which left the left-hander bounced as well. And part of playing well on this pitch is making sure you miss the good ones. Not always easy to do. Puts it out of his mind and edges the next one all along the ground, though, to backward point or deep gully where a Davalath is fielding. So Taylor asking some questions this morning, having picked up his 2nd wicket of the innings, 52nd wicket of the season for Tom Taylor. It's a pretty good effort, that, isn't it, for a struggling team, albeit one that has played home games on pitches that have generally been offering a fair bit of assistance to the seamers. Here comes Taylor again. In and bowls, and that one's left alone outside the off stump by Simpson.
Just on Simpson, you talk about the positivity of his movement, and maybe the fact that he's been positive that way instead of necessarily walking down the track every other ball. I mean, you can just see that by looking at the scorecard in terms of the way the different players have played. I mean, Sussex came out looking to get rid of that 123 deficit as quickly as they can. Daniel Hughes 14 off 16, Tom Haynes 21 off 20, Ollie Carter 11 off 8, even James Coles 102 off 108. Contrast that with Simpson, who's 69 off 103. I'm not necessarily saying that the way the other players went about it was wrong, but somebody needed to play this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Down the leg side, this one from Taylor, end of the over, taken by Roderick, and it's 240 for 6 then at the end of that over. Tom Taylor now 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 71. Yeah, absolutely right. I think if I look back at the innings on this ground that have been played this season, and there haven't been many big ones, generally I think you'll find, I mean, just from memory, Warwickshire scored pretty heavily twice here, and it was Sam Hain, both innings, who dropped anchor and played that role. You need somebody to do that. You need somebody just to soak up the pressure a little bit. You can't be all trying to put it back on the bowler.
Allison to continue, and that's flicked away down leg, and that'll be another boundary to fine leg. Worcestershire just straying a little bit with their lines, and Lamb this time. It was Simpson in the previous over who picked up 4 through fine leg, and now Lamb follows suit.
Yeah, he's got 9, Danny Lamb, and what's he done? He's tickled one off his pads to get off the mark, he's steered one down to third man, and he's flicked one down to fine leg. He's got 9 off 4, and he hasn't had to work, really.
Well, as we've said many occasions over the previous 24 hours, it's difficult to survive out here, but it's not difficult to score.
Yeah.
If you just manage to, like you said, if you manage to miss the good ones.
Yeah, I think missing the good ones is an art that batters have been trying to perfect for centuries, isn't it?
Allison responds. That one just clatters into the thigh pad, I think, but always looking a little bit high. Might have taken a little bit of glove on the way through as well. No run.
And I've had many a conversation with bowlers about how you get people out. I remember particularly Phil Newport, who got almost 1,000 wickets for Worcestershire, swung it both ways. He used to say to me, if I'm bowling at somebody from sort of 8, 9, 10 jack, I only bowl the outswinger for fun. I don't bowl it to try and get them out, because they just miss it. If I want to get them out, I bowl the in-swinger or the off-cutter.
Allison in past the umpire, down the track again comes Lamb. It's a heavy delivery that just rises on him a little bit as he steers it towards mid-wicket.
Whereas the Hadley leg cutter or something like that is the one that gets nicked by the really good players, but the not so good players miss it by 3 or 4 inches. It's not really worth the effort, and I think that's forgotten a lot of the time. And the good players are good enough. They also talk these days about scoring off good balls as well, don't they? Not just nicking them, but scoring off them.
Oh, it's a straighter delivery, turn to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, it's funny you talk about the kind of the leg cutter. That reminds me of, it's a left-arm bowler, so different delivery, but it spins the same way. Jaidev Nudkat's off-cutter yesterday, the amount of tail-enders that just didn't pick it, but because it spun away from the stumps, it didn't do anything. So it just kept beating the outside edge. I think, there was one dismissal LBW, wasn't it, when he bowled it straight enough. I think Allison missed a straight one off an Nudkat, didn't he? Right. But the rest of it was all just, it spun outside off and couldn't do anything.
Can't get anywhere near it.
Well, speaking of Allison, he continues now with Lamb on strike, and down the track again comes Lamb. This time he does steer it wide up mid-wicket, and he gets down the other end. So he now moves into double figures. It's taken him just 8 deliveries, 2 boundaries.
I have this theory that I often, you talk about players that you know really well, don't you? Even if it is a fair long time ago. But when Worcestershire had at the end of the 80s, Dilly, Radford, Botham, Newport, they had a bowling attack that would make any team struggle successive championships in 88, 89. Graham Dilly was carrying a knee injury for a long time, but still a great bowler.
Around the wicket comes Allison now to the left-handed Simpson. That's hit him high up on the thigh pad, always going over the top. No appeal. Dot ball ends the over.
And I often say this, and I have the 88 season documented absolutely, because I saw every game and I actually wrote a book about it, and I've got every scorecard. But even with that, I can't say this is absolutely right. But Radford got 100 wickets, I think. Certainly in 89, you couldn't get the ball off him. Both of them did very well, etc., etc. Dilly got the big players. You know, Dilly got the Gooches, the Gattings, the top batters on a regular basis. High right arm over the wicket, generally shaping all away from the right-handers, often getting that steepling bounce outside the off stump and finding the edge. He didn't bowl as many overs as the others because he was carrying an injury. He sort of limped from one game to another, and they rested him for some games. I'll just break off as Taylor bowls, and that's out. Good catch by Rob Jones at second slip. Edged by Lamb, and Rob Jones, his old Lancashire teammate, diving to his right, picking up a very good catch. So 2 wickets for Tom Taylor this morning, and it's interesting, fits in exactly with what Nathan was just saying. Danny Lamb has not found it difficult to score. He got 10 off 8, 2 balls going to the boundary, but difficult to stay in because he's got a good one there. He's edged it, and a very, very good low catch by Rob Jones at second slip. So Tom Taylor picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings, and Danny Lamb has gone for 10, and it's 245 for 7. So just going back to my point about Graham Dilley, he got the good players because they were good enough to nick it. You know, because he bowled you watched footage of Graham Dilley at his very best. He bowled he got a lot of bounce. He had one of those dragging actions, big high front leg, and then whacked it down, roundabout off stump, steepling bounce away. Lesser players would miss it by miles, you know, but he got the really big guns out, and I think probably just fits in with my theory that the better players nick the really good deliveries and the worst players miss them sometimes by a long way. And bowlers like Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad, and going back to Phil Newport in those days, they work out which balls get people out and which ones don't, and they probably reckon that the one that nips back isn't so effective against the really top players, but it's the one that goes away that gets them. But then the lesser players who might miss that one, more likely to be dismissed by the one that comes back in. Anyway, it's a theory. 245 for 7 here. Sussex lead by 122. So Worcestershire had a good morning so far. They've picked up 2 wickets for the addition of just 17 runs, most of which have gone down to the boundary behind the wicket. And Tom Taylor's got his tail up as he comes in now to bowl to the new batsman, who is Ollie Robinson, off the mark with a 4 down to fine leg, just proving once again that all you've got to do is get a bat on it, and it can race away. How many is that? There's been 1 down here to third man, 1 to fine leg, both at the other end the same. So 16 runs this morning, I think, off, well, three edges and 2 edges on the outside edge and 2 little flicks down the leg side.
Yeah,
so it's error in line, isn't it, really?
Simpson from this end had a flick off the pads as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Taylor again is in and bowls. Ooh, that one's full, and Robinson is just walking across his stumps and just manages to get a bat on it, but less certain. It looks a little bit vulnerable, and I suspect it won't be long before we see Robinson coming in from that Diglis end, as Taylor is now with the ball in his hand, and he'll be asking a lot of questions again. Look at this, breakfast pastries.
Oh wow,
goodness me,
what is happening here?
New road, it just gets better and better, doesn't it?
Thank you very much. You cannot beat it, thank you.
Incredible. Cake yesterday, breakfast pastries this morning.
What did you go for? There was a croissant or a cookie on offer?
I had a cookie.
Yes,
yeah.
So did I.
Pushed up to mid-off this next one by Ollie Robinson. 249 for 7.
So I've got about 2 deliveries before it's my over, so I've got two deliveries to eat this cookie.
Yeah, I won't ask you any questions. I'll go through my quiz question again, Adrian. Got the quiz question out this morning for the Sussex listeners. Anybody had a go? Oh, blimey. Well, don't give them out because I'm not giving answers until later, but that's brilliant if somebody's got it. It's not quite Google proof, this question, but it's reasonably tough, I think. Taylor bowls, and Robinson is getting a couple, I think, again off the edge down to third man, pursued by Ben Gibbon. 2 more to Robinson, he goes to 6 and a total to 251 for 7. So Sussex picking up a bonus point, which sees them almost to certain safety. Can't see them losing this game, so they're going to get points at the end of it as well. They're pretty certain of retaining their Division 1 status. So the quiz question: Mark Faber, former Sussex batter, Oxford University batter as well, who also little inside edge onto the leg, and this one runs out on the offside end of the over. 251 for 7. Well done, Tom Taylor. 3 for 77 now, and the lead is 128. Mark Faber, Oxford University and Sussex. Imran Khan, Oxford University and Sussex and Worcestershire. In fact, Worcestershire before Sussex. Which 2-letter abbreviation in common usage links those two? At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, or sussexsport@bbc.co.uk if you think you know the answer. Which 2-letter abbreviation in common usage links Mark Faber and Imran Khan?
Ben Allison to continue. New over, round the wicket to Simpson. That's flicked gloriously off his pads. And that'll be another boundary for John Simpson. Finally a boundary in front of square.
Beautiful shot as well, wasn't it? He really has played immaculately, I think, Simpson. I honestly do. He's made 73. I thought Latigan played really well for his 41 yesterday, but he played and missed a fair bit. Carson was explosive. Coles was explosive for his brilliant 100. I keep getting those two mixed up because they're next to each other on my list. Coles 102 played beautifully, but Simpson for me has been the batter of the game, really. I think he's played very, very methodically, and it's been a joy to watch.
How does Allison respond into his delivery stride? That's not a bad delivery at all, but it'll cost him another 4 runs. It was shorter of a length. It didn't look that wide outside the off stump, but when John Simpson is on 73 not out, he's more than good enough to open the face, find that little bit of width that was there, and guide it past the slip cord and away down to third man for back-to-back boundaries. At this stage, given the volume of runs that have come through that region, I am a little bit surprised that we don't have a third man down on the fence. For example, how many shots have we seen through mid-on today, or similar? You could easily have a bit more protection there.
I've been saying it all season.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
probably all decade.
Like back-to-back boundaries for Simpson. He faces up to Allison, and this
well bowled.
Beats him on the outside edge. Just caught in the crease a little bit. Good response from Allison.
And when he bowls like that, Allison, and he's had a good season. He's certainly, been Worcestershire's second best sort of backup wicket taker. He must just think that if only I could do that more often. If only I could just be a tiny bit more consistent. And he is quite often. But in this game, perhaps hasn't just been there frequently enough. That was an absolute beauty.
In he comes to Simpson once again. This is punched nicely off the back foot, out to deep point for a single. So Simpson moves to 78. The score ticks along to 260 for 7. And the lead is now 137. We've gone for very different approaches with our breakfast treats. I've gone to wolf mine down as soon as I can, so I can keep talking. Whereas you haven't even touched yours yet. No, you're going to savour yours.
I'm saving mine, and probably because unusually this morning I did have a decent breakfast at home. I usually on a match day for a home game wait until I get here and then maybe have some instant porridge or something like that. But this morning I was up very early, walked the dog. It was a lovely morning. Got home and thought I've actually got time to have a bit of breakfast before I go.
Allison in now. That's flicked off a length. That's a sensational shot from Ollie Robinson. It wasn't that full. He was banged into the pitch, but he's such a tall man. He's just whipped it off a length from well outside off through mid-wicket, and that's another boundary for Ollie Robinson. He moves to 10, having faced just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, it was a Viv Richards shot, wasn't it? It really was. Whipped from outside off. Of course, it's another thing that's changed about the modern game and the way that a ball like that is played. Because in the, up until maybe, what do you reckon, Adrian, about 7 or 8 years ago, most batters were batting on middle and leg stump. Now, of course, most, if not, well, certainly more than 50%, tend to bat on off. They're not showing the bowler any stumps, and therefore a ball that in the old days would have been hit through the offside, like that one, by most players, is just punched through mid-wicket with the bottom hand coming in. And I say Viverich because he was very, very much sort of ahead of his time, because he would do that quite outrageously at times, and now it's quite common. But it's just it was effortless for Robinson, wasn't it? And it was, as you say, it was a high class cricket shot from a bloke who's just come in and has probably been not entirely certain with the 5 deliveries he faced before that one, and effortless, just whipped it away.
He's going to play his shots, isn't he, Robinson, with the lead
Yeah.
where it is at this stage, 141. It's, as you said earlier, Sussex are pretty safe in terms of losing this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
That shot, the ball did go into the covers and the sheets rather than the covers. And I don't know if they're a bit wet or
Probably, yeah.
what's happened, but there's an extensive conversation with the umpire here about the condition of the ball. Worcestershire look like they're trying to get it changed, and the umpire isn't telling them to get on with it, so he obviously agrees. He's now marching over towards square leg, ball in hand, to ask what his colleague thinks. There's a few points over towards the changing room. I'm not sure if the spare box of balls is down by the side of the boundary as it was yesterday.
Well, they are going to change it, aren't they, by the look of it?
Yeah, but I'm not quite sure why the box of balls hasn't just been brought on for them.
It's ridiculous how long it takes to do.
I agree, Adrian. Adrian's just said it's ridiculous how long this takes. I mean, to be fair, yesterday when who was it that hit the 6 into the car park and that got a ball change? Was it Matthew Waite?
Yeah, it was Matthew Waite.
I think it was Matthew Waite. Yeah, and instantly one of the Sussex fielders ran off, saw the box of balls, which are just short of where the players walk up the steps into the pavilion, into the changing rooms rather, and brought the box of balls on for the umpire. None of the Worcestershire fielders have been as obliging. The 2 umpires have had to walk slowly off. Now they're going to have an inspection job of what piece of leather to bring out on this time. It's taken like a good 5 minutes out of the game already at this point, and they're still picking up balls, looking at them, putting them back. That one's not. No, that won't do. No, that one won't do either. What about this one? Well, nobody seems in a great big hurry. I suppose this game has advanced so quickly that there's no danger of it going to a maximum of 4 days, and nobody's rushing along. But still, I mean, come on, the people.
The box is there now, isn't it?
There we go.
David Milnes doesn't appear to rush anything, does he? He's not exactly. And I'm not saying he should. He's entitled to take his time. He rushed things a bit when he bowled. He rushed the batsman occasionally because he was pretty sharp. He came to speak to us at the Worcestershire Cricket Society a couple of winters ago, David Milnes, and he was very entertaining indeed. And when I introduced him at the start of the evening, I think most people remember him as an umpire. Some people might remember that he played for Notts in the 80s and bowled pretty quickly. I think he played a bit for Leicestershire as well. But I asked Tim Curtis, the former Worcestershire opening batsman, what he remembered about David Milnes, and he said, "Yeah, I do remember facing him." I'll tell you what he said after this ball.
Well, eventually Allison will be able to finish his over, and that one is left alone by Robinson outside the off stump. 264 for 7. That's Allison now. He's bowled 15. One made 3 for 92. Sorry.
He said I never really used to like facing David Milnes. He said, because although they had, Hadley and Rice and all those other bowlers, he said the thing about Milnes was that he was pretty quick, but you never knew where it was going to go, because he was all over the place. So when I introduced him on that evening, I said, well, this is what they say about you, David. You're pretty quick, but we never know where you're going to go. I hope we don't regret saying that tonight. But I needn't have worried, because he spoke beautifully. We didn't know where he was going, but he spoke beautifully and very amusingly.
Tom Taylor is in, bowls to John Simpson, who plays and misses outside of the off stump, and there is no run. I'm not quite so forgiving about that changing ball. I do think we are in the entertainment business, And I think the ball needs changing. There should be a box of balls on the boundary edge. The umpire nips over. I don't think it needs to take a funereal march over and a look at the ball. I think I think cricket needs to sort of get on with it a little bit, really. Anyway, we're back playing now, and it's a lovely sunny day. So 264 for 7. In comes Taylor bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside.
So you've had some answers.
I've had lots of answers.
I better have a look at them. I can't really give
quiz.
The answer yet.
Let me. That's not them. Let me just find them. Here we go. So Richard Donovan has been in touch.
I'll try and have a look while you keep going.
So Richard's given that
answer.
answer.
Very good. Well done.
Okay. Jamie. Hang on. That's not that. Just break off for a minute. Graham Smith's been in touch. In comes Taylor Bowles. Simpson lets that one go outside the stump. Frank's just reading your answer.
There isn't an answer there, I don't think, is there?
Well, the previous email.
Yeah, very good. Well done.
And another one here from Stephen Bazin. I think.
Well done. Yeah, well, that's good. I hope I've got it right. Difficult enough, but not too difficult. But some knowledgeable Sussex supporters have got the answer already. If you're wondering what we're talking about, I'll give the question again in the next over. But well done to those people. I'll give the answer after lunch.
In comes Taylor Bowles. Simpson drives firmly into the offside. Good diving stop at mid-off.
I thought it was a good question. I thought it was a bit more.
Prevents a single in a row. Graham actually lives in Loxwood in West Sussex, which is a lovely village. They've restored the canal that goes through Loxford, the Way in Arran Canal. There's also a lovely cricket ground. I played there many years ago, Graham, when you had the old pavilion. That's going back for about 40 years, I should think. I think I've got a very good football team now as well in Loxwood, but it's a beautiful little village just over the Surrey-Sussex border into Sussex. In comes Taylor. Over the wicket bowls, Simpson drives firmly to mid-off, and again he only finds the fielder and there is no one. He's annoyed with himself, Johnson, and he has batted, I agree with you, beautifully in this
really
innings.
Well, yeah.
But he's just picked out the fielder there on both occasions, and there is no run. The sun has momentarily disappeared, which doesn't detract from the beauty of this lovely ground. In fact, it makes the cathedral stand out even more prominently away to our left. And the trees around the ground are just starting to turn those lovely autumnal colours. As in comes Taylor Bowles. Simpson defends into the offside. He sets up for a single. There wasn't one there. Well, he set off for the single. I don't think it was there. And I think Ollie Robinson was quite right to send John Simpson back. And there is no run. At the end of Tom Taylor's over, 264 for 7. Simpson on 78, Robinson on 10. I was hearing actually that because of the very dry summer, and now we've had quite a bit of rain, they reckon the colours are going to come more quickly this autumn and stay on the trees for longer.
Well,
so
that'd be nice.
Yeah, we could be in for some...
Everything's greened up pretty quickly,
do you know, I was thinking that I've got a very small back garden. Frank, my bit of lawn, which is generally scratched up by the dogs anyway, was pretty barren. And then we had a couple of weeks of rain, and now it's growing like billy-o.
Yeah, and mine exactly the same.
You know?
Yeah. It was. I said, it doesn't seem a few weeks ago I said, we're going to have to really start again with this lawn, but it has come back. Here's Ben Allison from the New Road End, and he bowls, and Ollie Robinson steers this down to third man. It won't go all the way. I think it'll be pulled up down there, and it is by Davalath. They get just 2 runs, 266 for 7. The lead goes on to 143. So the quiz question. Mark Faber and Imran Khan both played for Sussex. Imran Khan also played for Worcestershire, and they both played for Oxford University, and they are linked by a 2-letter abbreviation that is in common parlance in this country. And what is that 2-letter abbreviation? And a few people have already got it, so well done to them. Robinson edges again. This is going to go down to third man again. Davalath is in pursuit again. Flicks it back inside the rope, and they get 2 more runs. So poor old Ben Allison is suffering. He's going for over 6 and over. He's gone for 94 runs now. He's picked up 3 wickets, but a lot of those runs this morning particularly have been off the edge. So well done to those people that have got the answer to that question. At Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter, or sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. Adrian's email address for cricket purposes, if you'd like to have a go. Yeah, not Google proof, but a reasonably tricky one, I think, linking the two counties. Allison in, bowls. Robinson turns this on the leg side and picks up a single as Ben Gibbon fields at mid-wicket.
I say this every time Ollie Robinson bats, which makes it pretty boring, really. But Ollie Robinson can bat, and when he puts his mind to it, when he's moved on here 15 off 10 balls very quickly. I mean, he's got a first-class 100, which he made on his debut up at Durham all those years ago, back in 2015. So he's a more than useful number 9, and I think you wouldn't mind me saying he should probably get more runs than he does.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Probably 100 on debut speaks of pretty serious talent, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Allison is in again, bowls outside the stump, left alone by Simpson, no run. And it reminds me a bit of Joe Leach, who Worcestershire former captain, who retired at the end of last year, who had his testimonial last season, and he got one or two quite decent scores, including hundreds. Early in his career, it was really a batter who became a bowler, but as the bowling becomes more their way, their sort of way of getting into the side, maybe they focus on it and the batting doesn't develop as much as it might, and you get the odd cameo, don't you? Oh, that's a beauty from Allison. Beats Simpson, and as I said, when he beat him with one bowling round the wicket, this time over the wicket, when he bowls it in the right place and goes past the edge, beating even Simpson, who's played so beautifully, just frustrate him that he doesn't get it in that area more often. But that said, he's, to be fair, found the edge a lot this morning. He must have gone for 20 today, and I'd say maybe more, but 20 off the edge at least, down to third man or fine leg. In again now, bowls, and Allison, again an absolute jaffer, 2 on the trot, beating the left-handed Simpson, who hasn't played and missed anywhere near as much as most of the others in this game. But no wicket for Allison today. 3 for 97 for him from 16 overs, 3 for 77 for Taylor. 2 men out this morning, Carson for 5 and Lamb for 10, both falling to Taylor. Simpson still there, 2, 6, 9 for 7.
I think actually, Frank, with Ollie, that when he started his, way back when he was growing up in Kent and he was around the Kent junior teams, he was very much in the side as a batsman.
Yeah.
So he's,
as was Joe Leach when he first started.
Could almost be an all-round cricketer.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's facing now 2 slips and a gully. In comes Tom Taylor from the Digley's end, bowls to Robinson, who plays slightly across the line to mid-on, and there is no run. Just a quick rattle around the grounds to keep you up to date with what's happening, particularly with regard to the relegation battle in Division 1, because we do now know there will be relegation from Division 1 of the County Championship.
Thanks for reminding us of that, Andrew.
Belatedly. All the Sussex fans, there's quite a few people from Sussex down here this week, last game of the season, and everybody, Frank, loves coming to Worcester. And everyone I spoke to was saying, what a shame, we love coming to Worcester, we're not going to come next year. And it is a massive shame. In comes Taylor bowls, Robinson glides this one down to fine leg. In fact, deep backward square, really. They take 1 and they'll settle for 1. Robinson goes to 16, 270 for 7. So just Hampshire 171 for 6. A bit of a collapse for Hampshire this morning. Or at one stage were 103 for 3. Surrey making 147. So that game is sort of back in the melting pot, which will make things interesting at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire, if they get to 300, they'll win the county championship against Warwickshire. They're currently 26 without loss. It almost seems inevitable, but you never quite know. Taylor in, bowls to Simpson, who hammers this over extra cover for 4 runs. He's absolutely belted that, John Simpson. Lovely shot. He goes to 82. And Sussex to 274 for 7. Sussex, for their own part, 6 points will ensure they can't be relegated. They've got 4, and if they can get another 26 runs, they will get a 5th.
I think I don't. I mean, they'll definitely do that because they're very unlikely to lose this game.
Yes,
so
I agree.
The minimum they would get is
I
8
agree.
for the draw. So,
and actually, I noticed Durham playing at Yorkshire all out for 3.46 this morning, so they've missed out on a third batting bonus point. So that probably affects what Sussex would need as well. In comes Taylor Bowles to Simpson, who just drops the bat on this ball, trickles out into the offside. He picks up a single to Simpson. He goes to 83. And Sussex to 275 for 7. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you heard me say earlier, Adrian, that James Coles' 100 is the first 100 here by a visiting player in red ball cricket
This
season.
Wow, I didn't hear you say that.
And if I'm going to go further now, if John Simpson reaches 100, he needs another 17 runs to do so. That will be the second.
Taylor in bowls to Robinson, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, no run.
But in my opinion, it will be the best.
Simpsons.
Because as well as Coles played, and he played brilliant. I'm not taking anything away from him at all. I just think Simpson contributed to Coles' innings in a way because he was so supportive at the other end. But he's just been more. He's played and missed fewer times than anybody else, I think. That one, I don't think anybody will be able to prove that without going right back through the live stream. But he's just been more solid and measured. Just been a really, really fine innings.
Taylor bowls to Robinson, who plays this firmly out into the covers.
Martin Clark has got the answer correct. Well done, Martin.
Sorry, mate. 275 for 7 at the end of the over.
Martin Clark has got the answer, so well done. I'm not going to say what it is yet because I want people to keep trying, but good answer, Martin. I hope people like the. I thought it was a good question. I have to say, sometimes I've set myself. You kind of wish sometimes that you hadn't started something, don't you? Because I've started doing this now most days, and I sit there at home trying to come up with a question, and sometimes you think, oh, it's too difficult, or it's usually too easy because people just Google things. I try and come up with something that's in between. Alison Bowles, Simpson plays this up to mid-on and there's no run. They say, I think, in the pub quiz world that the best quiz, the answer can be got by about 70% of the people. So I try and work on don't make it too difficult, but challenge the grey matter a bit. Had some good fun, and I usually try and get one, as I say, that has an answer that. Or an element of the question that concerns players from both counties. Start by trying to think about people who've played for both counties. That is another magnificent shot from John Simpson. Honestly, it just doesn't get any better than that, does it? Overpitched on leg, middle and leg, something like that, and absolutely gloriously played through mid-wicket. Really, really super shot from John Simpson. Yeah, just about leg stump, just effortlessly clipped away. Superb.
It's been beautiful to watch. Really. I mean, what a signing he's been for Sussex. I mean, if he does go to his 100, I hope he does. It's his 4th of the season, well over 1,000 runs for the second season running.
Squared up slightly by this one, just a sort of thick outside edge, runs up to short extra cover. Beautiful, beautiful day here at New Road. It really is special. I arrived here this morning about 9 o'clock and I walked in and I just saw some of the players are out there warming up, the sun was shining, and September at its very, very best.
No, I agree.
Just beautiful. Remember it because it's a long winter, that's what we always say. Doesn't seem any time at all since April the 4th when we began this county championship season. Alison Bowles, Simpson pushes up to mid-off, Taylor Fields. Worcestershire were down at Taunton, and it really does not seem very long ago at all that we were down there for that first game of the season. It's rushed by, and here we are. It might even, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that this game could finish today, Adrian, with Sussex being 156 ahead already, Allison bowls and Simpson pushes out on the offside. There's no run. I mean, I was saying this morning if they're 200 ahead by lunch, which they will be if they're still in, or if they're all out in the rest of this session, and then Ollie Robinson gets to work, as we know he can, it conceivably could.
Yes, it could. Are they the bells from the cathedral?
They are.
Oh, beautiful sound.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they are.
It just sounds amazing.
It is perfect. The sun's disappeared behind a cloud very, very briefly, I think, as Allison comes in round the wicket again to the left-hand Simpson, who leaves that on length. Good leave too, because it's gone over the stumps. Groans from behind, but safe. And Simpson is still there on 87. It's 279 for 7. Robinson has 16. Allison now 17 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 101. Tom Taylor 21 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 83. And he's going to carry on, Tom Taylor.
Well, I think he's, 21 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 83. I think he's a very good cricketer, Tom Taylor. And he goes past the edge, doesn't he? Bowls a good pace. Gives me the impression as one of these cricketers who's very rarely unfit. I may be completely wrong.
Well, I mean, he missed a big chunk at the beginning of last season with a horrible injury.
Taylor in bowls to Robinson, who swings that away, and that's gone for 4 runs. Well, he's just stood up, Ollie Robinson, and belted that through mid-on for 4 runs. Well done, Ollie, is the cry from the balcony away to my right-hand side. Ollie Robinson goes to 20. This is proving a nice little partnership for Sussex. These two coming together when Danny Lamb was out on 245. So they've added 38.
Yeah, pre-season friendly last year, and a high ball went up and Taylor ran to catch it. So did Ben Gibbon, and they collided.
Oh,
and
no.
Both were seriously injured and hospitalised. And
really?
Yeah,
in a friendly?
And it meant that Taylor, at the start of his Worcestershire career, was having to wait and didn't really play until sort of May time, or
so did you see it happen
a bit later? No, I didn't know. But since then, he's come in and done brilliantly, and I was saying it yesterday, he's become probably the first name on the team sheet really in all formats, or certainly one of them. Top wicket taker in Division 1, key man in the white ball competitions, and I mean bowled brilliantly on Saturday in that final. Yeah. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. Just a tremendous cricketer.
He's on his way now to bowl to Robinson, and bowls. Ronnie Robson takes a step away. He was going to guide that one down to third man, but he exposed all 3 stumps to Tom Taylor, who couldn't hit them on this occasion. The ball goes through to Roderick, but there is no run. Yeah, I was listening to a good bit of that final, sort of in between. So I was in the studio on Saturday, and they gave out, as I was driving to the studio, I was listening, they gave out Tom Taylor's figures. And at that stage he bowled 8 overs for virtually no runs, and I thought, wow, that's good.
Yeah,
he's in again.
He did very, very well.
Races in, bowls. Robinson said that's a good shout, or did he get a little nick on that on an inside edge? I think he probably did. Ollie Robinson with that sort of little pick-up he likes to play and clip the ball over the leg side. He's on 20, 283 for 7. What a lovely day here at New Road. There's lots of cotton wool clouds floating across the blue sky. The cathedral just sort of dominates the whole ground. It's such a magnificent... I was talking to someone last night who'd been in. I've never been in, actually. I must go in.
Oh, yeah. Worth it.
They walked in and said it was just a sort of wow.
Yeah.
Robinson in. Taylor in, bowls to Robinson, who placed him in on.
King John's tomb is in the cathedral.
Right.
Not our favourite king, responsible for the signing of the Magna Carta, and apparently not a very nice chap, but he's there.
Right.
I used to, when I worked at the King's School, we used to have our assemblies in there. I used to stand next to King John every Monday for a brief time. And it's one of those, is it called a sarcophagus, where there's a representation of the body lying on the top, you know?
Right,
what I mean, yeah. It is worth a trip. Yeah, very, very nice. Wander around for a few minutes.
Taylor in bowls to Robinson. I think he played at that, Ollie. ball goes through to keeper. He's probably watching these and he's thinking, actually, I'm quite looking forward to bowling again.
Well, interestingly, yesterday, if you remember when Tom Taylor was batting, he didn't get many, but he had a go at Robinson a few times, didn't he? And I said they kind of probably grinned at each other and thought, yeah, the boot will be on the other foot fairly shortly, and it has been. There's a bit of... They're quite similar cricketers, aren't they, in some ways?
Yes, they are. Yeah, they are.
A bit of mutual respect there, I'm sure.
Taylor in bowls. Roberts has hit right about the thigh pad, I think. Very obligingly bends down and picks up the ball. Throws it to the nearest Worcestershire fielder. End of the over. 283 for 7. Robinson is on 20. John Simpson is on 87 here. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Frank Watson, together with Nathan John. It's been really good to meet up with Nathan this week.
And it is perfect looking out across that scene. The ground has greened up, the sky is blue, the clouds are high and fluffy, the sun is shining, Ben Gibbon is coming into the attack. Everything's perfect, unless perhaps you are a Worcestershire bowler in these circumstances, because on a helpful pitch Sussex are 160 runs ahead with 3 wickets remaining. It's a very, very decent lead, and Worcestershire are pretty much out of this game as Gibbon starts with a half volley which Simpson drives straight down the ground. Exactly what happened yesterday when Gibbon came on. His first ball, yesterday it was a full toss, this time it's a half volley. It was driven for 4. I think that was by Simpson as well.
Yes.
And no, it might have been Haynes actually, but anyway, it's gone to the ropes, and you know, you want to come on and get a bit of confidence with your first ball, and unfortunately Gibbon sees his first ball dispatched, so he's under pressure straight away. This is 9th over. He's gone for 52 so far. Got 1 wicket, comes in, bowls, that's much better on a length, and Simpson just plays it back to the bowler, and there is no addition. 287 for 7. Simpson 91 off 129. Played beautifully. Don't think he's given a chance. And the lead is now 164. And if it gets to 200 before lunch, which it surely will, they're in a massively strong position. They can chuck the ball to Ollie Robinson this afternoon and say, go and have some fun, mate. Gibbon again bowls, drives again Simpson, this time tumbling stop by Libby at mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, they might carry on well into the afternoon, but if the lead gets to 200, 250, then I think it's psychological as much as anything, isn't it? Worcestershire batters are going out and they're thinking, well, you know, we've got to bat for 2.5 days to save this.
Yes.
It's not going to happen, I don't think. Ollie Robinson, 20 wickets in the last 3 innings when he's bowled here at New Road. Out there having fun with the bat at the moment. Gibbon, I beg your pardon, over the wicket. 4 more. No, there's a man down there. I said 4 more because Simpson just looked to turn it away, but it's off the pad. Leg by signalled, and a man down there anyway, Matthew Waite, to cut it off. 288 for 7. And yeah, life's pretty good, I think, for Ollie Robinson at the moment. He's looking forward to bowling again. Bowled beautifully yesterday, and he's out there 20 off 20, having a bit of fun with the bat. No pressure whatsoever. Waits now as Gibbon comes in, bowls, and well, there you go. He just leans into it and smashes it through extra cover. Gibbon scratches his head at the end of his follow through, and absolutely hammered away by Robinson. It must be great fun at the moment out there for Robinson. Simpson in the 90s is going to want to get his 100, and he deserved it as well, no question about that, but Robinson, it's just fun, isn't it?
Well, it's just 3 runs short of a 50 partnership, actually, which has come up
in no time,
very quickly.
Yeah, in 7 overs. Gibbon in again, bowls to Robinson, and he can't even reach that one. Full and wide from Gibbon. It was almost the sort of ball you bowl at the end of a a T20 full and wide, and Robinson didn't even try and hit it. Looked hopefully at the umpire, but it wasn't quite wide enough to be called a wide. It's the end of the over from Gibbon, and it went for 9. His figures pretty expensive. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 56 now, and it's 292 for 7.
Yes, it is. Well, I said that,
and it's probably. Have you got an update, Adrian?
I have got an update.
Yeah, okay, I'll wait for you.
That's all right.
To do that before bring Nathan back in.
Yeah, I'll pop next door. I'll just see. Yeah, I probably ought to go. Well, 29. I've got a couple of minutes. They tend not to come dead on the half hour. Some weights. Got to take bowls and let go outside the off-stop by Simpson, taken by Roderick. There is no run. So I was just looking at the table to see what was the impact of Durham not taking maximum bonus points. I guess if they were to win the game, they could go to 150. There's still quite a lot of maths down the bottom of the table. But I mean, you are right, Frank. I mean, Sussex are all but safe, really. And they need another 8 runs to pick up their 5th point in this game. Taylor in again. Bowls. Simpson drives firmly. Not quite as firmly as I thought, not quite as well timed as most of his shots. Nonetheless, he goes to 25. So to 293 for 7. I'm going to make way for Nathan, do my update, and then I'll be back to join Nathan.
Thanks to Adrian Harms. Off he goes to tell the listeners to BBC Radio Sussex that their team are consolidating what was already a very strong position. Overnight they were 228 for 5. They may have lost 2 wickets this morning, but they've hurried along to 293 for 7. Ollie Robinson is out. Bowled. Tom Taylor picks up his 3rd wicket, and again the thing that was really noticeable about that, I think it nipped back, is there was no footwork at all from Robinson. He was completely stuck on the crease, and Taylor gets his man. Good duel between the two this morning, and absolutely no footwork and a big nip backer from Tom Taylor. That's the one that gets him a lot of wickets, and that's his 3rd this morning, his 4th of the innings, and Ollie Robinson has gone for 24.
That's nipped back a long way. Pitched 4th, 5th stump, and it's cleaned the top of leg stump. Plenty of movement, but you're right, it's the type of delivery that a top order player is probably coming down the wicket, and yes, the movement makes it hard to play, but instead of being hit in leg stump, they're probably been clattered in the top of the thigh pad, and it's given how far outside off that ball started, it's very difficult to be given out LBW to a delivery like that. So you're dead on, Frank. I think a better player is a harsh way of putting it, but a better player would have either got an inside edge on it, got forward, or been hit and managed to survive.
He just didn't get anywhere, did he? I mean, it was a cracking delivery, and I've seen Taylor get many players out with that sort of delivery. Can move the white ball quite prodigiously back into the right hander very early on in an innings, in a T20 or in a one-day cup game. He got a wicket at Taunton last year in the one-day cup with the first ball of the innings, I think. Absolutely massive in-swing of it. Started way outside off and hit the top of the leg. Extraordinary delivery. But to be doing it with a ball that's 57 overs old is a very good effort. Although they did change the ball, so maybe a little bit of mitigation in terms of conditions in that respect. But
yes,
there's a lack of footwork from Robinson, and he's not that. He's a stand and deliver kind of batter, isn't he? And the mood he was in, I was just saying actually before you came back on, totally pressure-free situation for Ollie Robinson. Simpson wants to get 100 now, so he's been fairly circumspect anyway. He's played each ball on its merits, but Robinson was out there. It was just fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could tell
it broke the bail, I reckon.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, there's a bit of a delay here. Everyone's standing around looking at the stumps, which suggests that something is untoward. Yeah, you're right, that the leg stump bail is not been replaced, and everyone's standing around looking at it. So that suggests that there's a bit of a crack. God, it's always a bit of an ego booster, a fast bowler, when you manage to break the woodwork.
Break a bail. take it home.
Ari Carvelis is the new man in, but he's going to have to wait a little bit.
It'd be good if he could pick up a fifer, I think, Taylor, because it might be his last bowl of the season, depending on how far the league goes.
Good point. Yeah, very good point.
He's got 2 fifers so far in the championship.
He's taken 50 plus wickets with only 2 fifers, so he's just got lots of 3-fers and 4-fers.
Quite a few 4-fers. Interesting, because people are going to say it was always here. One of his 5-fers was at Hove, actually, against Sussex. He got 7 in the game, and then he got 5 here against Hampshire in the first innings. His best is 5 for 55.
Looks like that leg stump bail has been mended, or maybe somebody found a spare. The umpire found a spare in his jacket pocket, because
I think 12th man brought a spare out. Fateh Singh came out with a couple, I think.
God, I have never seen a 12th man bring on spare bails before. Yeah. Do you reckon the 12th man actually knew where to go to find one?
I'm not sure. It was Taylor Bowles and an inside edge from Carvelis down to long leg. He nearly got his 5th, and they get a single. I think there's an umpire's room. Whether they have access to it or not, there's probably a few bails lying around, I would imagine. You don't go in many dressing rooms with the bails lying around. I saw the groundsman sprinting back towards his store in the old scoreboard behind the Basil D'Oliveira stand, but he wasn't required, because Fateh Singh came running out with a couple of bails in his hand, and obviously one of them was to the umpire's satisfaction. Black bails, very fetching black bails on the white stumps with black Rothesay stickers on them, as this one is pushed back up the pitch by Simpson.
Is the new bail the same colour as the previous one?
It appears to be.
We haven't got an odd, like a pair of odd socks situation.
No, that was what I was looking at. I thought we might have, but no. I wonder if our listeners are aware of what sort of wood is used for stumps.
Oh God! Somebody is. Or are you?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, because I've been. It could have been a quiz.
It could have been tomorrow's quiz question. Well, if we, who knows? We may not get to tomorrow.
I've been to the factory of a well-known bat maker in Nottingham, where they also make stumps. Taylor bowls, and this one's defended by Simpson. Ended the over 294 for 8. Well, I've been to a few bat factories. Obviously, there's one in Worcester here that for many years which dominated things. Well, have a go. We'll have a supplementary quiz question. What sort of wood is used for stumps? At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter. A lot of people should know that, I think. Adrian's back. I'm going to move out. Let Nathan move into the booster seat, and then Adrian will be with you.
We got there. Hi, Nathan.
Good morning. It is still morning. Yeah, about 25 minutes left of the morning.
Yeah. Is it you or is it me?
You go on. You do the honours.
Okay. Ben Allison is coming in from. No, sorry, it's Ben Gibbon. What are we talking about? Running in, bowls left arm to Ari Carvelis, who lets that go outside of the off stump. Ari Carvelis is one of the Sussex players who's been released, or is being released at the end of this season. Sorry to see Ari go. I mean, I guess it's a feature of professional sport. Well, sort of every profession, really, isn't it? People move on. But he's a delightful man, is Ari Carvelis. Lovely to speak to. And I know that him and his partner have got a young child as well, and they really are a delightful couple, and I'll miss them around Hove because they're nice people. So I hope that Ari picks up another county somewhere. And he's done a good job for Sussex in the time that he's been at the club. Gibbon is in, bowls to Carvelis, who plays in the air to square leg, and there is no run. I apologise, Ari, I forget the name of your partner, but you're always very welcoming and polite, so good luck in the future. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg and a long leg. It's been a really entertaining game. I mean, I'm not just saying that because Sussex are doing well, but there's either been wickets or runs. I mean, give me this over 4 days with a Kookaburra ball any day of the week.
Very good point. Yes, I hadn't even thought about that. Yeah, that was a tough watch at times, wasn't it?
Given in bowls, and Carvelis turns out confidently to sort of a forward square leg, really, and there is no run.
I can understand the logic of the Kookaburra ball. You know, you need these young fast bowlers to be able to to take wickets when the conditions are not in their favour. And there are a few, Duke's ball at New Road in September is probably when the bowling is going to be most in your favour in this part of the world. So it's good to challenge younger players, especially, who England are keeping an eye on. Absolutely. Look, I think you probably need the quality of pitches to come up as well with the Kookaburra ball, bit of extra pace so quicker bowlers can still do damage.
Given in bowls, beats Carvelos outside of the off stump, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. Yeah, I think what was that signal as a no ball? What?
No, I think the umpire is just pointing at something
on the pitch.
I think he's saying there's something on the pitch, or he's maybe motioning at Gibbon just to make sure he doesn't run down the middle of the wicket, perhaps. But or maybe he was just motioning at how close how the ball moved across, because just judging by everyone's reaction, you can see on those who are watching on the stream, first slip had his head in his hands, how that missed off stump, because it actually went across the right-hander, so it kind of went away from the regulation movement from the left arm quick. It was a clever, skilled piece of bowling.
Gibbon in again, bowls to Carvelos, who hits this one firmly away through backward point. Nice shot by Harry Carvelos, which gets a nice round of applause. And that brings Sussex to 298 for 8. That means they are just 2 runs away from a second batting bonus point.
Just to finish that point on the Kookaburra ball, it was interesting listening to Sonny Baker speak to the press while he was away on England duty in Dublin last week. And he was asked, because he's bowled a lot with the Kookaburra ball, he was on the Lions tour to Australia last year. Obviously he would have played in some of those Kookaburra games for Hampshire, and his opinion was it was just, bowling with a Kookaburra ball in Australia is different to here, purely because you get more bounce. So someone who bowls as quickly as he does, you still feel quite threatening in Australia, whereas you bowl with one here and the pitch is soft depending on what venue you're at, and all of a sudden it bounces through to the keeper and you think you've lost all your pace.
Gibbon in bowls to Carvelos, who looks to heave a short ball away over fine leg, misses out, goes through to Roderick, and there is no run. It'll be over 298 for 8. That was a point actually, Nathan, that Jofra Archer made when we were talking to him at the game at Durham in June. And he made exactly that point, that he said the pitches in Australia are so different to they are here. Trying to bowl with a Kookaburra in England is difficult because of the pitches.
It's funny that they are still very quick in Australia, but over the last 2-3 years they have definitely seen more lateral movement. You can see that's why Scotty Boland has so much success all of a sudden. He's not as quick as a Stark or a Cummins necessarily, but he takes lots of wickets in the Sheffield Shield, and obviously he had that infamous spell against England at the MCG a couple of years ago because he gets that wobble movement off the seam. New over, and it's more of the same.
That's 6
from John Simpson. Did that go all the way? No, one bounce I think over mid-on. He's just picked up a full delivery from Taylor, and he's deposited it over mid-on. I think that bounced once. It brings up the 300 for Sussex, and it moves Simpson to one boundary hit away from raising up 3 figures. He's on 96 now, and perhaps a sign with Carvelos playing a few shots down the other end, and Simpson with the lead approaching. Well, it's not too far away from 200 now. Simpson might be looking to play a few shots as well and progress this game even further. Not that it's lacked progression as over the last 24 hours or so.
And importantly for Sussex, that's a second batting bonus point and 5 in the match.
Taylor round the wicket to Simpson, and he leaves that one alone this time. So controlled aggression, 1 ball, and then a leave outside off on the next. But just to finish off that point, people who look at these things, they're kind of the boffins. You listen to them, the guys who measure the lateral movement off pitches and off surfaces. They're all saying that it's not just a case of flat, quick, bouncy pitches in Australia. They're still quick, but now they move sideways. So if you've got guys who can bowl quick and can move a Kookaburra ball, all of a sudden you're looking very, very threatening. So that's why it'll be very interesting to see how that. We talked at length about the group of England quicks that are going down there that were named in the squad recently. It's going to be fascinating to see how they get on. Here's Taylor around the wicket, back to matters at New Road, and if that's off the pad, that's going to be 3 figures for John Simpson, and it is off the bat rather, flicked away down to fine leg. Nervous signal as we look to see if the umpire signalled leg byes or runs, but John Simpson straight away started celebrating. He knew that it came off the face of his bat, and he raises his bat to the New Road crowd. It's 100 off 138 balls for the Sussex captain. 306 for 8 now, and I'm sure you're going to tell me all about what has been a very impressive season for Mr. Simpson.
Magnificent. 4 centuries this season for John Simpson, and I love the way all the Worcestershire fielders joined in the applause as well. They recognise, and Frank was saying it's the best innings they've seen this season at New Road. Only 200s this season, and both of them become in this match.
Left alone outside the off stump is it 200s this season? Or I think Frank said it was 200 by visiting players.
By visiting teams, yeah.
And they've both come from
both
Sussex
come in
batters.
but yeah.
Two very different innings as well.
Yes, they have, yeah.
Talked about Cole's kind of smash-bang wallop at the start of his, although he did calm down once he reached 20 or so, didn't he? And then Simpson, well, he's just been measured from ball one. And it's easy to say that he's been the adult in the room as the captain, but he certainly has batted his side into what certainly looks to be a winning position now. He's 100 off 139 deliveries. I'll talk through some of the particulars of his knock in a second. He reaches for a wide one that perhaps he should have left alone. Fortunate not to take the outside edge taken by Roderick. He's at 18 boundaries, faced 138 deliveries, 211 minutes he's been at the crease. Strike rate of just under 72.5. So 18 boundaries. Wow, again, what we've said throughout this game, boundaries have not been difficult to find.
No, they haven't. No. But he's just looked so assured, hasn't he? From the minute he walked in, he looked calm. And I mean, Sussex were in quite a lot of trouble when he came in. 67 for 4. And now they're, 306 for 8. Super knock.
Final delivery of what this is, the 59th over, and that's flicked off the pad. This could be another boundary, and it is. Square leg had just come up inside the ring, and Simpson gets one on leg stump and flicks it away to backward square for another boundary. So he finishes the over by finding the fence once again. It's brought up the 100 for Tom Taylor in terms of runs conceded. He's 4 for 101 now off his 24 overs. Simpson has moved to 104. Sussex are now 310 for 8, and their lead, if my maths is right, is 187.
And just the way John Simpson is playing now, I think John has got his eyes on, let's get to these 350, let's make sure that Sussex get another batting bonus point, and 6 points will ensure whatever happens in any other games is then beyond doubt, and Sussex will stay in the First Division next season. I think that's what's on the skipper's mind. But there's a bit of work to do, another 40 to get as Ben Gibbon runs away from us. In and bowls, and Carvelos drives down. That's a lovely shot by Harry Carvelos. That really is. And John Simpson had to jump out of the way at the non-strikers, and it was just drilled down the ground by Carvelos. That was a lovely shot. He goes to 9 and Sussex to 314 for 8.
Another man who's come in and he's hit 2 boundaries in his first 10 balls. It's just been such a bizarre innings. If anything, it's probably a sign of a very good pitch. There's plenty in it for the bowlers, but you get lots of value for your shots as batters, and scoring can happen quite quickly, and wickets can also fall quite quickly. I mean, the only downside is that it means it's quite a quick game. So anybody who had planned on attending Saturday for sure, and maybe even Friday, might be at risk at this stage.
Gibbon bowls and let go outside the off stump by Carvelos, and there is no run.
Yeah, you would suspect that Worcestershire will definitely be batting again at some point today, and depending on how their top order goes, we saw what happened yesterday. We saw what happened the last time they batted here at New Road, the Worcestershire top order. This could be Sussex's plan is definitely to bat once here. They will be intending on not coming back out and wrapping up an innings victory at some point tonight or tomorrow, one would suspect.
Gibbon again. In and bowls, and Carvelos drives handsomely through. I don't think he's got all of that, but I think it might be enough to reach the boundary. The fielder is in hot pursuit. In fact, he's just going to pull the ball up inside the boundary. They're going to come back for a third. Always good running by John Simpson. That's one of the features of the way that he bats. He's always looking to turn the 1 into the 2, the 2 into the 3. And he was making sure that Harry Carvelos came back for the third. Carvelos goes to 12, 317 for 8. Lots of messages on the live stream. I think that's the best 100 by a Sussex batsman this season, says Mark. Well, I wouldn't disagree. I mean, it has been full of classy shots. I mean, James Cole's innings yesterday was a lovely knock, but in terms of a controlled, well-paced innings, and full of fabulous shots as well. Gibbon in, bowls to Simpson, who clips away through mid-wicket. Was in the air slightly. It was close to mid-wicket. They're going to come back for the second. And I think there is no question here that John Simpson has got this 350 in his sights. 317 for 8 the score goes to.
Another glorious shot off the pads. If anything, he's unlucky there that he hasn't got another boundary, because you're right, I think that was momentarily in the air, but there was a hand at mid-wicket that saved 2 runs, because off the bat that looked like it was going to fly away to the fence. He's played that shot gloriously this morning, hasn't he? That flick off the pads. He's punished anything
he has.
In and around leg stump. He's been ruthless. Yeah, it's very easy on the eye.
319 for 8. Giving him bowls to Simpson, who looks to cut that one. Came from the bottom edge and fielded it slipped. John Simpson looks towards the skies, but he should admonish himself really. It's been a super knock and runs have come really quickly for Sussex this morning. I'm just looking here. They've added 91 this morning in an hour and 15 minutes. So it's been real helter-skelter cricket. There were 44 overs gone last night, so those runs have come in 15 overs. So it's been rattling along at 6 and over this morning.
It's never dull. It certainly hasn't been this morning.
Gibbon in again, bowls to Simpson, who clips the ball down the leg side for 4 more. That's meat and drink for John Simpson. Just turns it with a flick of the wrists. He goes to 110, and Sussex to 323 for 8. Now just another 27 runs needed as far as Sussex are concerned.
200 lead as well. With
200 lead,
yeah,
good spot.
Another milestone ticked off by this Sussex batting lineup. There's a world in which when Tom Taylor takes 2 wickets in his first 2 overs of the morning, Worcestershire are getting their way back into this game, but John Simpson has ensured that is not happening, because as wickets have fallen, he's found scoring relatively straightforward as well. It's a good debate to have, isn't it, which a knock was more impressive, Coles or Simpson. I think the way that Coles started and managed to readjust suggests a mental fortitude that should certainly be applauded. And I think, with the tall top order player, but hitting the ball through the line, big flowing drives to the offside, there is something to be said for the aesthetics of that. But as you say, just the kind of more compact, punchy, flick off the pads, punch down the ground. The stroke play isn't as flamboyant, but it's more of a purist knock, isn't it? It
just looks effortless.
Exactly. Just occupy the crease and take your chances when they come. Taylor continues. Carvelos on strike. He's got a gully in place now rather than a third slip, and he's very close, I have to say. That ball's defended into the offside, no run. But we've seen a lot of this in some of the test matches over the summer. When that gully fielder comes up very close, they put a helmet on. But I think it might be Ben Allison who's gone in there at gully. I think I can see the number 65 faintly underneath his jumper would suggest that it is him. He's very, very close in a catching position, but no helmet on. We saw Steve Smith break a finger, remember the World Test Championship final, because he was fielding so close at that position that he didn't have time to get his digits out of the way. That's driven down the ground by Carvelos. It was aerial, and Taylor stuck out a hand to try and clutch it, but it's past him on his follow-through, and it races away towards the side screen. The runs continue to flow.
Leo's been in touch. He says, my math suggests that 302 batting points will now ensure Sussex play First Division cricket next season. I thought it was 5, Leo. I tweeted that last week. I think it is actually 6, in which case Sussex need another 23. But you may be right looking at sort of games elsewhere. So thank you very much for your email. And in fact, another one has come in from Ian, who says, you are correct in thinking Durham's failure to pick up maximum batting points has further eased the situation for Sussex. We only need 300, barring any points deductions. So it looks like Sussex probably are safe.
Taylor back in just after being hit for a boundary, and I think his right boot has saved him from another one, because that was another strong shot down the ground. Taylor stuck out his size 10, and I think he's actually spiked the ball a little bit, which might not be a bad thing for Worcestershire. Rough up the ball a little bit, and not intentional, of course, but he saved a few runs there. That was another strong shot down the round from Carvelos.
Rowan's been in touch. He says, a final thanks to you and your colleagues for amazing coverage of the cricket over what's been a difficult summer for me. Sorry to hear that, Rowan. I wondered if you have any thoughts on recruitment for Sussex over the winter. It feels like we have an amazing core and a financially well-run club.
Taylor, he's beaten Carvelos, all ends up there. I think that's just nipped back, because Roderick is at the dive well to his left-hand side to take that. It's cut him in half through the gap between bat and pad, but it bounces over the stumps. Do you have any thoughts on Sussex recruitment? You're the Sussex expert here.
Well, interestingly, he says here, maybe a batter light on the playing side. I think there's a feeling number 3 has been a problem for Sussex this season. Tom Clark started the season off really well. He made an excellent 100 up at Edgbaston, but didn't quite follow that up. They've tried 1 or 2 others in that position. That hasn't really worked. So I think that would be somewhere I would think that perhaps they might be looking to improve.
It's driven down the ground again. It's aerial, but once more it's past the bowler on his follow through. Mid-off cuts it off, no run.
Or perhaps to recruit would be a better expression. Rowan goes on to say, drawing on your collective knowledge, can you think of a player moving counties in recent years that had as much of a positive impact on a team as John Simpson? No.
It's a good point. Yeah.
He's been absolutely fantastic. Last season, I think 500s. This season, 4.
Did he captain Sussex as soon as he joined?
He captained as soon as he came to the club. Yeah,
Yes.
never skippered before.
It's interesting, isn't it, how players can be recruited to be a leader so quickly in a new environment, which almost makes what he's done even more impressive. That's defended down the ground off a heavy length to end the over. One boundary in it. It was a beautiful drive down the ground from Carvelos. He moves to 16, having faced as many deliveries. He's certainly enjoyed himself in his short little cameo here. 327 for 8, 204 runs is Sussex's lead now. Simpson will take up strike on 110 not out.
Yes, when he... Matthew Waite coming into the attack. So when he came... Nathan, Paul Farbreast made him skipper, and initially it was for the first 7 games of last season, so the idea was just to sort of see how it goes, and I think it was a pretty easy conversation after those 7 games because Sussex had done so well, and he took it on, and it's a big deal, isn't it, to keep skipper and bat 6 and score the amount of runs that he does. And he said to me he made a really good 100 down at Hampshire earlier this season in a game that Sussex won. And he said, I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but I'm just enjoying it now. And he's just been terrific. Matthew Waite comes in and bowls to John Simpson, who clubs it away through the covers. It's going to go for 4 runs. Is it going to be stopped? No, there we are. Goes over the boundary rope for 4 more. And John Simpson goes to 114 and Sussex to 331 for 8.
This could be a passage of particularly strong purgatory from Worcestershire, because given where we are in this match, we're so early, we're about 35 minutes out from lunch on day 2, and also the fact that they're 8 wickets down. I don't think Sussex are going to be even contemplating a declaration of any point, so they're just going to keep scoring as quickly as possible for as long as possible, and with these two batting the way they are, it looks like it could be quite a while.
Waiting bowls and down the ground by Simpson. I think Matthew Waite's coming off a much shorter run than normal, isn't he? I mean, I haven't seen a lot of him bowl, but it doesn't look to me...
He doesn't have the longest run up in the world. He does amble in. He's definitely a medium pacer.
Right, okay. Maybe that's me not seeing a lot of it. I just thought he bowled off a slightly longer run than that yesterday. No, that's a longer run. He definitely bowled off a shorter run, I think, that previous delivery.
Maybe, yeah, just trying to mix things up and try and rush John Simpson for timing. He bowled from the Diglis end, so the other end yesterday.
Yes.
So that's further away, so that would have been harder for us to see and judge his run up.
Hidden bowls, and Simpson's hit on the thigh pad. The ball bounces on the onside. There is no run. Stuart McPherson has been in touch from over in Northern Ireland.
Oh, very good.
He says, thanks for your commentary and all the commentators. It makes it easy watching on the live stream. Thank you, Stuart. If you notice, the umpires always signal to each other after the 4th ball, probably to advise there are 2 balls left in the over. Yes, they do. Sometimes that's a bit confusing. They make a little signal to each other. And comes Waite and Simpson lets that go, taken by Roderick, no one.
It's a good lead. Yeah, it depends on the umpire and personal preference, because some do the old, 2. They signal 2 fingers. You've got to make sure you do it the wrong way around, so you're not being rude. To say 2 balls left. But the other signal that some people do is they hit their kind of their midriff on the side.
Okay.
Because that signals they're hitting their body halfway up to signal that they're halfway through the over.
Interesting.
So yeah, I've seen umpires do both. Some umpires do both in consecutive deliveries, just to make sure that the square leg is awake. I'm not quite sure.
Waite is on his way again over the wicket and bowls, and Simpson steers that to the offside. There is no run. I used to be hopeless, Nathan. No, it's, we'd have our umpire coats at the club, and sometimes there'd be beads on a bit of string, or sometimes you get 6 stones that you just picked up out the car park. But when these guys are very good, aren't they? But it is easy to get it wrong. You get distracted.
It's amazing how many people find it difficult to count to 6.
I'm one of them.
Interesting to hear. Sussex fan in Northern Ireland. I wonder if they're a fan because of the Jack Carson link.
Well, he comes over as well.
Right, okay, yeah.
In comes Waite bowls, and forward comes Simpson. Plays into extra cover. There is no one. That's a tidy enough over from Matthew Waite. He has bowled just the 7 overs. 7 overs, 1 made, 0 for 32. Sussex 331 for 8, so 19 needed to get to the 350, although some of our mathematicians who are listening are pretty convinced that Sussex, with the second batting bonus point, are already safe from relegation. He goes on to say, Stuart, did I hear you say that Daniel Hughes is coming back next year? Yes, he is. That's been confirmed by Paul Farbrace. I did get over to see Sussex again this season at Lords, so hopefully back to Hove again next season. So we'll winter well, Stuart. And thanks for your message.
Tom Taylor to continue on the Diglis end. 4 for 105 of his 25 overs sent down in this innings. He has Ari Carvelas in his sights, who walks down the wicket at him, and he decides to leave that one go outside the off stump.
And Luke has also confirmed. Thank you, Luke. Luxford has been in touch to say that Sussex are now safe. 5 points was enough because Durham didn't get there any more than didn't get to their 3 batting bonus points. And he says, what's more interesting, Sussex could potentially finish 4th in the table, not depending on the Warwickshire, Nottinghamshire results.
I enjoy all the implicit pessimism in assuming that all these points will be required, as if Sussex haven't put themselves into what should be a comfortable match-winning position, as that's turned away off the hip. Carvelis will push for 2, but I think Deep Square will manage to keep it to just 1, and he does, so that brings Simpson back on strike. Yes, because assuming that 5 points is all that Sussex are going to get out of this contest is, from this stage of the game, would be quite the pessimist. But yes. I suppose that's what supporters are like. They always
totally
are plotting for the worst case scenario. I mean, cricket is a curious sport. Things can change very quickly, but with a lead of, what is it now, 209 at this stage, with still 2 wickets in the shed, and these two playing very well, one would suspect that at the very least this will not be a match-losing position, as Simpson lets that one go outside the off-stump. Roderick throws the ball to second slip quite elegantly there. I thought he's having some fun with the way he's throwing the ball around, I suppose. Not a lot for Worcestershire to shout about at this stage of the game.
No. I suspect John Simpson isn't aware of the situation. Someone else has been in touch. Glyn has been in touch, Glyn Berrington, to say as well that Sussex are safe from relegation, so that's good news. Sorry for Worcester. We all love coming to Worcester, and I wish Worcester were staying in the First Division next season, but hopefully perhaps we'll play in a cup match or something.
Taylor continues and flashes outside off. I think that one's just kept a little bit low. It almost went underneath the bat of Simpson, and certainly Roderick gathered that almost on the second bounce. I mean, what are you going to do? You're not going to have any 4-day trips to come up here and eat the New Road cake.
Oh, no. I love coming here. It's just such a lovely cricket ground, isn't it?
It's lovely, yeah.
I really do like coming to us, and I was so pleased that they won the one-day cup. And as I was saying earlier to Frank, a number of Sussex supporters I've spoken to said, make the most of it, we won't be here next season. So,
indeed.
If only they'd voted for the restructure, then probably they would have been, but there you go. Weight bowls let go by Simpson outside the off-stump, taken by Roderick. There is no run.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll ever get a breakdown of which counties were voting what way. I suspect we won't. It's always going to be interesting to see what everyone was eyeing up and which restrictions we're in. Well, certainly, I definitely hope to be back here. I hope we'll get some more work commentating here next year. One day I definitely know I'll be coming back. So New Road is in early September next year.
Okay.
England are hosting Ireland in for a series of women's ODIs.
Excellent.
And the 3 venues will be Leicester, Derby and here. So given my parochial interests, I certainly will be making the trip back up to take in that contest here at New Road. As that's flicked down the leg side. There's a celebration behind the stumps. Worcestershire think that Simpson has flicked that one behind, but
no, he hasn't.
He hasn't.
No, he isn't given.
Not given. No, we didn't. I don't think the umpire was interested in that appeal at all, and Simpson just walks down to chat to Ari Carvelis between overs as if nothing had ever happened. There wasn't even an appeal there. It was just a celebration. Tom Taylor ran through to Roderick to high-five his wicket-keeper, and in the end, it obviously flicked something because there was a deviation, but it must have been off the hip or thigh pad because John Simpson is still there. End of the over, 332 for 8.
Well, he's a very durable bowler, isn't he, Tom Taylor? And Frank was saying the highest wicket taker in Division 2, and I think he's bowled really well in this match.
He has, yeah, all things considered. It's been tricky out there for Worcestershire. Have a look at his figures. 4 for 106. He's gone at 4 and over, which in the context of the game actually isn't that expensive, given everyone has managed to find boundaries, provided they've lasted more than 2 or 3 deliveries, which hasn't happened in every case, it should be said.
Matthew Waite is in bowls to Ari Carvelis, who plays to mid-on, and there is a run. Rohan's been in touch. He says, when they still in the box, can I ask if he knows how selection rules work for Ireland? Is it similar to rugby in the sense of an unified game? Case in point, could Jack Carson play for Ireland if he wanted to?
He could, but then he would be an overseas player for Sussex, so they would have a decision to make of whether they want to hold on to him as an overseas player or not. That's why there's so few county players Irish players in county cricket these days, because most counties decide that they're not worth the overseas slots.
Right, interesting.
Yeah, ever since they got full membership, they became a.
In comes Wade Bowles, Carvalho's punches to mid-off fielded by Libby No Run.
So that's, a lot of people in Ireland, we mentioned that the Northern Irish Sussex fans, I wonder if there is a little bit of a Jack Carson fan club in Northern Ireland, particularly around the club that he grew up playing for, just outside of Belfast. But he's made the decision that he's not pursuing Ireland for the time being. He's at Sussex, and who knows, maybe the international itch will want to be scratched at one point, because he came quite close to England when he was playing with the Lions. But no, if you were to play for Ireland, you have to be considered as an overseas player in county cricket.
Waiting again. Bowles got baseball balloons off the pad, goes on to the offside. They take a single to Sussex, and the total goes to 323 for 8.
Which wasn't always the case. If you remember, Sussex fans will remember Ed Joyce played for a very long time at Sussex. And when he played, it's because Ireland weren't full members of the ICC. They weren't a test-playing nation, so they didn't count as overseas players.
That's why it is. I understand now. Okay.
Yeah, they counted as local players, and they got full membership in 2019. The ECB gave them a few years to cool off, and then come 2019, there was a decision to be made. That's why Paul Stirling left Middlesex, and he decided to go back to Ireland and pursue his international career. They did ask the question if they could make an exception for Irish players, but the answer was no.
Waite comes in, bowls to Simpson, who's absolutely hammered that down the ground. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Simpson goes to 118, and Sussex to 337 for 8. Super shot.
Yeah, he's having fun now.
Frank was saying it's just the best innings he's seen here this season. That was a cracking shot.
He's enjoying himself, isn't he? Well, why not? 118 not out. He's played a fantastic innings. Some of his stroke play through mid-on in particular, that was an aggressive shot over the top, but the way he's just punched the ball along the ground straight back towards the side screens has been a joy to watch at times.
Waiting again, bowls to Simpson. He's only gas 4 more. That's absolutely belted away through cover for 4 runs. Super shot. He goes to 122, and Sussex 341 for 8. Well, John Simpson may not know, I guess, that Sussex are safe from any potential relegation. He'd have been thinking about the 350, and it looks very much the way he's batting that Sussex are going to get there as well. And the lead now 218, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. I'll trust your maths.
Thank you. Wait again. Bowls to Simpson. That's just absolutely belted that down the ground. That's gone miles. I think that's gone over the roof. That's absolutely hammered away, but they're just waiting for the ball to come off the roof down. In fact, I think it's gone over the stand. That is a magnificent shot by Simpson. 347 for 8. John Simpson goes to 128. What a shot that was.
Yeah, that was brutal. In the best possible way. He's hit actually directly at our line of sight here, which is just for a second you thought we're going to wonder if the glass in this commentary box is about to be tested, but no, he's hit it too well and it's gone comfortably over our heads. I think they have managed to get it back eventually. The roof is ever so slightly slanted, so it would have rolled back down, but I actually saw some debris off the roof come down and hit some of the members sitting down in front of us as they were watching to see where the ball went.
And that's brought up the 50 partnership actually between these two as well, which has come through. Is it my turn to go? I'm not sure who's off and who's on here.
I think I came in about half an hour ago, so I think it's. So
it's me to go. Right, let me.
Right, should we do some musical chairs?
Yeah.
I'll give Frank his booster seat back. Right, well, Adrian's going to take a break, and Frank is going to come back in, and eventually we'll get this right. Welcome back, Frank.
Thank you very much. Yeah, back on the booster seat.
It was a bit precarious. I was on it before you. I also nearly fell off.
Yeah, not meant to be stacked really, these chairs.
It was a change from the Diglis end. It's Ben Allison who comes on. There's a long spell for Taylor coming down the hill, and that ball is defended by Carvalho into the offside.
Interesting one. That one. They thought they'd got him, didn't they? Caught down the leg side, Simpson. And the umpire gave it. It's become a game of not walking, hasn't it? This game, I think, following that dismissal that wasn't yesterday.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because who was it that nicked off the second slip this
Danny
morning?
Lamb. Yeah,
Danny
he
Lamb.
didn't walk.
But it was a very good low catch, and he waited, he stood his ground and waited. But what was interesting is that the two umpires just looked at each other, and eventually the standing umpire did actually put his finger up to give it, as that's card to Dwayne to the leg side. Not well timed at all by Carvelas, but he's hit it wide of deep square, so he survives and takes a single. But it was one of those, after what happened yesterday with that catch, whether I think was it Coles dropped it at slip,
Yeah.
and Simpson caught
the
it.
catch, yeah.
That was Waite, wasn't it?
It was
That
Waite.
was Matthew Waite.
Yeah, it was. And he stood, and the umpire couldn't see because Simpson had turned, so the umpire couldn't see. But that one there, it was an interesting one. It was just the way that it was one of those. He took it. They all went up. They all celebrated. They weren't even asking really.
Allison continues, and that's guided away off the face down to third man. This time there is a fielder back behind square, so just one.
It made me think it might have been a very woody sound, and they thought, but Simpson probably, well, obviously within his rights not to walk, and I just feel it's got to that point where both sides, and Sussex accepted that yesterday with Waite, even though we all thought it had carried, and they clearly did. And maybe they've just said, well, we'll leave it to the umpires, and Simpson didn't walk. But what are my corollary to all of this? I'll wait till after this ball.
Carvelas on strike. Very high bat lift. Short ball taken on. This could be a chance in the deep. It's not going to carry to fine leg. Top edge. Didn't really make any ground towards the fence. Was always landing short of fine leg. He comes through for a single, and that brings up the 350, which is very strongly applauded by a few travelling Sussex fans. I think
the bonus point. I think they probably think that's guaranteed with safety, but it was already guaranteed.
It was already guaranteed, yes, as Adrian's emails had told him. So they're obviously not listening. They're not listening to us as they're watching it live in the ground.
Anyway, yeah, just to finish this point, since that delivery, Simpson's played a shot of ball.
He plays another shot there, but he's picked out extra cover.
Which is sometimes indicative of a batter who thinks, "Oh, I've got away with one there." So, do you know what I mean? And they just suddenly, and he took on weight. I have no idea, and I'm not attaching any blame or anything to anybody because, that's the way the game is. But he is. You could also say, well, since he's got 100, he's played a shot of ball. He's played with tremendous freedom since he's gone to three figures, and he's played some fantastic shots, none better. And that straight six in the last over.
Yeah, straight at us actually, wasn't it? So over mid-off and onto the roof. Allison continues. Oh, that's nearly trickled onto the off stump. Simpson's just ridden the bounce, gotten on top of it, but he's played it with such soft hands that it's actually just rolled back towards the off stump, and it just died before it could clatter into the stumps. So he survives again. Double to end the over, 350 for 8. Just watching Simpson on that one, the appeal for the strangle down the leg side, he didn't kind of snap his head back to see if it had been caught, as batters so often do when they know they've got some batter involved. He just made sure he made his ground, grounded his bat, knowing it was the final ball of the over, and then walked up to talk to his pal Carvelas. So he didn't look like a man who thought he had hit it. Is all I'd say.
He doesn't do anything particularly demonstratively, does he? He's tremendously composed cricketer, I think. Carvelas drives this one up to mid-off, and there's no run. 350 for 8. The lead is 227. Lunch is 20 minutes away. I said if they're 250 ahead by lunch, well, I said 200, I think, that they'll be pretty much unassailable. They're ahead of that. They've been very dominant this morning. 122 runs added this morning. There's Matthew Waite in to bowl to Carvelas. Short and absolutely slapped away by Carvelas. And caught a trap or set, to be fair. Man out on the leg side boundary and hit straight down his throat. Isaac Mohammed, the catcher. And Carvelas goes, so 350 for 9. I think it's going to be a kind of a changeover at lunch maybe, and 2 sessions for Sussex to bowl Worcestershire out this afternoon looks about right. And I still think this game could end today.
I think it very much could end today, yeah. Like you said, just fell into the trap a little bit. I think, look, at this stage of the game, with the batters playing a shot of ball, Worcestershire were always going to have the field back, so no surprise that they had square leg and fine leg on the fence, and it just looked like it cramped him for room a little bit, that short ball. He couldn't free his arms to get a full swing through the with his bat path, and it just hit high on the bat, and he didn't time it particularly well, and he also didn't get the elevation, because that said, even if he'd hit it a little bit higher, it's not the biggest boundary in the world up towards the ladies' pavilion. So he probably did get enough of it to go for 6. He just couldn't get it over the man. He hit it flat. But yeah, nice little cameo that from Carvelas. Accompanied his skipper Simpson well. 3 boundaries.
57 they added.
57, yeah, 3 boundaries for Carvelas. He ends up on 20. I have to admit, I've never seen Unadkat bat, so I'm not 100% sure what to expect here.
No, nor me.
He's okay, says Adrian next to us.
That'll do him then. That'll be enough, probably.
Just get off strike and let Simpson have some fun.
It's the second time a team has gone to 350 here this season. Only the second time. Worcestershire made 358 in one game, but this is only the second time that any team has reached 350, I think, on this ground. I think I'm right in saying. I'm just going to check back when it was. Worcestershire made 358 in the first innings against Essex. There's Waite bowls, and this one is pushed out on the onside.
Yeah, they brought the field in for the number 11. So that man at square leg who took the catch is now saving 1. They've got a catching mid-wicket as well, so they obviously think Nadcat is going to fend one off from his hit maybe into the leg side aerially. Just the 2 slips, and then mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and a backward point. So just the 1 man on the fence down at long leg.
There's Waite again from the New Road end. In bowls taken on the pad, and he's out. LBW. So Adrian's got him. He's gone. Second ball. 350 the target, the total. John Simpson finishes unbeaten on 129, and Worcestershire can have a nasty little couple of overs to face before lunch. Ollie Robinson with the new ball. And they will not be relishing that. The Worcestershire openers, Jake Libby and Rayan Edavalath. John Simpson finishes unbeaten on 129, and applause for him as he goes off. He faced 160 deliveries, a brilliant innings, and the last man out was Nenadkat LBW to Matthew Waite without scoring. It's 350 the total, which means a first innings lead of 227, and by my reckoning, if we take off 10 minutes between innings, Worcestershire can have 5 minutes. I think it's 2 overs.
2 overs before lunch. Not it's a lose-lose scenario, isn't it, for the opening pair when they come out? And this pitch is still offering lateral movement. Even that one, that's just nipped back from Waite, and it's hit Nadcat on the back pad. The only question with that LBW decision was a little bit leg side, but I think it's whenever you get hit on the back leg, it's obviously got less distance to travel before it hits the stump, so umpires always factor that into their decision, and it did hit him in front of leg, middle and leg, so it looked pretty adjacent. Just the only question of whether it was going on to hit. I suspect it was one of those umpires' call decisions, perhaps. But another good piece of bowling. The ball's still moving around, and Ollie Robinson's now coming out with a fresh new ball, and Worcestershire have a daunting 227 runs to get just to make Sussex bat again, so well behind the game. But I suppose it's a free hit for them, isn't it? There's not a lot riding on this game now that Sussex are guaranteed their survival, and there's a couple of young top order players who will look to go out and take their opportunity for the last time in Division 1 for at least a year.
And I mean, they're professionals and they will want to do as well as they can, but the motivation for Worcestershire to dig in and really guts it out this afternoon is just not there, I don't think, and I can fully understand that. I think we've all been there as players. One team have got something to play for, Sussex, in that they've stayed up already, so they haven't really, but they can win the game. Worcestershire very unlikely to win it, and very unlikely, to be fair, with 8 sessions remaining to save it. So It's going to be an interesting afternoon and an interesting last few minutes before the lunch interval. We'll be back to bring them to you just before we go. Following figures briefly for Worcestershire: Taylor 4 for 106, Allison 3 for 104, Gibbon 1 for 73, Waite 2 for 47, Brooks no wicket for 13. The lead then is 227. Worcestershire will begin their second innings just before around about 12:25, and we'll be back with you then.
Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry's condition deteriorated, that he could no longer actually visit the hospice, St Richard's came to us. Larry had been very ill. He'd been in hospital, so he had a very lonely couple of weeks. Somebody from St Richard's rang and said, "We remember that Larry liked cricket. Would you like to come to the county ground for the day?" We were met at the door, taken up to the members' suite, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea. Larry lapped it up. To be out in the air, to watch the match, and just to feel he was special for that day. And you can see by his smile, he was having such a good time. This is the spot where we sat to watch the match. It's full of memories. It brings back lovely moments with my husband. I don't think Larry would have lived so long if we'd just been left to sort ourselves out. And I'm always grateful for everything that St Richard's did. They made our life wonderful. And I hope they can carry on doing that for other people.
Welcome back to Visit Worcestershire New Road, where Worcestershire have a very, very tricky sort of 6-7 minute session to negotiate before lunch. Ollie Robinson will be bowling with the new ball from his favourite Diglis end, and it'll be 2 overs, I reckon, as Worcestershire start this second innings with a deficit of 227, and Robinson bowls the first ball of the second innings to Rehan Edavalath, who drops it down on the offside. This morning we saw Sussex go from their overnight 228 for 5 to 350 all out in very quick time. John Simpson finishing unbeaten on a magnificent 129. But good knocks this morning too from Ollie Robinson 24, Ali Cavalis 20. 4 wickets for Tom Taylor, 3 for Ben Allison, 2 for Matthew Waite, 1 for Ben Gibbon. Adavalath is off the mark, getting on his toes to a ball that bounced quite steeply outside the off stump. Plays it out into the covers and gets a 1. Jake Libby is on strike. He's on a king pair, Jake Libby, having been demolished, had his castle demolished by Ollie Robinson in the first innings. So he'll be wanting not just to get off the mark, not just to get to lunch, but first of all to get off the mark, Jake Libby. He's a pretty phlegmatic sort of character. 12 runs away from 1,000 for the season. Can he get them in this his final innings of the season? And he can't, because he's I was going to say he's been caught down the leg side, but it's not been given, and it's the game of the non-walker, as we said. Nobody's going to walk for a little nick in this game, I don't think, given 1 or 2 decisions that have gone the wrong way for various reasons. And Jake Libby, I thought he might just have got a tickle on that one. There's massive celebration from all the slips, but Libby is unmoved, the umpire is unmoved, and he gets away with it. But there you go, it was almost the king pair.
Well, akin to John Simpson when he had a similar situation. He just didn't look like he was too worried, did he? I think he knew he didn't hit it.
Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure he's had a pair. I don't know if he has or not, but there aren't many that have had a king pair. It must be awful, isn't it?
There's one, I'm sure somebody will remind me. I think it was a couple of, might have been, was it 2013 maybe, when India were here? One of their batters had a king pair in that Test series against England.
I've done it in 3 balls, so I can't be too can't be too judgmental. Here's Robinson in bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Libby, and it remains 1 without us. So there'll be another 8 deliveries, I reckon, before the lunch interval. And we've been having a little sweepstake in the box here about whether Worcester will lose a wicket or not. I'm not going to say what I said. I don't want Worcester listeners to say I'm either too pro or too anti, so I'll keep my powder dry. Had a response about what stumps are made of. They're made of ash. English ash is what stumps are made of. That was my corollary question. Libby drives away on the offside, and he's off the mark with a 4. A diving attempt in the covers by Tom Alsop. Can't get a hand on it, and it goes to the boundary. So 5 off the first over, 5 without loss, 1 over gone, 1 more to go before lunch. Adavalath 1, Libby 4, and Worcestershire beginning this innings with a deficit of 227.
That was an unfortunate piece of fielding for Tom Alsop. He actually dove quite well to his right hand side to get a hand on it, but it's just popped off one of the cut strips on the square there, taking a wicked deflection, and in the end he did well to get a hand on it because he was already on the floor and he had to kind of stick his hand up above his head, but he's only managed to get a fingertip on it, which didn't stop the ball from going away to the fence. A beautiful piece of timing. It was just a gentle push.
It wasn't just a push, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't a full-blooded drive. Anyway, J. Devon Nadcat, unsurprisingly, is going to share the new ball once again with Ollie Robinson. 4 for 43 off 14 overs in the first innings. Himself and Robinson took all 10 wickets to fall, and he bowls full and wide outside the off stump, trying to swing it back into the right-hander, but it's left alone, and Simpson mops up with the gloves.
John Hope says, surely if Sussex can score freely on this, Worcester can bat and make this last more than 2 sessions. You would think so, John, but Ollie Robinson might have different ideas, and we're talking about it's kind of motivation, isn't it, really, as well? What drives you on? I'm sure they'll be trying.
3 slips in a gully. Wait, an Adcat, who once again is looking for swing outside off. There isn't anything on offer. Left alone by Davalath.
Glyn Barrington says he's guessing at the answer to the quiz. I guess okay, but I don't know why. It's not okay.
That was my guess as well.
Not okay. So final reading of the question. I'll give the answer after lunch. Mark Faber, ex-Sussex batsman, Oxford University. Imran Khan, Oxford University and Sussex and Worcestershire. What 2-letter abbreviation links those two at Frank Watson 58, if you've got an answer?
Nadcat left arm over. 3rd delivery in a row that is left alone outside the off stump by Rehan Davala.
And Tom Taylor, by the way, got his 250th first-class wicket this morning. Thanks to Cricket Fan for telling me that. I did know, actually, but it slipped my mind amongst the action. So 250th first-class wicket. Great effort.
Just needs to straighten up his line here a bit. And Nadcat, he's giving the ball every chance to swing back in. That's not really been what the damage is, where it's come from in this game. It's been off the pitch rather than in the air. And as soon as I say that, he's going to come left arm around and try and target those stumps. This time he makes a Davalath play as he defends off his off stump into the offside, no run.
Good from a Davalath so far. His feet appear to be moving quite well. Got back to one from Robinson in the first over to get off the mark. Got nicely forward to that one. I mean, that's the other thing about this. It's all very well you're saying how far behind they are and everything else, but it's an opportunity for young players, Davalath, Isaac Mohammed, Latigan, to gain some experience in tough conditions against top-class bowling.
Nadcat comes in, it's defended again on the front foot, and will they come through for a single? No, they won't. Point and Gully were both going after the ball, and the man at Gully dove to his right hand side and got a hand on it, and he actually knocked it past the man at Point, who was wrong footed, but he manages to recover quickly enough to keep Davalath on strike. So 5 dot balls so far in this Nadcat over, his first, the second of the innings. Worcestershire have 5 without loss. Davalath is on 1. He's gotten off a pair, having been dismissed for a duck in the first innings. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the last delivery before lunch. So all things going well for Rehan Davalath. It looks like Worcestershire are just 1 delivery away from surviving this little 2-over burst before lunch unscathed. He plays a full-blooded drive through the offside. I don't think this is going to reach the fence. Not perfectly timed, but it's a nice looking stroke through extra cover. Comes back for a couple. 2 runs off that Nadcat over. Davalath moves to 3, and that will indeed be lunch. So Worcestershire survive what could have been a very tricky 2-over spell before the luncheon interval. They've reached 7 without loss. Both openers who departed in the first innings without scoring have gotten off the mark. Rehan Davalath is 3, having faced 8 deliveries. Jake Libby 4, having faced the same number. Ollie Robinson 1 over none for 5. Nadcat none over 1 for 2, and I make that the deficit is now 220. Frank, is that right?
Absolutely, 220 on the nose, and we will be back at 10 minutes past 1 or just before that when Worcestershire start again in this their second innings. So earlier today, if you're just joining us, very quick resume. Sussex overnight 228 for 5, bowled out for 350. John Simpson unbeaten on 129. 4 wickets for Tom Taylor. A lead of 227. Worcestershire 2 overs to face before lunch. They've managed to survive them. They're 7 without loss. We'll see you later.
Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. He was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hug. When Larry's condition deteriorated, that he could no longer actually visit the hospice, St Richard's came to us. Larry had been very ill. He'd been in hospital, so he had a very lonely couple of weeks. Somebody from St Richard's rang and said, "We remember that Larry liked cricket. Would you like to come to the county ground for the day?" We were met at the door, taken up to the members' suite, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea. Larry lapped it up. To be out in the air, to watch the match, and just to feel he was special for that day. Oh, well, you can see by his smile. He was having such a good time. This is the spot where we sat to watch the match. It's full of memories. It brings back lovely moments with my. He lived so long. If we'd just been left to sort ourselves out, and I'm always grateful for everything that St Richard's did. They made our life wonderful, and I hope they can carry on doing that for other people.
What I was going to say is, I'm 67, and every year I get now, I just think, well, that's a bonus. They want me. Good afternoon. You probably heard all that because we had the microphones on. Talking about my background to Nathan alongside me. And the last thing I said, if I wasn't working, I'd probably be here, is true. And what better place to be than here on a sunny September afternoon like this. 7 without loss, Worcestershire, trailing by 220. And Ollie Robinson in from the Digley end for the first ball after lunch. It's short down the leg side. Jake Libby just swivels round and lets it go. The talk in the press box at lunchtime, or some of it, was about whether we think we will be here tomorrow. I kind of think a lot depends on this next hour. You know, if Worcestershire lose 3 wickets in this next hour, then I think probably they could get rushed out today. But if they can survive this hour with the ball new and nipping around and Robinson fresh, then perhaps things will last until tomorrow. That one outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. Davalath and Libby surviving that nasty little 2-over session before the break. What do you think, Nathan Johns? Do you think it'll be here? We'll be here tomorrow?
No, I think so. I think there is still plenty of lateral movement in this pitch, but it's not doing what it did this time yesterday when it was every other ball was beating the outside edge, clattering, nip backing, hitting blokes on the pad, hitting them on the hip, hitting them on the thigh pad. It's not quite doing that. Already, given it was a low bar, given there was a wicket on the third ball, these two look substantially more comfortable.
Short from Robinson again. Libby again looks for the hook, but kind of gives up on the shot really. Nowhere near it, and through it goes to John Simpson, the Sussex wicketkeeper who played quite beautifully in the Sussex innings, making 129 not out, and 2 or 3 really superb shots after he'd gone past 100, including one straight 6 that went straight over our heads here in the commentary box. 4 slips waiting as Robinson moves in again and bowls to Libby, and he's leaving that one alone outside the off stump. Libby, who needs 8 more runs to get to 1,000 for the season. Been very consistent as ever, and I will just say, without making too much of it, 1,000 for a player who's played all his home games here at New Road is a pretty good effort from Jake Libby. 167 down at Hove against Sussex, and 100 in either innings here against Hampshire. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and an unbeaten double 100 away against Hampshire. So his record against Hampshire this season in the Championship, 434 runs for once out. That's not bad going, is it? I think Hampshire bowlers will be fed up with Jake Libby. So 434 against Hampshire, and he's 8 away from 1,000 for the season. A very, very consistent performer, and the captain, of course, when they won that one-day cup the other day. Left alone again, this one outside the off stump. So Robinson not really troubling Libby too much in that over. It was a maiden, and Worcestershire continue to be exactly 220 runs behind at 7 without loss.
I think the fact that Ollie Robinson used both of the shorter deliveries that were available to him in that over would suggest, just listening to the PA there, it will be Jade Evan Natcat who continues with the new ball, but the fact that he went a little bit shorter suggests that the ball is not, this pitch maybe rather than the ball, is not doing as much as it did this time yesterday. They're just looking at different ways of getting this Worcestershire pair out, which is probably why I'm a little bit more optimistic that they will put up a bit of a fight back and take things into day 3 tomorrow. And Natcat is going to continue. He's bowling around the wicket to a Davalath, and that is left alone. It swings back in, but not until after it had passed the stumps. So
if you take this innings out of context, Worcestershire already relegated, probably can't get a result in this game. If you just break it down, a Davalath Isaac, Latigan, all young players, a chance for them to spend an hour or two at the crease against good quality bowling on a difficult surface and grow as players. That's what it's all about, really.
And that got in this time. Davlat has to play a few shouts of it. Well, for a second I think the slip Gordon thought Davlat had missed that, but it comes firmly off the bat with a forward defensive and no run.
You read players' autobiographies, you hear interviews with them, and they say things like, don't they? I've read it a few times, you know. Oh, and then I got a chance against so and so. Although we lost the game, I spent an hour and a half facing so and so, and I went away and thought, well, I can play at this level. I do belong at this level. So there's the opportunity for those sort of experiences to happen in circumstances like this. There's always another aspect to a game than what you can apparently see.
And that cat once again makes a Davlat play that just rolls off the outer half of the bat towards gully. Once again there is no run. There are 3 slips next to that fielder in the gully. Backward point, kind of a wide mid-off rather than an extra cover. Traditional field, isn't it? No cover, inviting the drive through the offside with the catchers behind the wicket. In waiting, Ollie Robinson's at mid-on. He's waving up to the balcony. He wants something. I think maybe he's suggesting he needs a drink. Or I think he's actually was pointing to where an Adcat will be fielding at a fine leg. I think he was actually asking that a drink be sent down to his fellow opening bowler when he gets through this over. But he's only halfway through for now, and that's beaten the outside edge. That wasn't too far away. Davlat, I think he's ended up playing inside the line. It might have just nipped away, angled in, and moves off the seam outside the edge. Yeah, just those clouds just nicely breaking now. Looks like proper summer's day. I'm not sure how cold it is. We're nicely protected by the glass here in our commentary box, but given the late juncture of the season, it's absolutely glorious. In comes the Nadcat. Penultimate delivery up this over. That's another play and a miss outside the off. A couple of the slip fielders were running up. They thought that had taken the edge, but not for the first time. And Nadcat just gets that one to leave at Davlat and beat the outside edge. It's a good start for the Indian quick. After lunch, he's played... How many tests he played? He's played 4 test matches for India. I think all of them actually come outside India. I think he's played a couple in the West Indies, 1 in Bangladesh. I think the 4th one might have been in South Africa. Yes, it was. God, he debuted in 2010 for India test match. He's been around for a while. There he is. Final delivery of this over, and he beats the outside edge 3 times in a row. Davlat plays and misses, but crucially, he survives. 4 overs gone. It's another maiden. Back-to-back maidens to start after lunch.
I think the another factor about batting in these circumstances is that you have to be able to forget the ball that's gone. You have to play the next one, and whether you've nicked it and it's dropped short, or you've been dropped off a no ball, or whatever it might be, forget it. It's gone. Only the next ball that matters. That's the way that Davlat has got to view this experience, and I'm sure he is. He's a mature young man. He's quite well aware of what he's got to do to build a career as an opening batter, and he could learn a lot from the man at the other end, who himself is beaten, squared up by this one from Robinson, a real beauty. But Jake Libby, he is as cool and phlegmatic as they come at the crease, or he certainly appears that way. Played the 2nd longest innings in the history of Championship cricket at Chelmsford 3 or 4 years ago, and he will just keep going. First ball in the first innings, looking to improve on that this time round. Robinson in again to him, and he's pushing this one up to mid-off.
Well, we figured out why Ollie Robinson was waving to the balcony. He was trying to get a helmet on, because he's got a short leg fielder in close now. So Sussex just going on the attack a little bit. I think he is bowling the odd short ball, which would explain that, but I think he's almost as there as much for the fuller delivery that just nips back, doesn't it? Takes the inside edge and might loop up off the pad. I quite like that move, I have to say. It's attacking, and given where they are in the game, 200 runs ahead on day 2, I like the move.
Oh, that's a good one from Robinson. Nips back, takes Libby on the thigh, drops out on the offside. That one moved quite sharply, I think. Yeah, I mean, I was an opening batter, and you expect to be attacked, and you expect the new ball to be sort of targeted at the top of off and to have 2 or 3 slips in, but it was just a little bit more uncomfortable if there's a short leg in there, just breathing down your neck, having the odd word maybe, questioning how confident you feel and so on. I just think it puts a little bit of pressure on. Robinson bowls, Libby in behind that, pushes out on the offside. But that said, we're talking about a very, very experienced opening batsman in Jake Libby. It takes a lot to phase him.
I'm sure a short leg is saying something a bit more unrepeatable than questioning your confidence.
Yeah, well, no, you know what I mean. I mean, you didn't know much about that one, or
Yes.
you don't fancy this, do you? Or cool, that was a good delivery. Do you know what? I actually think in county cricket there's a bit less of that goes on than people think. In league cricket, it's probably a bit worse actually.
It's brutal on a Saturday.
Yeah,
some of the
it's
stuff.
Ridiculous, some of it. Got a leg slip in now as Libby lets that go. That's a good one outside the off stump. Bit of bounce. Good leave actually from Libby. Late decision. So we've got 4 slips. We've got the short leg in, and we've got a leg gully in there. There is a theory in county cricket amongst some that Libby doesn't play the short ball very well. I personally don't subscribe to it. Libby doesn't either. He's quite comfortable to be attacked with a short ball. Takes it on actually quite often. But they're looking for a little deflection here, aren't they, rather than a sort of mishit pull or something like that. With that leg gully and the short leg, lets that one go outside the off stump again. Good judgment from Libby, and that is the end of the over from Robinson. Worcestershire still haven't scored a run since lunch. They've had 3 overs since the break. They are 7 without loss.
Yeah, very much going on the attack. Sussex, well, with good reason, miles ahead in this game. Plenty of time left as well in both this day and in the match. We're only just started the afternoon session on day 2. Be interesting to see, does a Nadcat also go similarly attacking with his field? First impressions are he won't. No close catches on the leg side, no leg slip either, so he's gone more regulation. 3 slips and a gully. Maybe, I don't know, is that a 4th slip? Is that a gully? Well, it's being a bit pedantic. I think there's enough of a gap between third and the man next to him that you can call it gully. And here comes the left arm Indian quick around the wicket into a Davalath, and that's defended towards Ollie Robinson, who picks the ball up at mid-on, and he'll wipe it on his forehead, get a bit of sweat onto the shiny side, and he'll start going to work as he starts shining it as well. 7 without loss, as you said. So what this is, the 19th delivery. There have been 19 deliveries rather since the lunch break, and Worcestershire have yet to add to their total. So there's 7 without loss. At Davalath 3 of 15 deliveries, Libby 4 off 16. They still trail by 200 on the nose. Davalath in past the umpire. Oh, that's a bit of extra bounce. Takes it past the outside edge. He's playing this well, is a Davalath. He's played and missed quite a lot to a Nadcat, but I think he's doing well in the sense that he's just playing inside the line. So if the ball holds and doesn't move, he'll probably hit the face of the bat and be defended safely. If it does move, he's playing inside the line enough that it won't take the edge.
Yeah, I think every minute that he stays out there is part of his cricketing education, isn't it? And he's got a long career ahead of him, we hope, and making the most of the experience.
He plays this time, makes contact, but it's guided off the bat towards gully. No run. So what's that? 21 deliveries now since lunch without scoring. I suppose that's the play for Worcestershire, isn't it? Scoring, you always look to score and look to be positive, but given where they are in the game, it's just about occupying the crease and, like you said, getting some overs in the legs, so to speak, of these young batters. Overs at, time at the crease.
Yeah.
They've got 2 days to bat if they want to. Not that I think that'll be a straightforward task. Fuller from a Nadcat. This time there is a drive down the ground, but Davalath doesn't time it. Robinson once again fields, no run.
I mean, you've got to play really well, haven't you, to stay in, to bat for any length. And talk about the very long innings. You talk about Hashim Amla has played some epic innings, including that amazing one for Surrey 2 or 3 years ago. Libby, as I said, the second longest innings in Championship history at Chelmsford a few years ago. You've got to play really well to stay in for that long.
And that cat fires that one in outside the off stump. It is moving back into the right-hander, but the problem is all the movement is coming after the batter has decided to let it go as it goes through to Simpson behind the stumps. It's another dot ball.
And I think you've got to play really well just to stay in for that long, because, you know, when we're talking 6, 7, 8 hours at the crease, most people you'd miss a straight one, wouldn't you? You'd miss time one. You'd hit it in the air. Even if you're not looking to score, even if you're just looking to block it, you've got to play really, really well to play an innings of that kind of length. Focus and concentration must be excellent.
Davalath continues to concentrate here. He plays that one probably just outside his off stump, but forced into playing by the angle from Anadkat. It's another forward defensive, another maiden. That's 4 in a row now since the lunch interval. Worcestershire are still 7 without loss, trailing by 200.
I'm going to give the answer to the quiz. My quiz question this morning, final reading of it. Which 2-letter abbreviation links Mark Faber, former Oxford University and Sussex batsman, and Imran Khan, former Oxford University and Sussex and Worcestershire all-rounder? Which 2-letter abbreviation links those two was the question I asked this morning.
Can I give a guess before you give the answer?
After this ball from Robinson, I'll allow you to do that. Robinson bowls and Libby edges in the air, halfway in the air out to Tom Alsop at cover, who dives to his right at point actually and gets a right hand on it, but they scamper through for 2. So 2 runs finally added since lunch. And there you go. Right, go on, Nathan.
Well, I'm just saying this based purely on Imran. Is it PM?
It is PM. Well done. It is PM. That is the answer. PM for Prime Minister. And the reason it links the two, and this is the tricky bit, I guess, but if you know your Sussex cricketers, you might have known anyway. Imran Khan, of course, was Prime Minister of Pakistan. Let's break off as Robinson bowls again, and Libby's taken on the pad, drops short of the man at short leg. And Mark Faber was the grandson of British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan.
There we go.
So that is the link. Nice little sort of lateral thinking one from a cricket point of view. But Mark Faber, who sadly passed away aged 40 owing to a leg injury that he suffered playing cricket, and an operation went wrong, I think, and a few years later he passed away. Apparently a man whose game would have been very suited to the modern game. He liked to go out and give it a whack, even back in the 70s. Libby edges this one from Robinson. That's exactly the sort of ball that could have got him. Bounced and left him. He played at it and he sliced it, really. It was a thick edge over third slip and down to third man for 4. So a fortuitous boundary for Jake Libby. Takes him into double figures, and Worcestershire 13 without loss. So yeah, Mark Faber, grandson of Harold Macmillan, and all sorts of sort of, dare I say, jazz hat statistics. Got 100 for Eton at Lords against Harrow, or for Harrow against Eton in that game once before he went to university, and was break off as this one is bowled and Libby gets a single, pushed that on the onside. He was also a public schools rackets champion. Apparently rackets is an amazing game, still played in some schools including Malvern College, where this man Rayhana Davalath went to school. Played with a hard ball at the Queen's Club in London is where I think Mark Faber won his awards, his trophies, and he was a brilliant rackets player, a dashing batter by all accounts, and grandson of Harold Macmillan. So he shares that with Imran Khan. PM was the answer I was looking for. Hope you enjoyed it. If you had a go. If you didn't, I've put you out of your misery. There we go. Another quiz question tomorrow if we're back.
Always enjoy the quiz questions, Frank. Never.
Robinson, last penultimate ball of the over outside the off stump. Good leave by Davalath, who hasn't faced much of Robinson. Got him out in the first innings. Caught behind. Third ball, having had a massive LBW appeal turned down first ball. But Rayhana Davalath is really concentrating hard out there. 3 not out of 21 deliveries. Tidy, well organised right-hander. Slight of build. Weights back raised, feet fairly close together in his stance, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. End of the over from Robinson. 5 runs came from it. Libby has 11. In fact, I think 7 might have come from it. Libby has 11. Adavalath has 3, and Worcestershire are still 213 runs in arrears. They're 14 without loss.
Yeah, bloke I went to uni with once had to face Ollie Robinson in a first-class game. He was back during COVID, and he was a wicket-keeper, and he played in the Kent Premier League, and I think the entire Kent team got wiped out by a close contact tracing or something. So he had to pick a completely different 11, which meant dipping into the club scene. And this poor bloke, he probably was only about 19 or 20 at the time, had to go play a championship game against Sussex. And, I think from memory, I think Ollie Robinson got him out early on. But yeah, just that popped into my head, that story, watching him bowl there as a Nat Cat comes in. And it's been a while since Libby has faced him. In fact, I'm not sure, has Libby even faced a Nat Cat in this innings? Might have done before lunch, but that's the first ball he's faced from him after lunch, and he defends it into the offside. So yeah, imagine getting that phone call. You've you know,
straight in.
Very good club cricketer, but you know, by no means a first-class player. And you just get a phone call, July 2021. Sorry, mate, you got to come and face. I think Robinson was in the England team by that point, wasn't he? So you got to come in and face England's fast bowler.
It's
And that cat comes in, squares Libby up with one that leaves him off the pitch, but beats the edge, doesn't take it, no run.
When I played in the Birmingham League, Warwickshire had a team in the league, and if they hadn't got a first team game, or if players were coming back from injury or whatever, you would often go out and play against, you know, even test players at times. Alan Donald played a few times. I opened the batting in a league game once when Tim Munton and Gladstone Small opened the bowling. So it happened. In New Zealand it happens all the time, because when the first class teams aren't playing, all the players go and play club cricket, or they did when I was there.
This one's defended by Libby into the
And that's his 1,000.
offside. Right, I was wondering what the big cheer was for.
1,000 for the season for Jake Libby. Good knowledgeable supporters applauding effects, Mike. So well done to Jake Libby, and some of the Sussex players applauding as well, because I think they all recognise that that's a milestone that is pretty worthy, don't they? And of course we saw 2 of their own players, John Simpson and James Coles, reach that milestone in this game as well. Good effort from Jake Libby.
Brings Adavalath back on strike. He's faced plenty of a Nat Cat here, and he just sways out of the way of a short ball. He thought for a second of taking it on, but just at the last minute drops his hands and lets the ball go through to Simpson behind the stumps. They do have a man in close catching on the leg side. He's not at short leg, where Ollie Robinson did have a catcher, but they've got a forward square who's about 15 yards away from the bat. So the short ball is an option here.
So yeah, when I played in New Zealand at that time, and it was back in the 80s, but I think it's still pretty much the case. You know, if Northern Districts and Auckland and Central Districts aren't actually playing, and of course they don't play that many games because there are fewer teams, then most of the players will play club cricket. So you can find yourself genuinely opening the batting or whatever opening the bowling against test players at the other end, and they just take it in their stride, really, most of them.
And Nat Cat comes back to over the wicket this time. There's a big appeal behind. Has he nicked that? The answer is no. Adavalath once again playing and missing outside his off stump. Everyone was keen.
They liked it,
Slip
didn't they?
cordon, wicket keeper, bowler. They all went up. As we have a look at the replay here in front of us, it's definitely moved across him. Maybe did his bat clip the pad on the way through, and that was what made a noise?
It's so hard to tell, isn't it, on these replays? But no, I think he played inside it, didn't he? He probably missed it. It went quite sharply off the pitch. Good umpiring. They've been under a bit of pressure in this game, the umps.
What's another play and a miss outside off? And Nat Cat versus Adavalath is some battle here.
It certainly is. Goodness me.
The Indian seamer is all over him, but he still survives another over, does Ryan Adavalath. He's 3 not out, having faced 25 deliveries. He's been there for a while now. 8 overs gone. Worcestershire 15 without loss.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter whether he's over the wicket or round the wicket. He's beating the bat, and it's absolutely fascinating stuff. But they've done all right, these two so far. 8 overs gone. That nasty little 2 over session before lunch. They've stuck around. Sun's shining. they'll be hoping that conditions are easing. They, of course, I had the heavy roller on between innings. That will have had an effect, and it usually lasts for an hour or two. But there's still 5 slips in for Robinson. No short leg anymore as he comes into Libby, and he bowls and he beats him outside the off stump, and he throws his head skywards, and Libby goes for his little walk away to square leg. You do feel, don't you, Nathan, that it's just a matter of time before one of these two nicks one. But it's just about as I say, put it behind you, get on with the next one, just focus, one ball at a time, play and miss, doesn't matter.
He's built up a rhythm as Robinson. I think that one over he had before lunch, he just hadn't quite hit his stride, and like you said, maybe the intrinsic motivation to bowl just one over before you go off and have your lunch is difficult. But as he's built into this spell, his pace is up, the ball is moving more.
That one is pushed up to mid-off by Jake Libby. I remember watching Robinson when he first came into the test side. It might even have been his very first test. And I was watching along with a couple of others, one of whom had played county cricket, and just watching that little session, and he was an opening batter, and was immediately struck by seam presentation. He said it straight away, just really like the way that he presents the seam. Takes Libby on the pad, a strangled appeal, and there's no run. And there's just something, when he gets it right, he looks as threatening as any of our English bowlers of this sort of pace, I think. He's not of the Joffer Archer, Gus Atkinson pace, more of the sort of Chris Woke sort of pace. I mean, he's done well when he's played for England as well. I think he's probably a little bit unlucky not to be in the conversation anymore for when it comes to the England setup, and there might be reasons for that I don't know about, but I just think in the right conditions there aren't many better, actually. And look at this field.
Yeah, it's gone proper attacking. There's now only 2 fielders who aren't catching. What is it? 6 slips and a short leg.
As he bowls to Libby, and he drops it in short. And I said Libby doesn't mind taking it on, and he does take it on, and he hammers it over square leg, 1 bounce for 4. So 6 slips. Picture this, listeners. Picture it, viewers, because you can't see it on the live stream. You can only see the strip. 6 slips, short leg, deep backward square on the rope, and a square leg inside the circle. Square leg now going back as well. So 6 slips, short leg, and 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, 1 in front of square, 1 behind. And Ollie Robinson targeting Jake Libby with the short ball. And Libby will take it on, although there's a man back there now. Whether he takes it on now, we'll have to wait and see. And then he comes, he bowls, and he does take it on. This time he's got on top of it, he's kept it down, and he's picked up a single to mid-wicket. First saw Stuart Broad do it at Trent Bridge. Libby was an ex-Notts player. Maybe they thought that he was vulnerable to the short ball when he was there. Saw Stuart Broad go round the wicket at Trent Bridge with a short leg gully, man just in front of square by the umpire, and a man out on the square leg boundary, and a man at deep backward square, and he just bombed him from round the wicket for about an hour. And eventually Libby got out, not exactly how it was planned, as Robinson finishes the over with a dot ball, left alone by Adewalath. He clipped one off his toes, and it went about a foot in the air to the man just in front of square on the edge of the sort of circle, if there'd been one, and he was caught. And then word seemed to get round, and a few other teams have tried it, particularly on slow pitches. And I've talked to Libby about it, and he says it doesn't bother me at all, and I will take it on. I'm confident in the way that I play the short ball. And he looked like it in that particular over. 20 without loss at the end of it. Adewalath has 3, Libby has 17. Nathan Johns is going to have a well-earned break, and Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex, is back. We've given the answer to the quiz, Adrian, so your correspondents, your email correspondents who got it right, will have heard, if they've been listening, PM was the answer. And Nadcat bowls the first ball of a new over to Libby, who pushes up to mid-on, and Robinson does the fielding.
I think the Worcestershire openers are battling away here, aren't they? This is a really stern examination against a Nudcat and Ollie Robinson. I heard you talking about the heavy roller and maybe the pitch may have flattened a little, but nonetheless these two are high-class operators, and it's not easy. And even though Sussex have achieved their goal in this match of retaining their place in Division 1, they'll want to win the game, and you know, Worcestershire will want to save the game if they can. They're all professionals.
And Nudcat bowls, and Libby punches this through mid-wicket, get a couple of runs. It's gone to 1,000 in the course of this innings. Moves on to 19 now.
Well, what a wonderful achievement that is from Jake Libby. In fact, I was looking back at the game that was played down at Hove.
And he got 100, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah. And he got, I was just saying when you were off air, he's got 400 runs against Hampshire in the Championship this year for once out.
He made 162. Worcestershire needed 361 to win in the second innings, and for a while with Libby was there, it looked like he might do it.
Ooh, he won't be doing it today, or will he? Yes, I was going to say he was going to be given LBW because I saw the umpire move his hand in response to that appeal, but he's then dropped his hand down to his side. He was just moving his counter, and he survived it, Jake Libby. But yeah, 167 I think was it at Sussex. I've got down in my.
Oh right, you're probably. I've got 162.
And then 228 not out at Hampshire, and then 200s in the game against Hampshire here, one of which was not out. He's had a pretty good season, considering he's had to play half his innings here as well, to be fair.
Well, he batted beautifully at Hove, and I say that was a good game, needing 361 to win Worcester, and eventually they were out just 47 runs short.
He waits again now. There's an Nudcat bowls to him, and he's beaten. Gosh, I've lost track of
I have.
the number of times the Nudcat's gone past the bat.
Well, and Robinson, haven't they? Innings. I mean, since lunch, at least half a dozen times.
Oh, at least more. I think Adaval, I think, was 3 on the trot at the end of one Nudcat over. But, as you say, they're still there. It is a stern examination. And for a young player like Adavalath, this is vital, isn't it? What great experience. Doesn't matter about the result. Just the experience of getting stuck in out there against bowling of this quality. Every delivery he faces is part of his growth as a young batter.
He's gone past
again. He's beaten by that one. Whether there's a little bit of nip or whether they're just playing inside the line or not, I'm not entirely sure, but it's tough. I know it's tough out there.
I think I can't believe hasn't picked up a couple of he's beaten.
There's a bit of nip, isn't there? Yeah. Just a little bit of nip off the surface. Batsman gets in line. I think Libby, though, he's getting back, he's protecting his stumps, and he's knowing that he's playing down that line, and if the ball goes too far the other way, then he's quite happy to miss it. Here's an Nudcat again, bowls, drifts into the pads, but Libby gets a leading edge, trying to turn it on the leg side, fell over it a little bit, edge runs out. Square on the offside, end of the over. Very, very good one from Nudcat. His figure's now 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 5. 22 without loss. Worcestershire still trail by 205.
In terms of who will be going down from the First Division, clearly we know about Worcester, which is a great shame, but it looks at this stage as if probably Durham could be in some danger, because they made 346 in reply. Yorkshire 73 for 1. That's a game that Durham have to win, and Hampshire reasonably well placed in the game against Surrey. Surrey in their second innings just break off as Ollie Robinson is on his way in from the Digley's End bowls. Oh, well, he's got a bit of pad on that, or a bit of bottom of the bat. It's signalled as a leg by. So one more to the total, which goes to 23 without loss. So Surrey 9 without loss in their second innings, but still trailing Hampshire by 92. A win for Hampshire, and if Durham don't win their game, then Durham would be back in the second division. So they really need to beat Yorkshire, and if that were the case, that would put Yorkshire in some trouble. So still a lot to play for. Here there are 5 slips in place, and Sussex again have set this field for the short delivery for Jake Libby as Robinson is running in from the Digley's End. He's in and bowls, and Libby punches that down the ground through mid on. They've taken 1. They'll come back for maybe 2 or 3. It's a long chase all the way down to the far end of the ground. Didn't see who that was actually. He was chasing that all the way down there. Might have been Danny Lamb, but it's 3 to Jake Libby. He goes to 22 and the total to 26 without loss.
Yeah, well, you talking about not wanting to miss going to Worcester. My feeling, if Durham come down, I like Durham. I love Chesterley Street when I get there, but it's when I get there. It's a long old haul, isn't it?
It is. Robinson in bowls. His forward plays into the offside. Robinson fields. If he shies at the stumps, well, he misses the stumps, and Libby, I think, would probably have been home, but he probably had his heart in his mouth for a couple of minutes. The single is taken. Total goes to 27 without loss. It also goes to 4. Yeah, it is. And you got there for T20 as well, didn't you? I mean, that's a real trek for 40 overs of cricket.
It is. I've done that one. Done that where I've just gone up for the T20 and back the same day.
Oh, crumbs! That's some miles, isn't it?
It is. Well, my daughter went to Durham Uni and kind of got used to it, but yeah, it just goes on forever, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
A1.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I always think you get to Leeds and you think you're nearly there, but you're not.
You're not, no.
Robinson into bowl to Libby, and he cuts firmly. It's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot.
That's a Libby shot. You'll have seen that a few times at Hove, Adrian.
Yeah, just short outside the off stump, and no one in the covers. Sussex with a very attacking field, and Libby crunches that one away through the covers for 4 runs. Nice shot. Good start here from Worcestershire. 31 without loss. Sussex trying to press home their advantage with this new ball. Ryan Flower and Ashley Wright, Sussex batting coaches, going for a wander around the ground, just down below us. Robinson is back to his mark and makes his way in. Over the wicket bowls. Short, pulled away. Is he going to be caught? No, he's not. It's a well-directed pull shot. Harry Cavalis is out on the leg side boundary, or tries of catch, but it was nowhere near him. And Libby comes up for a second run, and he's, as you were explaining to Nathan, he's not afraid to take on this short delivery.
No.
Didn't quite time that. Nonetheless, he goes to 28 on the scoreboard. Oh, I can see it here. He goes to 28, yes.
I'm quite disappointed with my Worcestershire listeners for their lack of an attempt at the quiz, Adrian.
Oh, yeah.
All Surrey, well, one Worcestershire listener got it right. All the Sussex
Robinson
correspondents fancied it.
Bowls to Libby, sort of swivels and pulls the ball down to fine leg, where it's fielded by J-Dev and Nutek. I can see Jack Carr, the end of the over, I should say, and Worcestershire 34 without loss. Libby is on 29. Ruth is on 4. Jack Carson is operating here as the making sure Sussex get around quickly and avoid any points deductions, because Sussex have been a little tardy with their over 8. I mean, they're showing a +1 at the moment, which is good news, but suddenly against Hampshire, I think it was one of the games, either Hampshire or Yorkshire, at one stage they were -4 in the last couple of weeks.
Worcestershire have been docked points, but it's obviously didn't bother anybody too much, because they were already that far away from everybody at the bottom of the table. They didn't worry too much about it. But yeah, it's annoying, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's just throwing points away, isn't it?
Here comes an Adcat bowls to Libby, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. 34 without loss.
I just think you have to work so hard for points, Frank. You know, why wouldn't you? But it's almost inexcusable, really. And actually, you can generally tell. You know, it's just little things, isn't like helmets being brought out onto the field, getting around quickly between overs. When we were at Scarborough, Harry Duke was keeping wicket for Yorkshire, and he ran every over. End of the over, he ran, and it sort of seemed to gee everybody else up.
Set the tone, I think. You're absolutely right. Difficult for some, especially if the keeper's the captain.
Well, totally, yeah.
And Adcat bowls again, worked away on the leg side by Libby. Just be a single down to long leg.
Well, which is clearly the case at Sussex. So, John Simpson's probably thinking about bowling changes or fielding changes. So it's quite nice to have someone else who's doing that geeing up.
Yeah.
It looks like Jack Carson's doing it.
Very important. Yeah, just going back to the quiz, final word. I mean, not everybody from Sussex had a go, but there were quite a few correct answers quite early on, which I thought was good, because it was quite a tough one. But only one of my Worcestershire regular correspondence actually got the answer. So well done to him. And I'd kept bowls, and well, I've seen that before. Round the wicket, Adevalath pushing at it, plays inside the line. Not deliberately, beaten, plays down the wrong line, I think, to be fair. I don't think he's pulled his bat away, but it's happened again and again and again. And yeah, it's a really good delivery again from an Adcap. Tiny little bit of movement maybe off the seam, but doesn't need to be much. But he is really testing.
He is.
Adevalath. And those 4 slips, I mean, there's sometimes when you're in the slips, you don't fancy much is coming your way. Blocks this next one nicely, Adevalath. But I always think, Adrian, I've said this before, it's like when you go fishing. I used to go fishing, don't anymore, but you're watching your float or your rod tip, and you're in a state of high anticipation. And then some days, there's no fish biting, there's not much going on, and you're kind of watching your float, but you're not really that bothered. And then other times, you know there's fish around and they're feeding, and you're watching your float and you're thinking it's going to go any minute. That's what they're like now in the slips, I think, these guys. Don't lose your concentration, it's coming. Round the wicket, and Adcap bowls. Not shot off that one though. Good shot from Adevalath, just slightly fuller from an Adcap. Not a half volley, but slightly fuller, and he just leans into it, Adevalath, and steers it through the covers for 2. Now I'm going to put something else out there for Worcestershire supporters to get in touch if they would like to, at Frank Watson 58 on X or Twitter. You can also contact Adrian, sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. Mainly for Worcestershire supporters, but I suppose Sussex supporters could answer the same question. My question is, and I'd kept bowls, and that's a beautiful shot. That is Adevalath's best shot so far, over pitched on middle and leg, whipped away through mid wicket for 4. Lovely shot. He goes into double figures. Rayhan Adevalath is 10-41 without loss. My question is, relegation but a cup, is that good enough? Is that a good season? Relegation but a cup. So you've got on the honours board pictures inside the pavilion. Haven't won that many trophies over the years. The One Day Cup counts as a trophy, but they've been relegated and things are staying the same, 2 divisions. So how does that rate for you, Worcestershire fans? Relegation but a One Day Cup. I'll keep my own views on that under wraps just for the moment, but how does that work for you, bearing in mind that Worcestershire B team is about to win the county championship? Adrian, we'll have to point that out as well. Well, tongue in cheek, firmly. 41 without loss, changing the bowling.
It'll be Harry Cavalis who's going to come in. Harry Cavalis, who is his last game in Sussex colours. Wonder whether he can finish with a flourish. He's coming in over the wicket from the Digley's end, bowls to Libby, who's back and punches that through the covers for 4 runs. That's not a great start. A little too wide outside the off stump and punched away through the covers for 4. Jack Carson doing some warming up at first slip. We haven't seen well, in fact we haven't seen any spin in the match so far.
No.
I wonder whether we might see a good start, and that was a nice comfortable shot, as Frank was saying, a favourite shot of Jake Libby, and he wasn't going to miss out for that one. So they've just got 3 slips in place now, a cover and a mid-off. Cavalis is in bowls. Libby's hit on the thigh pad, the ball bounces into the slip cordon, and there is no run. That's a great question, Frank, really. I was trying to think how, if that were me, that was being posed to, would you like a cup or a, or staying up, which one would you prefer? In lots of ways, cups are in your history forever, aren't they? Yeah. Wherever you want to look now at the Worcestershire Honours Board, in 2025, Worcestershire won the One Day Cup, a memorable day at Trent Bridge. Yeah. In comes Cavalis bowls. Libby's playing missing outside the off stump. There is no run, and whatever. You can never ever take that away. And I know relegation is a bitter pill to swallow, and everybody wants to stay in the top flight. But Worcestershire could come back next season. They might not win a cup next season.
Yeah. That's right.
So in lots of ways, I think I might take the cup because it was a fantastic day for the club. It was the same for Leicester, wasn't it? Leicester won the one-day cup a couple of years ago. In fact, I'll just come back to that in a moment, because in comes Carvelos over the wicket, bowls. Libby works this one down to third man, picks up a single fielded by Tom Alsop, one more to the total. That goes to 46 without loss. I mean, Leicestershire won the one-day cup a couple of years ago. And, they've gone from strength to strength. They've got promoted now of Leicester. They're back in Division 1. Glamorgan won it last year. They've got back in Division 1. And, okay, Worcestershire have gone down this year. They've got some very good players, some young players you were talking about. They could easily come up next year. You can never, ever take that away, Frank. And those memories you and Bradders and everyone at Worcester will have at that day will stay with you forever. Carvelos in bowls. Short, pulled away by... Davila, who picks up a single. He hasn't had much of the strike, actually. He goes to 11, the total to 47 without loss.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much my take on it as well. But I also throw in, and I always do this. You can't get away from it. It's not sour grapes, just a fact of life. But 4 players in the Notts side who are ex-Worcestershire players. Ed Barnard is at Warwickshire. There's quite a few players gone elsewhere as well.
Carvelos in bowls. Libby defends into the offside, no run. End of the over, 47 without loss. Daboath is on 11. Jake Libby is on 35.
Mostly players that have left Worcestershire because they wanted to go elsewhere for whatever reason. There's also players that have left Worcestershire because Worcestershire didn't want them anymore. So you got Mitchell Stanley at Lancashire, who has done pretty well just recently in a couple of games. Hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket, but he's quick, rated by the England fraternity because of his pace. Pat Brown went to Derbyshire, hasn't really kicked on since he went there, never played a great deal of red ball cricket anyway, but they've had to sort of replace those players. They've got some good youngsters coming through, and it was always going to be tough this year in Division 1. They stayed up last year. Perhaps, I think they'd probably overachieved a bit last year. Danny Lamb is into the attack, starts with a Yorker, which Davila digs out. They stayed up last year and actually finished higher than some more illustrious clubs, and a lot of people I think thought, oh yeah, they'll do it again this year. Well, they haven't done. They've been behind the 8 ball almost from the start. But we've got quite a few young players in the side. I'm in again, bowls, and Davila works this one through mid-wicket just for a single. And they, as you say, can come again, but with that relatively young side, only losing one player to the 100, let's be honest, Adam Hose. And I hope he's well and recovering well from his horrible injury. He may well be watching and listening. They've still won a cup, and as you say, that's on the honours board. I think I tend to agree with you, and they can come again in the Championship.
Yeah.
And who knows whether, even though it survived this year, whether the Championship will change format in the near future. Ooh. This one is sliced by Libby for 4, down to third man. We saw quite a bit of that this morning from the visiting batsman, edged down to third man. Not John Simpson, I might add, but the others who came in at the other end and played with a little bit more freedom. First time we've seen Libby, second time we've seen Libby do it actually in this innings. He edged one off Robinson over the slips, picks up a boundary, gone to 39, resuming normal service, Jake Libby, after his first bowler in the first innings.
Well, they're rattling along here, Worcester,
This game is rattling along, isn't it? There's Danny Lamb in again from the New Road End bowls, and 4 more as Libby's given a bit of width, full and wide outside off stump. Square drive, beautiful shot, and Libby is rattling along. Don't often say that, but he's 43 off 47. Glyn Lloyd says, winning a cup but being relegated is a good season in my opinion. We don't win many trophies. Enjoy while we can. Memories last forever. Yeah. I agree with that. Rupert Monkhouse says, I'll take it for sure. 8 teams can stay up, only 1 out of 18 can win a trophy. Lamb in again, bowls, and Libby goes for 1 too many this time. He's beaten outside the off stump.
Well, you're the best, Worcester have won the cup this season. You're the best one-day side in the country. Fact.
50 overs.
Yeah, totally.
John Hope says, don't think we've had the rub of the green on too many occasions. Think we've fallen foul of losing the toss quite a few times. Yes, I agree with that, John, but I don't think even the coaching staff would say that, over the course of a season, things don't pretty much even out. And yeah, I mean, there have been times there have been first innings leads. I think twice they've had first innings leads and gone on to lose the game,
right,
which is not good. Once I think probably they would have won had it not been for the weather. There's Lamb bowls, and this one is pushed out into the covers by Libby, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, 56 without loss. But generally speaking, I think they look round and say, at the end of the season the table doesn't lie. I think we're maybe, if you look at the points, my own feeling is we're probably not, Worcestershire are not as bad as it looks given how far they are behind at the bottom of the table, but they are where they should be in terms of the table because of results.
Well, the game at Hove was a crucial game actually, because it gave Sussex their second win of the season. They then went on to go and win at Hampshire. Just break off for a minute. In comes Carvelos over the wicket bowls. Dudworth defends down the offside of the track. There is no one now, and Worcester within 47 runs, chasing 361. They very nearly carried it off. Now, had Worcester won that game,
well, there've been a few like that.
It would have been very. Sussex would have then won one of their first 5, and you might be. Then we're going to Hampshire, thinking could do with the result here. So that was a big moment in the season. It gave Sussex a good deal of breathing space. So no, I would agree, and that was a terrific game of cricket. It's just it's small margins, Frank.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Carvelos in again, bowls down the leg side, looking to clip that one away. Is it otherwise well taken by John Simpson down the leg side? There is no run.
Drew Ramsey says, and he's pretty much on the same page as us. He says he did well to stay up last season. Favourites for relegation this season. Going down was always likely. We don't win much silverware, so I'm happy with that this season. A chance to be competitive in Red Bull next season with a chance of promotion. That's another factor about going down, which we'll maybe come to after this ball.
Carvelos in again, bowls. Just played down towards third man. He thought about the single, but Jake Libby was calling from the far end and said, there's always one there, and otherwise just holds up his hand and says, yep, sorry, there was always a single there. He goes to 13 and Worcestershire to 57 without loss.
Yeah, you want to play against the best sides, and they say this about football, don't they, as well? You want to test yourself against the best players. But I'm a Norwich City supporter. I can tell you I'm much happier when Norwich are in the Championship. They're not doing very well this year, but at least they've got a chance in most games, whereas in the Premier League it's misery every week.
Carvelos in bowls. Libby lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run.
For the teams that go up, usually, and they're doing a bit better this year, but it's pretty much misery every week. Next year, Worcestershire with their youngish side, against one or two teams they haven't played for a while. Gloucestershire, we always like to play Gloucestershire, they're only down the road. So we'll be playing against them again. I like going to Kent. There's always some trips you like, aren't there?
Yeah.
Next year they'll have a chance of competing in those games as well. Every cloud.
Totally. Carvelos in bowls. Libby lets go outside the off stump. Also, one thing about, if you compare it to football, one thing about the Premier League is that the financial rewards of winning the Premier League, or isn't it something like 2 million a place in the Premier League? Whereas in cricket terms, I think there's barely any prize money, is there? When you win the championship, I think if you win, there's quite a bit of money around, but certainly not in the millions.
No. Well, it's a different world, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was thinking more of the mindset of the supporter, really.
Carvelos in bowls. Libby defends onto the onside. There is no run, and I think it's the end of the over. 57 without loss. Libby 41. The other one is on 13. I think clearly if you're in Division 1, I think it's true to say perhaps it's easier to attract better players, because better players want to play against better players. It may be easier to pick up an overseas who wants to come and play First Division cricket. Sussex spent 9 seasons in Division 2. It's our first season back. And I always said at the beginning of the season, if Sussex can stay up, that's the thing. Yeah. That's the objective. I think first season up, It's a bit like the Championship to the Premier League. Try and stay up if you can, and then
Yeah.
maybe build on that for next season.
I think last year was the first time Worcestershire had stayed up since 2 divisions. They'd had 5 relegations and 6 relegations, 6 promotions, whatever. It was a great effort last year. This one from Danny Lamb is full and driven by a Davalath into the covers. There's no run. 57 without loss then, Worcestershire. Remember, they are still 170 behind. 227 was the deficit on first innings. But so far, Davalath 13 and Libby 43 have held firm.
I think quite a lot of people sitting on that balcony.
Yeah,
up there
it's a good
today.
view actually. It's a good view.
like
If it's not too chilly, it's well worth a look. Lamb bowls outside the off stump, left alone.
Yes,
by Davalath.
Sorry, we tend to get one view of a ground, don't we,
Yeah.
when we're commentating? But actually, it's quite nice to go and have a walk round and get a look at the ground from different angles.
Yeah.
It's rather nice.
Absolutely.
I think I'll do that. I think I'll do that after my next update.
It's sometimes nice, isn't it, on away grounds, particularly because you might only go there once every couple of years,
Yeah.
or whatever.
Totally.
And you get a completely different feel. Lamb in, bowls, lovely drive from a Davalath, but nicely fielded off his own bowling by Danny Lamb. So there you go, the question is out there, Worcestershire fans. One Day Cup and relegation, is it a good season, or would you rather have stayed up and maybe not won the One Day Cup? I think most of us are in agreement that it's a silverware. It's like Spurs winning that trophy last year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fans say, we don't win many actual cups. Davalath is looking to turn this one away on the leg side. Goes for a single down to long leg. He's got a little bit of a nick on it. No signal from the umpire. Moves on to 14, 58 without loss. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, if you'd like to say that. Sorry, Sussex fans might want to have a say on that as well. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch with Adrian Harms, who's alongside me. Here's Danny Lamb again, moving in from the New Road end, bowls to a Davalath who's on the back foot. And sorry, it's Libby, I should have said, because it was a characteristic Libby shot. On the back foot, on his toes, straight bat, high left elbow, just in front of square on the offside. A very, very much Libby's trademark shot, takes him to 44, 59 without loss, Worcestershire. And still 56 overs left in the day after this. That's a nice drive from a Davalath, but he doesn't beat mid-off. End of the over from Danny Lamb. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 11, his figures. And again, I think if the game's still going on, it'll be light rather than time, which brings the day's play to a conclusion.
That was a very confident shot, wasn't it, from the young man just drilling the ball to mid-off. A couple of emails have come in, one for Frank and Adrian from Richard. He says, from a financial point of view, it's a good season, but the county championship season has been poor. The team is almost a side made up with imports. I know Notts have more Worcester local players than Worcester nowadays, but you can't blame the players for moving on. But Worcestershire have always struggled to a certain degree in Division 1, and next season is a clean slate and a chance for the players to perform well. 12 batting points and the second best bowling point tells a story. Taylor has been very good. However, in comes Carvelos bowls, let go outside the off stump by Libby, no run. Hopefully we will see Jack Home back in the team. He did well in 2024. It's a shame he got injured at the end of the season.
Yeah, most of that I agree with. Not all of it, but most of it. We had a team this year from Worcester where not one player was homegrown. I mean, that is unheard of for Worcestershire, and very sad. There was one game last year where Brett D'Oliveira was the only homegrown player. This year he wasn't playing, and there was a game where there were no homegrown players. But what can you do if they all go elsewhere?
Carvelos in bowls. Libby lets that go. Taken by Simpson.
I think that is a factor. I've had conversations with the coaching staff and with some of the administrators about this, and basically, you've got to get a competitive side out there on the field, and it's great to produce them all from your own academy. And again, we've got a Davalath and Latigan playing today, who've come through at Worcestershire, but you've got to get a competitive side out, haven't you?
Yes, most definitely. A Carvelos. It's high knee action in and bowls. It's wide of the off stump taken by Simpson.
And I think the ideal for Worcestershire is that you put a sign out that's probably got 4 or 5 homegrown products and the rest of picked up from wherever. You look at this side, you've got Libby who came from Notts. He's signed from Warwickshire Academy. That again we talked about. Jones from Lancashire, Roderick came from Gloucestershire, Brooks from Warwickshire, Waite from Yorkshire, Taylor from Northamptonshire, Allison from Essex, Gibbon from Minor Counties Cricket, so you can count him as their own product really.
Carvelos in bowls. Libby comfortably plays this through backward point. Picks up a single and it's looking pretty comfortable here for Worcestershire at the minute. Libby goes to 45, the total to, I think that's going to go up to 45. They'll get the total to 60 without loss.
But you're right, and it's financial clout, as you say, and attracting players, and it's a juggling game, isn't it? With a small budget, I don't think it's easy to compete in Division 1. I really don't. It probably comes down to that more than anything.
Carvelos is in bowls. Forward comes Dalawath, plays to backward point, fielded by Allsop. There is no run. Couple of other emails that have gone in to Adrian, Frank and Nathan. If we could end the match today, it makes watching the Ryder Cup starting tomorrow. Thank you for the commentary throughout the season, says John from Bexhill on Sea. Rowan's been in touch to say thank you very much to Nathan for his answer on Jack Carson and the situation with Jack and Ireland, confirming he would be an overseas if he played Test cricket for Ireland. In comes Carvelos bowls, and Dalawath is just squared up slightly, gets a slightly leading edge, plays it to mid-off. There is no run. Interview over 60 without loss. Many thanks to Nathan for his, as ever, informative response. As an Ireland fan, that's bad news about selection. And he talks about tangentially, are there any Irish decent players? Think Tony Cascarino in football, Ireland should have their eye on county cricket. Wasn't it true that Tony Cascarino didn't actually have any Irish relatives, or some very distant? I don't quite know how that worked out. He did great job though for the Republic.
He has written probably the best football autobiography I've ever read.
Right, okay.
Tony Cascarino. That's a nice shot from Libby up to mid-on from first ball of Danny Lamb's next over, but no run taken. I can't remember what it's called, but I remember reading it. He talks about his time in France, because he spent quite a bit of time in France.
He did,
and I think he learned the language and got really into the French culture. He addresses, and I mentioned a little bit about this yesterday when I think I was on with Nathan. Danny Lamb in again, bowls, and Libby taken on the pad, one nips back,
high, surely.
Shout from the slips, not much from the bowler, not out, says the umpire. Ed Pollock came on air with me in the last game, and he talked about the end of his career and why he's decided to pack in, and about the mental sort of difficulties that he'd had with the game, and how he got hurt by some of the stuff that was on social media and so on. He said, believe me, players read it. He said, they tell you not to, but believe me, they do. And it was a very interesting interview. Came on with me for a half an hour in the last game. It was really good stuff from Ed.
When did he finish?
Well, he's just decided to call it a day, really.
How old was he? How old is he?
He's 31 or 2, I think.
Okay.
No run off that one, by the way, as Libby pushed it out. But in Cascarino's book, he talks about the difficulties that players have mentally. You threw on goal 1-1 with the goalkeeper, and the goal looks tiny and the goalkeeper looks massive. And when you're in bad form, how difficult that is, and when you're in good form, how easy it is. Like that is easy for Libby to bring up. I was going to say he's 50, it's not. It's taken him to 49, clipped away, half volley on leg stump, easy as you like, clipped away for 4 through square leg to take the score on to 68 without loss. Have you got an update coming?
No, not till 2:30. So I think Nathan's coming back.
I'll nip off for a bit, shall I? And then
you have a break. You've been on for you have a break, Frank.
Okay, Danny Lamb in bowls and taken on the pad this time by Libby. So I'll let Adrian finish this over, and then Nathan can come in, and then I'll nip away.
So good response here from Worcestershire. 64 without loss. Jake Libby on 49. As the memory of that first baller out of his mind, and gone past 1,000 runs for this. And good to see the Sussex players applauding as well when Jake Libby reached that milestone, as Danny Lamb, the sun, has momentarily disappeared. He's in and bowls, and up his toes, and clips that one away through backward point, and picks up a single, and that's 50 to Jake Libby in a very fine innings indeed. Nicely played, 50 off of 63 balls. And it's given a nice basis here for Worcestershire, who are making a much better fist of things second time around. 65 without loss. Still much work to be done for Worcestershire to clear these arrears, which were 227 at the start of the innings, but nonetheless good stuff here from the Worcestershire openers, Nathan.
Well, it looks like they've just decided to counter-attack a little bit over the last, half an hour or so, haven't they? Well, I say it's probably all been from Libby, hasn't it? When you look at Davalath is happy just occupying the crease. 14 off 45 deliveries. But yes, I think, especially since Robinson has gone from the Diglis end, Libby has decided to have some fun. He's going to let that one go as Carvelas continues from that Diglis end, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Did I overhear you, the Tony Cascarino chatter? Did you get to the bottom of his eligibility? I have the answer if you didn't.
No, we didn't. So
he wrote in his book that it turns out his mother's father was Irish.
Oh, right, but
it turns out his mother was adopted by that father.
Wow.
So technically speaking, he wasn't actually eligible. By the time he figured it out, he'd already applied for a passport and played a number of times for Ireland, so we just kept quiet about it. No one noticed. He got his passport and he kept on playing. Carvelas continues, and that's defended on the back foot.
I mean, he's a very good pundit, actually, isn't he, Tony Cascarino? He's on various radio stations. He's on TalkSport quite a bit. I enjoy listening to him, and he writes in national papers as well.
Yeah, he had a great career. He played for his debut internationally in the 1980s. He was part of that infamous Italia 90 run in Ireland, where they went on a knockout stage run under Jack Charlton. Jack Charlton was infamous for that, running around finding English-born players with Irish passports. Carvelas continues, and that's punched off the back foot by Libby. He'll come through for a single as it trickles away out the deep point. He moves to 51.
We were talking as well about would Worcestershire supporters take a cup over relegation, and a message here from Rob, who says, thoroughly enjoying the commentary on the question of whether Worcestershire's season has been a success. I was with my son and a good number of the under-11s team at Trent Bridge for the one-day cup final last weekend. For all the many junior cricketers I saw at the ground in the colours of county clubs, I think the cup win will live long in the memory and is worth its weight in gold as an inspiration for those young children. There we go.
Carvelas into Davalath, and that's left alone outside the off. Yeah, I think you're inclined to agree. There's only, when you think about it, especially when one team has dominated the county championship for as long as they have, and now it looks like that stranglehold is going to be ended, but there's probably only a couple of teams every year that have a realistic chance of winning silverware in the 4-day competition. If you get an opportunity to do so in the white ball, especially the 50 over stuff, which tends to mean a little bit more to certain people of a certain vintage, I think you absolutely delight in that and enjoy it for the success that it is, rather than dwelling on the relegation negative. And that's absolutely not a negative from Rihanna Davalath. It's a juicy full toss which he's just punched down the ground dismissively to bring up a boundary, and he joins in some of the boundary fun after Jake Libby put his foot down earlier on.
It's not a great delivery, was it? Full toss, and that was asking to be hit straight down the ground. Obviously Robinson and I can see Jack Carson warming up at second slip. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of Carson and Coles here for Sussex, because these two are looking relatively comfortable.
Final delivery of this Carvelas over, and it's cut away off the back foot by Davalath, but straight to Allsop at backward point. So that ends that over. 70 without loss now are Worcestershire. A fantastic opening partnership. All things considered, the conditions certainly have changed in favour of the batting side, you would think.
Yes, I would agree. The sun's out, heavy roller on the pitch, perhaps a bit flatter. It looks a nice day to bat now. Emails come in from Gary Knight. Hello Gary, regular Sussex supporter in Horsham. He says, as the season comes to an end, I wanted to say thank you to you and your fellow commentators for the work throughout the summer. The ever-improving live stream has made watching Sussex this season a really enjoyable experience, despite the odd bad days. Yes, and well done to the guys down at Sussex. There's not many at clubs who operate the stream, so to Isaac and Jack, well done. As in comes Danny Lamb over the wicket, bowls to Libby's up on his toes, plays that through cover point, picks up a single. He goes to 52. Total of 71 without loss. He said, I wonder what your particular highlights of the season might be. Perhaps an individual performance or a match that stands out. Well, in terms of batting performances, first of all, one against Sussex, I thought, and I was talking to Nathan about this yesterday, I thought Jordan Cox's innings for Essex at Hove was top draw. That was probably the best innings I saw against Sussex this season. It really was. I thought a tremendous knock. For Sussex, in comes Lamb, bowls, and Love plays it to mid-on. There is no run footed by Robinson. Not just because it was today, but I thought John Simpson's knock was a bit special here, to be honest. I mean, that was class. But I think all of James Cole, I think his hundreds, Cole's his hundreds. I mean, they've made 8 between them this season. Lamb is in, driven nicely. Doesn't quite get all of that, but I think it's going to probably be enough to get to the boundary. Jade Evanuka is in hot pursuit down towards the boundary edge, and he literally pulls the ball up a couple of yards, but they come back for 3. The Dadabath goes to 21 and Worcestershire to 74 without loss. I have to say, I mean, just in general in the cricket season, I thought the Test series, I was lucky to go to the Oval on the 4th day.
Was that the last day?
It was the second last day.
Okay,
they should have played on. I know it rained, but they should have played on that day really, because it was a shower, and I think they probably could have done, but I think they were probably quite keen to get to a 5th day. Lamb is in. Louis defends into the offside, no run.
Get the drama.
Yeah,
what was it? 40 minutes or 37 minutes or something like that? They managed to get on day 5, I think.
Yeah.
It was probably the best 37 minutes, if that is correct, of cricket we've seen in a long time. All things considered, the drama of Chris Wokes, etc.
Yeah, I was a bit miffed because, well, it was a great day's cricket. We saw Harry Brook get 100 and Joe Root got 100, and then the fight back from India. So it was a brilliant day's cricket. Lamb is in, bowls and cut away by Dover. He's going to get 4 runs here, down to 3rd man. Very good bit of fielding down on the 3rd man boundary. That's Ollie Carter all the way down there. That is excellent. And a very good throw as well. Good cricket all round, actually. Brilliant piece of fielding down on the boundary edge. Good throw and good running between the wickets. Worcestershire, as a result of that, go to 77 without loss.
Yeah, prompted quite a strong reaction from the home support, I think. Just a positive moment all around. It was a good shot as well.
It was a good shot.
From Libby, I think it was. He was just trying to cut that away behind square. He knew the man was deep, but in front of square.
Boswell cuts away firmly. That's going to be 4 this time, no question about that. Cuts that firmly away. That's a lovely shot. He's growing in confidence, is the young man. He goes to 25. And certainly the Sussex change bowlers haven't proposed anything like the threat of Robinson and Anudkat. Carvelis and Lamb have really been quite expensive. Danny Lamb 4 overs for 27. Harry Carvelis not expensive, 4 overs for 13, but in reality Anudkat and Robinson have really caused all the problems.
Well, it's a consistent theme of this match. I mean, if you look at the first innings yesterday, all 10 wickets to fall were from Robinson and Nadkat. Carvelis and Lamb only bowled actually 5 overs between them. They weren't particularly expensive, but they obviously weren't very threatening because they were not given long spells. And lo and behold, Robinson hasn't blown away the top order today as he did yesterday. Flatter pitch, ball not doing as much. The sunshine is out, and Sussex need their change bowlers to try and build a bit of pressure and give Robinson and Anudkat a break, and they haven't been able to do that so far. As Carvelis continues his spell, Libby drops that at the leg side and scampers through for a single. So yes, this change bowlers are letting Sussex down a little bit. They got away with it on day 1 because all the damage was done by the time they came on. But with 82 run opening partnership, you just need a little bit more pressure being built, trying to get some control back on proceedings. And I think I agree with you. It won't be long before we see something else tried, and we are looking at Carson, who's currently at first slip, the off spinner, whether he'll get a go at some point soon. Carvelis into a Davalath that's left alone outside off, no run. He's stretching a little bit. Coles is also warming up. I mean, two right-handers at the crease, you probably go with the left armour, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and he bowled really nicely last week. There was just a moment last week in the game against Yorkshire when James Coles took three for one or something, and Yorkshire was 6 for 3 in their second innings. And you just wonder whether Sussex might be going to get an unlikely victory. Johnny Bairstow came in and played very competently and confidently, and then it rained, and that was the end of that.
Full from Carvelas, in the air, but in the gap at point, driven a little bit unconvincingly by a Davalath. I think he was trying to go down the ground, but he squeezed it out in front of point for another boundary.
They're coming so quickly in this game. I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it? How many overs have we had in this innings? Let's see on the scoreboard. It's probably up there. So I think this is the 20th over.
21st, I believe.
Right, so they're rattling on, 4 and over.
And they've come in flurries throughout this game.
Yes.
The one with the batting side has had a purple patch. There's always, a period of 2-3 overs where they find half a dozen or so boundaries. More often than not, though, those flurries have been followed up by wickets, so that will be what keeps Sussex involved, and that won't be a wicket because it's guided beautifully off the outside edge of the bat. Soft hands, very much a deliberate stroke from a Davalath, and he's picked up yet another boundary, this time picking the gap between second slip and gully. Just a little bit of width from Carvelas. It wasn't a particularly full delivery, but Davalath just opens the face nicely to guide it down to third man. Nicely
played, wasn't it? I mean, he knew that the gap was there. Deliberate shot. Seeing the replay, nothing wrong with that. That's good cricket.
How does Carvelas respond to being hit for back-to-back boundaries in this, what is his 5th over of his spell? Leave, I should say, outside the off stump. Good heavy length, goes over the top.
Just looking elsewhere, down at Southampton, Surrey are 38 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing Hampshire by 63. Could be a vital win for Hampshire. Notts are going towards the county championship title. They're 177 for 2. Hamid is on 94, Clark, formerly of this parish, on 52. Once they get to 300, they would have won the county championship.
Here's Carvelas, full and driven, and it's timed well, but straight to mid-off for no run, so that ends the 21st over, 90 without loss.
Meanwhile, at the bottom, Yorkshire 113 for 1. That looks a pretty flat track at Headingley. And if that game heads for a draw and Hampshire were to win, then Durham would find themselves in the second division next season. Bradders is just making an announcement. I'm not sure. Is that cake?
Well, judging by the queue of people now going up towards the pavilion, it could well be.
There you go. Yeah, in the I think is that the ladies' pavilion?
Yes.
So looks like we're going to get a bowling change. I'm not surprised. John Simpson needed to do something, and it's going to be J. Devon Nudcat who's coming back into the Sussex attack. I can see Sean Hunt walking around the boundary edge, the Sussex seamer, who's unfortunately injured his elbow. Can take part. He's dressed up, Sean, as if it's the middle of winter. He's got his bobble hat on. He's got his big long Sussex coat, like like football managers wear, like Jurgen Klopp used to wear. In fact, he's right behind the bowler's arm here, Sean, so he's going to have to move. But he's wandering around the boundary edge. We all hope that.
He's got his pair of shorts on.
He has got his shorts on, yeah. Big long coat, but shorts. And Nudcat is in around the wicket, bowls, and hits Libby on the pads. The ball bounces out onto the onside, and they go through for a leg by. 91 without loss. Oh, I better go. I've got a couple of deliveries to go, and then
You've got an update.
I'll do my update. Yeah.
How does that work? On the every half hour, is it?
It's on the hour, on the half hour.
Yeah.
So yeah. Someone right underneath our effects microphone chatting away, so sorry about that. In comes Nudcat, bowls, and clip that one away. Is there Davalath? He goes. In fact, he doesn't get a run. And he remains on 33, 91. I think he's batted really nicely, actually, considering he had that massive appeal, didn't he, in the first innings, or the first ball of the match, that the umpire turned down. Then Ollie Robinson had him caught behind off the third ball of the match. I think, you're coming out and facing Robinson and Nudcat, that's not a lot of fun, but I think he's adapted very well in this second innings. In comes Nudcat. bowls. Ladworth defends. Back down the track, fielded by J. Devon Nugget, and there is no run. Two slips in a gully, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down the distance in front of that balcony, which is sort of next to at the Digley's end of the ground. And Nugget in again. Bowls. North defends into the offside, and there is no run. Immediately, Nugget comes back on. The runs slow, don't they? So, and Robinson, that's what they do. They're pretty miserly.
Yeah, I just think it's the extra movement they get and the extra bounce as well. Just like a yard or two quicker, and if they are going to get any movement off the pitch, it's obviously more threatening when the ball is coming at greater speeds. Just international pedigree as well, isn't it? They've just been there, done that. They know how to respond to counter-attacking batters.
And look at in bowls and defended into the offside by the Dadwath. No one. Rowan's been in touch. He says, apologies, while you're on with Nathan, what's the best Ireland 11 you could name?
Ever?
Yeah.
Oh God, you're gonna have to give me a bit of time there.
Yeah, he says it's got to it's got to include Ed Joyce, of course.
Yeah, Ed would be at number 3, that's for sure. Paul Sterling would probably be opening the batting.
I better go actually.
You better go. Go on. Well, I'll let you know my 11. I'll think about it while I'm commentating, and I'll let you know when you come back. And Nadcat's going to come in with the final delivery of what this is the 7th over of his effort in this second innings. It's a dot ball defended by Davila. Defended very confidently, I should say. Even when he's defended in that over, he found the middle of his bat. He looks far more comfortable at the crease than he did about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, and certainly more confident than he was yesterday when he lasted just 3 deliveries in the match, going out to bat at 10:30 in the morning, and come 10:32 or so he was back in the sheds taking his pads off. So much needed boost in confidence for him. He's 33 off 61. Jake Libby is down at the other end, 56 off 71. Worcestershire 91 without loss. They still trailed by 136, and there's going to be another change from the dig descent. Well, we were trying to figure out what the plans would be, myself and Adrian, whether they'd go to spin, would Jack Carson or Coles get a bowl? Not quite yet. It's Ollie Robinson, 6 for yesterday. He's come back into the attack from the dig descent, and his first ball is punched off the back foot by Libby. Allsop pulls out a diving stop at point, no run. So one would suggest that the thinking here from John Simpson is just that give the 2 openers another go, a quick short burst. They did have a little bit of a break there, with Carvelas bowling 5 overs and Danny Lamb bowling 4. They had a bit of a breather, bring them back on for a short sharp burst. They can prise the game open a little bit with a couple of wickets, and if they can't, then maybe you go to your plan C, which is the spin of either Carson or Coles, or perhaps both. Changing the field. There's a man going back to sweep on the offside, and that's inside edged, and that'll go away for 4 through fine leg. Not where Jake Libby intended to hit that at all. He was trying to go for a big booming drive through the offside, and it takes the inner half of the bat and flies away past the Nadcat at fine leg. So Libby moves to 60. Worcestershire moved to 95 without loss. The deficit has been trimmed to 132. Just every little run adds to the frustration here. Sussex still well on top. It's going to be a significant effort to get anything that approaches a match-winning score, particularly with the time left in this game for Worcestershire, but just frustrating Sussex a little bit. I don't think many people would have predicted that this Worcestershire opening pair were nearing a 100-run opening stand. Robinson comes in, and this is outside off and left alone by Libby. No run. Still 3 slips in play for Robinson. Backward point. Man out on the offside and the fence. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fine leg, who's very square. So when that inside edge from Libby flew away behind square, he was too wide to do anything about it. And that cat just stood there and watched it fly past him. Robinson gets to the top of his mark. He turns just by the sponsorship sign. Gets into his delivery stride past the umpire and left alone by Libby outside off. Simpson once again does the glove work, and he passes the ball through his slip cordon. Bit of shine, working on that ball. I think it's Ollie Carter who's in there. No, it's Haynes, Tom Haynes, who shines the ball at third slip and fires it down to mid-off. And it's back in Robinson's hand now. Turns at the top of his mark yet again. Ambles in, does Robinson. Past the umpire, up to the stumps. Oh, that hits him on the pad. This looks close. Finger stays down. Libby survives. Robinson himself didn't look too interested in that. Maybe it just did too much, nipping back down into the right-hander. Perhaps missing leg stump. As we have a look at the replay here, yeah, it just looks like Libby was actually quite leg side of it. He was batting on about, ended up on about middle and leg, and that hit him quite high and probably missing leg as well. So he had an appeal out of desperation more than conviction there from Robinson. And he comes again. Libby very high backlift. And this time he makes contact, but he defends on the back foot to mid-on. No run. So just 4 runs off that over. It was an inside edge via the bat of Jake Libby. 95 without loss. These two are inching towards their 100-run opening stand. Significant improvement given that Rihanna Davalath was dismissed from the 3rd ball of the game yesterday morning. Robinson pulls his sleeveless jumper back on. That doesn't look like a day that you need a jumper, but maybe the sunshine is deceptive here from our commentary position. We're not exposed to the elements too much, given we are indoors. But a beautiful view, as always, here at New Road. Jada, the Nutcat, is going to continue from the New Road end as we look out behind him towards Backward Point, is where the cathedral is. A very light breeze. Some of the trees off in the distance near the cathedral are just swaying in the wind, but nothing too untoward or cold. Inadcat just making some alterations to his field here. He's actually just reminding Jake Libby that he's coming over the wicket rather than around, so Libby has to move to the other side of the stumps. Davalath faces up, and Inadcat comes in over the wicket, and that's worked away off the hip down to deep backwards square. Just the 1 run, so Davalath moves to 34. Adrian's done his update and he's now back with me.
Just watching the people down below us, because it's the most glorious sunny day here. People are sort of just enjoying the sunshine, and people have got their picnics and they're handing them around and sharing them with people in the seats down below us. So I just saw someone turn around with a big bunch of oranges, and he gave one to a fella behind him. Someone just gave someone else a sandwich. It's all very civilised.
You getting hungry? You going to go?
Well, just look at the person. I think they're passing some chocolates round, I think, down here.
Oh, there we go. That'll be nice. Flicked away again. Carbon copy of the shot that Davalath just played. Libby follows suit, working away off his hip. Another single down to, well, a fine leg rather than a deep backward square, but much of a muchness at this stage. Yeah, I wouldn't mind an orange.
Yeah.
See if they can they throw one up through behind us through the window.
There's a gentleman here with a cap, and I think they're sort of passing the chocolates around. Someone else has he's just got a bottle of wine out of his bag. Nathan, he's just pouring his wife or partner, I don't know, they're just shaking to make sure they've got all the wine or whatever's in that bottle out.
Gotta get your money's worth, don't you? And that cat fires that in outside off, and doesn't move back in enough to force Davalath into playing a shot.
So I think people just making the most of a lovely sunny day and a good fight back here from Worcestershire. I mean, there was a bit of speculation. We were thinking this morning if Sussex got rolled over quickly this morning and Robinson and Nutcat got amongst the Worcester batsmen, that who knows, this might have been over in 2 days. But I think that's now extremely unlikely, because Worcestershire are making a really good fist of this second time around.
Flicked away off the hip again. This could be 4. Work to do for fine leg. He pulls out the dive, and it's in vain. Just a little bit straight from Inadcat. It was worked off the hip by Davalath, and he brings up a boundary which brings up both Worcestershire's 100, and given they are 101 without loss, it is a 100 partnership between these two, which, as I was just saying before you came back, Adrian, all things considered, this partnership lasted 3 balls yesterday. This is quite literally a very marked turnaround for this pair.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see the Sussex coaching staff are doing sort of various laps of the ground. James Kirtley is just watching away to our left-hand side, as Paul Farbrace is down the far end, just sort of surveying the Sussex bowling attack.
The Nadcat full. Oh, that that hits him on the pad, but judging by the stifled appeal, I think there was an inside edge. That was very full. I think he was trying to sneak a Yorker in under the bat. Davlath went for a booming drive, and I think an inside edge has saved him there.
Yeah, and I think, despite the fact that Sussex, as I say, have got the requisite points to avoid relegation, they want to win this game. There's a good crowd, the seats down below us are really full today, Nathan, and the sun, they're right in the sun, so they've got a great view in the warm Worcestershire sunshine.
Full again, this time he doesn't miss out. Booming drive through extra cover brings another boundary. The runs continue to flow for Worcestershire. Davlath, he moves into the 40s. 42 not out he is now, 105 without loss Worcestershire. They continue to eat into that lead. They eke forward as they eat into the lead. There we go.
Well, the runs are coming so quickly in this game. I mean, Worcestershire are rattling on here, 24 overs, they're 105 without loss, so they're going up 4 and over. And the arrears have been reduced from 227 to 122.
Looks right to me. You can work that out quickly.
Sussex still in a great position, but these two are batting really nicely. Ollie Robinson, what can he do? He's coming in from the Digley's end of the ground, running towards us, over the wicket and bowls. And Libby tucks this one away through the leg side. More runs here, at least a couple of runs for Jake Libby, maybe more than that actually. Nugget's a little slow to get to the ball, and they think about coming back for the third, but in the end Nugget gets there and gets the throw in.
He's not been the most enthusiastic fielder, has Jade Evan Nugget, is he? He's not sprinting after that one.
No, he looked a little slow, didn't he, as he went after it. 2 more to Jake Libby. He goes to 63, 107 without loss. Robinson back to his mark. Sussex have still got those 3 slips. I don't think it'll be long before John Simpson does just try his spinners. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's a cracking delivery, and Libby could so easily have got a little nick on that. Goes through to Simpson, no run. I'll make way at the end of the over, and Frank Watson will come back in. Still people queuing up on the steps of the I think they call it the ladies' pavilion. Looks like it's been re-roofed actually. People going in to get their cakes. We were just saying, Frank, what a good crowd it is here today. There's seats down here in front of us are nice and full. People enjoying the sunshine and a picnic. As Robinson is in, bowls. Libby's hit on the pad. The ball bounces away onto the leg side. A stifled appeal from the slips, but Robinson not interested and wanders back to his mark. Just to say, Nottinghamshire have lost another wicket up at Trent Bridge, so it's not quite done yet. Oh, in fact, they lost 2 wickets. They're 183 for 4 now. Hamid is still there, 100 not out. But a couple of wickets there for Ethan Bamber, who's had a really good season for Warwickshire, former Middlesex seamer. And once Notts get to 300, they'd have won the championship. Robinson in bowls, and Libby, that's an elegant shot. He just punches that through the covers and picks up a single fielded by who's that out there? Is that Jack Castle? No, Ollie Carter. 1 more to Libby. He goes to 64 and Worcestershire to 108 without loss.
Yeah, Jake Libby just motioning with his hand to Regan Davlath that he could see that Ollie Robinson was just trying to bowl an in-swinger there, I think, just trying to draw him into playing. It hasn't really been getting movement in the air at all today, Robinson. Well, no bowler has really across the 2 days. It's all been lateral movement off the pitch rather than in the air. But that movement seems to have disappeared. The heavy roller has done its job, and it's lasted probably longer than you'd expect, which a sign that conditions are just easing for the batters.
Robinson in bowls to Edgeworth, who plays immaculately to mid on. There is no run. Jack Haynes, the former Worcestershire player, out for a duck. So not look like they're going to win the championship, but you never know if they've lost those 2 quick wickets.
That would be a heck of a collapse from that
It
position,
would be,
wouldn't
yeah.
it?
It would be, yeah. Plus there's a few nerves around Robinson. A wicket in this second innings. He's in bowls and does the drives nicely. They've got a sweeper on the cover boundary who is Ollie Carter, who fields, and there is 1 more to the total. So, end of the over. 109 without loss. both going on very nicely. He's on 43, Libby is on 64, and Worcester are batting very nicely here. So I'm going to leave you with Nathan and with Frank Watson.
Thank you, Adrian. See you later on, I'm sure. And Adcat is, well, he wasn't very quick to run around and try and cut off the second run from fine leg earlier, but he's very quickly ready to get to his mark. And he's going to continue on. I'm just going to continue our game of musical chairs here. I'm going to give Frank his usual seat back, and then we'll be back in 2 seconds. That's another very nice looking drive from Davalath. He's played that shot a few times in the last half an hour or so. I think he picked up a boundary in the previous over, but this one is half stopped at extra cover. It sounded beautiful off the bat, but it'll be just one. Good piece of fielding. As Frank is coming back in, just making your cup of tea, settling in.
Quick cup of tea, get in. I looked at the overs and I thought, we've still got a long way to go till tea. So, grab a cuppa while I can. That's a great shot, isn't it?
Cut away on the back foot by Libby. Not sure it's going to go to the fence. Looked very nice, I have to say, but I don't think he timed it perfectly and cut through the offside. They'll come back for a couple. That takes the score to 112 without loss. Libby is on 66. Yeah, it is. We're going to be here a while before tea.
Has it flattened out, or have they just kind of lost their sort of rhythm a bit, the bowlers, or a bit of both?
I think it's a bit of both. I think what hasn't helped is that because it's flattened out, Adcat and Robinson haven't done the damage that they did yesterday.
Yeah.
Because Sussex change bowlers on day one only bowled 5 overs between them, Cavalis and Lamb, and they've had to bowl a fair bit more than that today, and they just haven't been able to constrain and constrict this Worcestershire pair. And that's edged, and has he taken it? Oh, I think he's put it down.
Oh, he's put it down.
It was
Carson, I think.
No, Carson's at first. I think it might be Haynes. He's lying on the floor, so we can't actually see who it is. But I think over the course of the
watch a replay now
of the innings, it has been Tom Haynes who's been at second slip. He dives in front of Carson, who was at first, and he put it down. Both men had a chance to take it. A rare opportunity, a rare misstroke from Libby. He was trying to play it on the back foot. It takes the shoulder of the bat. It was a good catching height. It was kind of in between first and second. Both men had a chance to take it. Second went for it in front of first, and he ends up shelling it.
Yeah, I can't exactly see what happened. He's gone across the front of him, and it seemed to hit one and go to the other, but it wasn't completed. They both lay on the floor in dismay.
Apologies to Tom Haynes. That was not him at second slip who dropped it. It was James Coles. Been reliably informed by Adrian. Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Carson's been at first, Coles at second. That's what confused me.
Yeah.
Anyway, it wasn't held, and Libby survives.
Yeah,
so just when you think it's perhaps not doing as much, we see a chance, suggesting that it's still doing a bit. But what I was going to say before that, Nathan, as we were talking about it, is, with no disrespect to Cavalis and Lamb, there's quite a drop-off, isn't there, between the new ball pair in terms of what they're producing and the change bowlers. A bit like we saw in the Sussex innings with Taylor and Allison, and then when they were replaced, it wasn't quite so testing.
Final delivery of this over from Adcat, and this is safely negotiated by Libby in behind, defends on the back foot, 112 without loss.
And that sounds a bit disrespectful to Danny Lamb and Ali Cavalis, and also to Worcestershire's backup bowlers. But I do think that Robinson in particular, well, actually, in fairness, we've got to say both of them, haven't we? Because Adcat's been very, very good in this second innings. 9 overs, 3 maidens and no wicket for 25. But they've both been very good. Cavalis and Lamb in their 9 overs just haven't quite posed the same threat, really. I think it's fair to say. Anyway, Worcestershire going along nicely, 112 without loss, and Rayan Adavalath faces Robinson, who's in from the Diglis End, that one outside the off stump, left alone by Adavalath, who's faced 70 deliveries now while he's been out there. Great experience for the young man, just one first class 50 to his name, and I think I'm right in saying, I'll just check my notes, one first class appearance last season, and this is his third this season, so right at the beginning of what Worcestershire hope will be a good career for the batter. Lets that one go outside the off stump, Rayan Adavalath, and 0-9 here in his first appearance this season against Notts. 61 at Durham when he was going well and was run out, and one really felt for him, and 44 here after a 0 in the first innings. So he's learned pretty quickly about the ups and downs of life as a professional opening batsman, and he's forward to this one from Robinson and playing up to mid-off where there's no run, and I know that he's one that Worcestershire coaching staff have high hopes for. Adavalath, believing that he's got the makings of a top class batter. We've got Latigan to come, Isaac Mohammed due in next, so there's some shoots, green shoots shall we say, for Worcestershire. We were talking about their position as a side before and whether a cup is a good season if you get relegated. This one again blocked by Adavalath. General opinion was, it seemed amongst the Worcestershire supporters, that it was. Winning a cup is good news, even if you are relegated, because you can always come back up. Cups don't come along that often. If you're going to come back up, you need these young players to be coming through, especially if you're Worcestershire and you lose players to other counties. Well, Adavalath, Latigan, Isaac, three batters that they certainly hope will be a big part of their future. Robinson bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Adavalath this time, no run.
Well, he's doing what we suggested would be the plan when they went out to bat Adavalath. He's just looked to occupy the crease. At one point Jake Livy went on a scoring tirade. I think he was in the 40s at one point while Adavalath was on about 15. He was more than happy just to let the damage come from the other end. He's caught up nicely now that he looks a bit more confident and he feels settled, but I think the task for him today was just to try and get a few hours at the crease and see where he ends up against two very high quality bowlers in Robinson and Nadcat.
Robinson bowls, and this one is clipped away for a single by Adavalath down to long leg, which means he'll keep the strike. He'll go to 45, 113 without loss. Ian Millington's been in touch. He said, "Hi Frank, is this the same cricket match as I was watching 2 hours ago?" And well, indeed you may ask that, because it does look different, and I don't know. I'd love to know. Well, we'll find out. We'll have a chat with one of these two, I expect, at the end of the day, and find out whether it's the pitch or the bowling or the batting or a combination of all three. I suspect it's a combination of all three. The bowling just easing off a bit, the pitch flattening out a bit, and the batter's grown in confidence. Not sure what that announcement was which produced a round of applause over the tannoy.
Was it the fact that cake was on sale? I don't know.
Well, it may have been, as new over begins with Nadcat bowling to Adavalath, but it may have been. But Ollie Robinson applauded out in the middle, and it was quite a lengthy announcement. We'll find out. We'll find out in a minute. In fact, I'll go and see if I can find out now.
Well, that first delivery was a short ball by a Nadcat, which Adavalath swayed out of the way of. Two men out on the hook if Adavalath does want to take on the short ball. Two slips in a gully as well. A Nadcat comes in. Fuller this time, driven, well, defended really, not driven, on the front foot, out to cover, no run. Be interesting to see if they do decide to go to the short ball. They've used it a few times over the course of the last day or so, Sussex, but generally they haven't had to. They haven't been forced to go into their plan B with the ball, so it'll be interesting to see if a Nadcat, given Worcestershire are in a bit of a purple patch, decides to go after the short ball a little bit. Did you find out? You're smiling and laughing at me, which suggests...
I think it was how much money has been raised by cake sales in the ladies' pavilion this season.
Oh, do you have a figure?
71,000.
Oh, hit on the pad. Big appeal and given.
He's given it.
Rihanna Davilat has been given LBW for 45. He falls 5 runs short of what would have been a very impressive half century. Left arm around the wicket from Inadkat. It's always tricky. You always think it's going down leg from that angle. He would have had to have gotten the ball to move away considerably. He did. Hit him on the front leg, about halfway up. Looked a good shout. Looked like it did move away enough to be hitting middle and leg. If we look at the slow motion replay, yeah, that did look very adjacent. Caught in the crease, not for the first time today. Frank Batter doesn't come forward and gets trapped in front.
Yeah, it looked a good one. I don't think you can have too many worries about that one. They've turned down a good few. I think the umpiring has been... the umpiring of LBWs in this game, for me, has been pretty good. And Graham Lloyd had a good look at that one before he gave it. And I think we both feel, Nathan and I, have watched 2 replays, that it was a very good shout. But it was also a very good innings from Rihanna Davilat. That'll be extremely encouraging for him and for the Worcestershire coaching staff, not just because he made 45, but because he battled early on against top class bowling and he acquitted himself really well, grounded out, found a bit of fluency, faced 78 balls I think in the end, 7 fours, and it was a nice innings from a young opening batter, and he will be a much more confident player after that innings than he was when he went out there for that horrible little 2-over session just before lunch.
Ishaq Mohammed is the new man. 5 in the first innings. He had his front pad blown off as well by Ollie Robinson yesterday. He's got 3 deliveries to survive in this Inadkat over. Left-hander now at the crease, so 3 slips in a gully. Inadkat himself, a left-arm seamer coming over the wicket up to the stumps and beats the outside edge on the way through to Simpson. I think Mohammed just left his bat out of the way at the last minute there, deciding to leave that one alone. Dances up and down now, stretches his hamstring, arms above his head, just getting those feet moving. He's been sat with his pads on for... How long was he there for? About an hour 40, an hour 50. Yeah, that partnership, I think. So he's been waiting to bat for a good while, as Mohammed.
Didn't play at that one at all. No, left it quite a long way actually.
Inadkat in. Fuller this time. He does play at that one. This one beats him on the outside edge. Good piece of bowling that leaves the left-hander.
Have you seen much of Ishaq Mohammed, Nathan?
I haven't, no.
In white ball cricket, he is prodigious. I mean, explosive talent, and really likes to get on with it right from the start. Played some good innings in the one-day series between England and India under-19s. Played in some T20s.
Full driven, and he's off the mark with a boundary, is Mohammed. Tom Alsop will give chase out to extra cover, but the ball is always going to win that race. Overpitched from Inadkat, and a nice drive through the covers to get off the mark for Ishaq Mohammed. 117 for 1.
But in red ball cricket, at this level, this is his first game. Made 5 in the first innings, and so untested. In Birmingham League cricket, and Premier League cricket in the Birmingham League, which is a good standard, plays for Smethwick, Kadir Ali's club. Kadir Ali, his uncle, the assistant coach here at Worcester, and he's done very well in league cricket. But in the longer format, not that experienced. Libby faces Robinson, new over, takes a single off the first ball, so Ishaq Mohammed will face his nemesis from the first innings, Robinson, who trapped him LBW for 5 in that very difficult early spell for Worcestershire yesterday that saw them slump to 71 for 6. 118 for 1. Jake Libby in this innings, 66 off 88 deliveries. Pretty quick scoring rate for Libby. who is becoming a bit of a man for all seasons, having scored quite quickly at times in T20 and One Day Cup cricket this year. Robinson bowls, left alone outside the off stump by Isaac, although maybe one or two people might say if Jake Libby has any flaws in white ball cricket is that at the wrong time, if he comes in at the wrong time in a T20 innings or a 50 over innings, it can affect the scoring rate. But I think it's a part of his game that he's worked on tremendously well in the last 2 or 3 years. You often think as a mature player there isn't really much more to develop, but Libby has worked hard on that. This one down the leg side, well taken by the diving Simpson behind the stumps. And although he's not always in the T20 side, when he does come in now, he can come in even maybe down the order and score quite quickly, even though he isn't known for being somebody who clears the ropes on a regular basis. I think he's added that to his game a little bit of power hitting that wasn't there maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Robinson round the wicket to Isaac. Oh, bit of room, and he does like a bit of room. Gave it everything. That would have gone in the air over the offside if he'd have made contact with it. Goes for a little walk, little bat twiddle, sets himself at the end of that little walk and just rehearses the shot, thinks through what he was trying to do, settles again, left-hander.
Bit of extra bounce from Robinson. Good carry through to Simpson. This pitch is still giving a little bit of assistance.
Robinson bowls, Isaac just moves across his stumps, works his way on the leg side, straight to the fielder at square leg. I always think it's interesting as well when a player comes in. So we've got a Davalath who, there'll be a few in the Sussex side that have played against him in age, second team cricket, age group cricket. Isaac, maybe 1 or 2 that have played against him when he was playing for Warwickshire on the pathway through, but Latigan coming in, might have played club cricket against 1 or 2. I think he was telling me last night that he played with Dan Ibrahim in club cricket when he was down at school in Sussex. Just break off as Isaac drives this next one up to mid-off. But I always think it's interesting when players first come in, end of the over by the way, 118 for 1, that the bowlers don't know the batters and the batters don't know the bowlers, and it takes just a few games before the word gets round and the analysts get stuck into a little bit of video stuff, and you just get that first few games where experienced players are looking at a newcomer for the first time. And I always just think, Latigan yesterday came in, played 2 or 3 shots, and even a wizened old pro would have stood there and thought, yeah, they've got a good one here, this guy can play, and they haven't yet sussed out the weaknesses, and the analysts haven't really got stuck into them. I'm interested by those first impressions that players give.
With Nadcat to continue round the wicket left arm to the right-hander Libby, and that's driven along the ground straight to cover. No run. Yeah, you have that window, don't you? Window of unknown opportunity. Which is hard to take advantage of because you're so new, so fresh, nerves. They're probably not used to this level just yet. But if you can find the confidence to cash in.
Yeah.
Cash in before they know about you.
Occasionally you get somebody who comes along completely unknown quantity, don't you?
Short from a Nadcat, and it's taken on by Libby, and it's not particularly convincing, but a top edge flies away over the wicketkeeper and away for 4. There it is, that short ball. It's always just there in the background with someone like Jake Libby batting. He moves on to 71 now, having faced 90 deliveries, 122 for 1.
Yeah, Worcestershire have a young quick bowler called Jack Home. He's been injured. He was part of the England under-19s again this year with Isaac. And he's been injured. He's only played 3 one-day cup games this year.
And Nadcat, I think that was that off-cutter. He had success with it yesterday when bowling to the tail, and I think he's just beaten Libby for pace or lack of there, because he's played and missed outside the off. Just a subtle little roll of the fingers down the side of the ball. Don't think it was picked up.
But Jack Home burst onto the scene last season in the T20 and the One Day Cup. He'd left school. He's a slip of a lad, but he's got pace. Just got a bit of pace. He's got a bit of attitude. Likes to bang it in. Likes to celebrate when he gets a wicket, and just got a little bit of something about him.
Full from an Adcat, defended down to mid-off, no run.
And when he first came in last year, he got a bunch of wickets in T20s, and particularly in the One Day Cup. Might even have got a 5 for. And he nobody knew anything about him, and he just came on, banged it in, bowled with a bit of aggression and fire, and you almost got the impression some of the old guns thought, I'm going to take him on just to try and take him down a peg or two, and they got out, and then he celebrated, and it just, the whole thing just cascaded for about 3 weeks in the One Day Cup last year. Oh, that kept low, didn't it?
Beating the outside edge. It did keep low, didn't it? It's outside off. It was a good length. It wasn't particularly short, but Libby tried to play it on the back foot, and it's almost gone underneath his bat there. It's not carried through to Simpson, who does well to stop it from flying away behind him.
And every time he came on, Jack Home, last year, you thought something was going to happen, and he was one of those make something happen sort of cricketers, and he did. And sadly this year, although he played quite a bit for England under 19, and his batting's come on, I think he got 100 in the second team at one stage, but he's been injured, and he's as I say, been limited to 3 One Day Cup games this year. But high hopes for him as well. But he's had that little period where nobody knew anything. They now know him a bit more.
That was another little off-cutter from a Nadcat. This time Libby picks it up and he gets in behind safely. Dot ball ends the over, 122 for 1. The deficit is eking into towards double figures, I should say. It's 105 now. Libby unbeaten, 71 off 94. Isak Mohammed is on 4, having faced 8 deliveries.
But particularly these days, it doesn't last for long, that because of video and all the analysis there is. Pretty soon everybody knows everybody. It used to be in the old days that the bowlers talked in the bar and said, have you seen so and so? I'll tell you how to get him out, do this, do that, do the other, and the word got round. These days it's all done by the video analysts. Ollie Robinson into Isak, angled across him, lets that one go. As yet, I suspect Isak is still in that bracket where they don't know that much about him. They're finding out about him, and the analysts are finding out about him. But he needs to, in white ball cricket, he just needs to turn cameos into more significant innings, if you know what I mean. He's made some good 20s and 30s. He's quite happy to get off the mark with a 6 at the beginning of a T20 innings, or to go big. But he hasn't yet managed to turn any of those into anything really significant. That's a cracking delivery from Robertson. A little bit more of an effort ball across the left hand, and a bit of bounce through to the keeper. So Isak's performances in white ball cricket in the T20 went straight into the side, having been brought in from the academy at Warwickshire. Only 17 still. Made a 32, a 19, a 17, a 25, a 29, a 27. All good efforts at the start of the innings, but not ever going past 30 odd really. As a swing at this one as it goes away down the leg side, off the pad, down to long leg for a single. Leg by, 123 for 1. So that's the next step for him. And as far as red ball cricket's concerned, he's got to learn, or I'm sure he knows already because he's done it in other forms of cricket, but in first class red ball cricket, he's got to learn to occupy the crease and stay out there and sell his wicket dearly. It's a very different game. Robinson in to Libby, takes on the short ball again, a swivelling pull shot down to the busy Nadcat at long leg. Another single taken. 124 for 1. Libby now 72. Isak for the one man out. Rayan Adevalath for a very tidy 45 LBW to Nadcat, having faced 78 deliveries and hit 7 fours. There's Robinson again in the sunshine. Bowls to Isak, who is forward and pushing this one back up the pitch to him. So Robinson, 20 wickets in the last 3 innings he's bowled in here at New Road from that Diglis end, but as yet in this Worcestershire second innings, halfway through his 11th over, he is wicketless. 1 ball left, in fact, in his 11th over. So being made to work hard. Maybe the pitch has flattened out a bit. Maybe the rollers had an effect. Maybe the ball isn't as helpful as the one he had in the first innings. That's a good delivery though. Maybe just a little bit of pace taken off that one. Deceived Isaac, taken on the pad, drops out on the offside. End of the over. 124 for 1. Robinson 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 30. And Worcestershire, they still trail by 103 runs, but they're making a good go of this second innings.
And Nadcat will continue. Johnson still have a decision to make here, if and when he decides to take off his opening bowlers. Once again, he's relied on just 4 bowlers so far, after only bowling 5 overs yesterday in the first innings. Lamb and Carvelas have bowled a few more today, but they've been expensive as Libby defends on the back foot. Into the offside, no run, bit of a tumble taken by the fielder as he goes to claim that. He's just lying on the ground in a bit of pain. I thought he was actually okay, but there's a few concerned looks now. He looks to be in some considerable pain here. He's lying on the floor, so it's difficult to get a read on who it is. Can't see his face. He slowly and gingerly gets up. Yeah.
I think it's Danny Lamb. Oh, hang on. Maybe not. Yeah, Danny Lamb.
Struggling to see what he's actually injured, if it's shoulder or leg. He eventually gets to his feet. None of his teammates had any sympathy for him whatsoever. Anyway, he's back at extra cover, and Nadcat comes in to bowl. That's edged, and this time it's taken. Libby was dropped at second slip by James Coles a couple of overs before this. And this time Coles snaffles the chance, and Worcestershire have lost another wicket. It's 124 for 2.
Yeah, Jake Libby, a very good 72, ends the season on 1,060 runs. And Nadcat, who's beginning now, you would say, to push Robinson for bowler of the match, really, because that's 6 wickets for him now in the game. He's been the one that's probably been the most impressive in this second innings. But Worcestershire now, and remember they're still trailing by over 100 runs, and although they've started this second innings nicely, they've now lost both the openers who put together that century opening partnership. And the possibility of an innings defeat or a heavy defeat comes creeping into your mind again as Dan Latigan comes out to join Isaac. So we've got a 17 and a 19-year-old out there, which is great to see from a Worcestershire point of view. It'd be even greater to see if they can put together a useful partnership. Still got 40 overs left in the day after this, so Sussex will still fancy that they could wrap it up tonight, but I doubt we'll get 40 in if the light deteriorates as it did last night, and we may well be back tomorrow. I doubt we'll go into a 4th day, whatever happens, but never say never. The fact is that Nadcat has persevered and probably would have been coming towards the end of his spell, we think, don't we, Nathan? And he's got the wicket, he's got the drop in the over before and the wicket this time, and that will just give him a little bit more of a spring in his step. 2 for 33 now for him. Yeah,
just got the ball to leave the right-handed Libby off the pitch enough to take the edge. Caught in the crease again. That seems to be the way all these wickets are falling. It's batters either not getting to the pitch at the ball, been hitting the pad, or fiddling at balls with unconvincing footwork. So as you said, Dan Latigan is in now. He impressed yesterday, didn't he? 41 off 50. He counter-attacked. He was in much earlier than this. He was in at after 6 balls to score at 1 for 2, and this time he's in with the score at 124 for 2 as he lets his first one go through to Simpson behind the stumps. 2 left-handers now at the crease for Nadcat to work with. Traditionally left-armers like bowling to fellow lefties, get the ball moving away from them if they can, but he's been good in this second spell as a Nadcat. He's been the difference. He's got both wickets in this spell after Sussex have toiled for much of this second innings. Latigan faces up to his second ball. Just a little shuffle down the crease. Stifled LBW appeal. It was going well down leg. Might have been a bit of inside edge as well. Rolls into the leg side. No run.
One thing that John Simpson might not be aware of, probably won't, although I'm sure there's been some discussion of it, but Worcestershire have gone into this game without a spinner, and that might make him think, oh, you know, the wickets have been taken by seamers on this ground all year, etc, etc, etc. But I'll tell you what, it's turned as well. When spinners have played here, Simon Harmer got quite a bit of response from the surface. So even though it seemed around, teams that have played frontline spinners have also found that we can get the spinners on. There's been some grip and some response from this pitch. So it wouldn't be a bad idea for Simpson to try a spinner at some point, just to get a feel for it, because I reckon there will be a little bit of turn from this pitch.
Yeah, especially with two left-handers at the crease now. I suspect the next change might be Jack Carson, the off spinner. See if there's some purchase turning the ball away. And that cat comes in. Deep square's just come out, and that one's left alone by Latigan through to Simpson. Yeah, Carson and Coles, the two spinners, Carson the right arm off spinner, Coles the left arm spinner, they were warming up quite exuberantly at one point, stood next to each other in the slip cordon. It looked like they'd gotten the nod from Simpson that they might come on at some point, but then I think he changed his mind because he went back to both openers at the same time, in a Nightcat and Robinson, and it worked from this end with a Nightcat bowling. He's taken 2 wickets now in the space of 11 runs as he comes in again to Latigan. Final delivery of this over, and it's driven hard but straight to the man. They've kind of got a forward point who's in reasonably close, and he stops that one, so Latigan yet to get off the mark. 124 for 2. So yeah, the plan to go back to the openers has worked from Simpson. He's got 2 wickets, but I just suspect, given that neither a Natcat or Robinson had a major break after their opening spells, Simpson's just having a word with his Indian fast bowler there. I think that was a conversation of, are you okay to keep going? Because I think he is conscious of overworking them here, especially if they are going to have to come back tomorrow, which is looking increasingly more likely as this game progresses. So yeah, I suspect you're right. We might see some spin, particularly with Carson in the team.
Elsewhere, bit of news from Trent Bridge. Notts are 199 for 4 against Warwickshire. So they trail by 59, 6 wickets remaining as Robinson starts a new over and Isaac defends. And they've got to get 300, is that right? If they get 300, they become champions. So there you are. 101 required with 6 wickets in hand to become champions. Simple as that for Notts. And well, I said earlier, I think most people think that the table doesn't lie over a whole season. Worcestershire are finishing bottom, and they probably deserve to be, although they've competed well in quite a few games that they've actually lost. Well, by the same token, if Notts win it, whether you like it or not, Robinson bowls, left alone by Isaac, and whether you like it or not, and whether you're a disgruntled pair at the fact that Joe Clark, Jack Haynes, Dylan Pennington and Josh Tongue are all in the Notts side, although not necessarily all in it today, you've got to say they've done really well to beat Surrey, to overhaul the mighty Surrey and prevent their monopoly at the top of the table. If Notts win it, good luck to them. I'll give you a few other scores as well as we go through this over. So Surrey at 84 for 2, still 17 behind Hampshire, pushed out on the offside by Isaac. This one another dot. Leicestershire made 429 at Northampton. Northampton struggling, 159 for 6 in reply. Durham made 346 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Yorkshire 163 for 2 in reply, so Yorkshire going very nicely. Who's got those runs? James Wharton 3 on Agarwal, 86 not out. Adam Lyth, the evergreen Adam Lyth, another half century. Just keeps going, doesn't he, Adam Lyth? Remarkable. Somerset Essex, Somerset made 433. Just break off as Isaac is going to be out. I think he's chipped it up in the air and he is caught, looking to lift it over the leg side. Robinson gets his first wicket. Good catch taken at mid-on
Hughes
by Daniel Hughes, and Robinson gets his wicket, and Isaac just looking to be a little bit too expansive perhaps, leading edge, and he has gone for 4, and Worcestershire now are in a little bit of peril again at 124 for 3, and Robinson's got his first wicket. The problem for Simpson is that his opening bowlers are probably in need of a rest, and he wants to keep them going, see if he can knock over a couple more for Worcestershire. But yeah, still got 39 overs left in the day, and Worcestershire's still trailing by over 100 runs. They're in a bit of trouble. I'll go back to the scores just to finish them off. Somerset 433, Essex 157 without loss in reply. Middlesex 634 for 9 declared against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 33 without loss in reply. Glamorgan 265. Lancashire have overtaken that. They're 312 for 6 in reply. And finally Derbyshire, another massive score, 698 for 6 Derbyshire made at Canterbury. 198 for Wayne Madsen. Flagged him up when he came in yesterday. Double 100 for Lewis Rees. Extraordinary stuff from them. In reply, Kent are 25 without loss.
Yeah, something that we haven't seen a lot of in this game over the last 2 days is a bit of a soft dismissal. That,
yeah.
For once, I don't think a batter was done by movement off the pitch or outthought or what have you. I just think he's just tried to be a bit too expansive, closed the bat face too early off a ball that probably wasn't really there to flick, probably a bit too short, if anything, to flick off the pads like that. And such is his luck. Mohammed takes the leading edge, and
good catch.
He was, yeah. It's always tricky when you're running over your shoulder and you're kind of running one way and looking back at the other to see where the ball's coming from. But yeah, disappointing for Ishaq Mohammed.
Rob Jones is the new batsman, off the mark straight away, just tucking this one away on the onside for a single. Rob Jones has not been in good form in the Red Bull game, played a big part in the One Day Cup, made 100 in that competition, fielded superbly, including in the final on Saturday. Great fielder, good slip catcher in Red Bull cricket, tremendously popular on and off the field. But if currency of a batsman's life is runs, then Rob Jones being a bit short of them, if we're honest. His highest championship score, he's got 150, but other than that only twice has he passed double figures, and this is his 6th championship game. Be a great time for him to return to Red Bull form today. Robinson in, bowls, Latigan leaves alone outside the off stump. We've got the other parlous situation for Worcestershire now, with 2 new batsmen at the crease at the same time as they had when Ishaq was out, and that's always just opens the door a little bit for the bowling side. And with 7 overs left before tea, I'm sure Sussex will feel if they can get one more before the break, still in with a chance of finishing this today, Nathan.
Yeah, I think so. Just given the way this game has gone, although there's plenty of rearguard defence action possible from this Worcester team. I mean, Gareth Roderick is still to come, Ethan Brooks, Matthew Waite, Tom Taylor, so there's a lot in the sheds batting wise for Worcestershire. And Nadcat's going to continue, and he's going to come around the wicket to the new man, the right-handed Jones. 4 slips in place, or 3 in a gully if you prefer. Just a quick change in the field as Nadcat comes. Now he's set to bowl. Square leg has come in from saving one to more of a catching position just in front of square. Rob Jones facing a Nadcat for the first time, and there's an appeal behind the stumps for a caught behind. The Sussex fielders can't believe that's been given not out. I'm not sure a Nadcat was overly convinced by it. It was very quickly turned down. They beat him on the outside edge. It's interesting. It was the fielders more to the left-hand side of the batter as we look at it from long on. So the gully and 3rd slip, 4th slip, yeah, for gully / 4th slip and 3rd. From that angle, we're convinced he hit it. 2nd, 1st, and the keeper weren't as sure. Coles at 2nd slip just decided to join in the appeal late. I don't think he was convinced at all. Nadcat continues. This is flicked away straight to fine leg for a single, so it's another run to the total for Jones.
Yeah, it's been a funny game in terms of appeals for catches, isn't it? Because there's been you expect LBW appeals to be turned down. There's been a lot of appeals for catches behind the wicket turned down as well. Either they're appealing for everything. I mean, there've been two, one for either side down the leg side, where they've gone up for a catch and they've celebrated as if it's a foregone conclusion, and then it's been given not out. So it's been a funny one, really. Simpson really thought that was out, didn't he?
Latigan on strike now, yet to get off the mark, and that cat comes over the wicket and he leaves that on length. That goes over the top of the stumps. Good leave in the end. It's amazing how quickly this game has changed. 113 without loss. Worcestershire are looking like they can make a fist of it. Yeah. Come back in, get back tomorrow. See if they can get into a lead. Give Sussex something a little bit nervous to chase. All of a sudden, 113 for 1 becomes 124 for 2, and then 124 for 3 in the space of, 10-15 minutes. And now we're having big chances, big appeals behind the stumps for caught behinds turned down. It's all happening. And that cat to Latigan, forward defensive, no run.
Great experience for Latigan now as well. Amazing. We were talking to him last night after the game and just saying that, can you believe what's happened to you in just the last 6 weeks or so? Playing second team cricket, suddenly finds himself in the One Day Cup side, picked up for the South African T20 competition. Life coming at you fast.
Yeah, well, he's got Jada Vinadkat coming at him fast. Just a bit of a pause here. I think a bit of a chat in the field. Not sure anything changed. And Vinadkat perhaps just making Latigan wait. Bowls down leg. Judging by the response, they don't think that the field don't think that was too far away from leg stump. Latigan does trigger quite far across his stump, so he's a slight candidate for being bowled around his legs. I think Sussex might just be trying to get inside his head a little bit with that one. On first viewing, that looked like it was well down leg. Yeah, nowhere close to the leg stump. Just that part of the day. Fielders doing anything they can to avoid the lull in the atmosphere out there. Final delivery of the over. Hitting the pad, but I think that's going well down leg. No appeal forthcoming. 126 for 3.
Yeah, well, I was talking about cricketers' education and how you try to turn every situation to your advantage with Idavalath before, and saying that, whatever happens, he's going to look back on today as being quite an important day, I would think, in his growth as a young player. Run out at Durham last week, but that was on a pretty flat pitch when he got that 60. This was a much more challenging effort, and now Latigan can look on this potentially tricky period as an opportunity to grow and to develop and to battle through a difficult patch against the top class attackers. Rob Jones gets a 4 down to third man, an edge past the diving fourth slip, never catchable, just bounced a yard or two in front of the fielder at fourth slip, who is Ollie Carter, deputy wicketkeeper, with his shin pads on under the trousers because he's been in at short leg.
Yeah, but it's been a while since he's been in at short leg. He's just kept them on just in case. I would have thought.
And he's used to having pads on, you see, because he's a keeper. 130 for 3 with that boundary. Robinson into Jones. Jones is steering this one down behind square on the offside. They take a single. Latigan has to hurry. I think he might just have been home had the throw that came in from Tom Alsop hit the stumps, but it didn't. Maybe, I don't know who called it. I got the impression Jones did. May have been Latigan, might not have realised that Alsop was left-handed. Anyway, he got in. 131 for 3. Jones moves to 7, rather uncertainly. Latigan yet to get off the mark. Will face Robinson from the Diglis end. There's Robinson. Big strides, comes in, bowls, and Latigan, well, he's not timed it, but he's got enough bat on it to get it away on the leg side. Fantastic bit of work by Allsop running back, sliding to flick it back and save the boundary. Really, really good work. And he dived, he got kind of unusual because he went forwards, feet first, and then flicked it back, and then ploughed into the plastic covering that has been rolled off at the side, so he might have a bit of damp on his trousers, but good work, kept them down to 2. It went a long way for a shot that was really not what Latigan intended at all. Big, thick inside edge, but he's a big man with a big bat coming down from quite a height. Here's Robinson in again, bowls, and Latigan is moving again. He's done it again. He's got 4 this time. Bit more of a bat on that one. That might be misreading it a little bit, but he seemed to walk across his stumps and just flick it away on the leg side. I didn't think he really timed it, but it's gone to the boundary this time.
No, for me that was straight off the inside edge. I don't think he was trying to play a flick shot whatsoever. He's trying to hit it.
Thick inside edge. I'll tell you what, I wish my inside edges had gone that far. I'd have got a lot more runs, but I mean that went a long way, didn't it? The bats are a bit fatter these days, I must say, but got a man back there now anyway, as he lets that one go. So just stump. Interesting that they've put a man back when he's got basically 2 inside edges to the square leg boundary, and it's forced to change. Extraordinary. Goes for a little walk, Latigan, as he often does, then he comes back in, often does a little run up and down on the spot like a boxer, just trying to get himself ready, and then he moves back in to the crease and gets ready to face as Robinson approaches from the Diglis end, bowls, and Latigan drives up. Robinson fields off his own bowling and wangs the ball back at the stumps, which he misses. Latigan was in anyway. Latigan holds his hand out as if to say, "What are you doing?"
He's to be careful there, Robinson. That can be.
Could
be penalty runs. That
Dylan Pennington is regularly in trouble for doing that. They don't like it, do they, the match referees? And I think we are going to see our first bit of spin. 137 for 3 at the end of the over. Jones has 7. Latigan has 6. And if we are to see a bit of spin, we'll have a sweep. Umpire's just having a chat, presumably about that last bit of petulance from Robinson.
I think he could be in trouble, because just as he was walking by the umpires as well, he had a word with them. John Simpson is gone off to go get a helmet, so they haven't called the captain over to explain anything to him yet. I think the question is, was Latigan actually outside of his crease? And if so, was there a chance of a run out? Because if not, it's going to be 5 penalty runs, which is exactly what has been signalled. So Ollie Robinson has been punished for throwing the ball at Dan Latigan.
David Milnes does not like these scenarios. He's quite hot on these, and I've seen him do it before. He's having a word with Simpson now. We're going to see a bit of spin. I'll throw one out there now. How many balls before Rob Jones sweeps?
3?
It will not be many. It will not be many, I don't think. Ethan Brooks, if it was Ethan Brooks, I'd say it would be first ball, but with Rob Jones it might be 3rd or 4th. Yeah, 5 penalty runs, but there you go. They are very, very hot on these days, on these. And it wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary.
I think
Latigan was in. I think that's why Latigan turned around and
did.
Why on earth are you doing that?
Yeah, he threw his hand up as if to say, "What are you doing?" Look, a bit of frustration from Robinson. Look, we all know he can be a hot character, as all fast bowlers are, really. You need a bit of a temper to become a big, tall, angry fast bowler, but just getting the better of Ollie Robinson there. And of course, it's only recent development in the last couple of years that they've started penalising that sort of thing. But anyway, there's going to be a change of bowling. Left arm spin. Coles into the attack. Jones drives his first offering, a full ball outside off, straight back to him. Jack Carson, the right arm off spinner, is also warming up, so we'll see if it's a change at both ends. This is defended forward by Jones. I said 3 balls into a sweep. Well, it's got to be this ball, otherwise
it could easily be.
There is a man back on the sweep. Ollie Robinson is in front of us here at long on, and there's a deep point as well. Those are the men back on the fence. He doesn't sweep. He comes down the track and launches him over mid-off for a couple of bounces into the fence. So it did take 3 balls for an aggressive stroke from Rob Jones, but it wasn't a sweep. It's a beautiful drive over mid-off. 4 runs.
Good shot. As I say, I don't think there would be any more popular returnee to form than Rob Jones if he were to make a score in this innings. It's been a real struggle for him this season in the Red Bull game. In and out of the side, lots of runs in the seconds, but a real struggle.
Coles in again, just a few steps as his run up, and that's a quicker delivery. Jones thought about using his feet again. Coles beats him for pace, bit of inside edge onto the pad, rolls out into the offside, no run.
I congratulated on one of his hundreds in the seconds earlier this year, Rob Jones.
Flighted delivery, defended into the leg side. Carson picks up.
And he said, "Thank you, but I've got 20 hundreds in the second team. It doesn't really mean much, you know. I want to get back in the first team and get runs." He tries so hard, but he has struggled.
A shorter delivery, but good pace from Coles. Tall man bowling quickly for a left arm off spinner. Defended into the leg side, so just that boundary from Coles' first over.
Yeah, threw his over very quickly as well. James Cole's first spin we've seen in the game, actually. When I came yesterday and watched them warming up before the game, Fateh Singh was out there having a bowl for Worcestershire, and I thought, well, if he's out there bowling, there must be a chance that he's going to get into the side, but obviously they looked at the pitch and weighed things up and decided to go with an all-seam attack. We're now going to have an all-spin attack because Jack Carson is coming on at the Diglis end, despite the fact that Robinson's recently picked up the wicket of Isaac. And we're going to have spin from both ends as Surrey try to get this over rate down a little bit. 4 overs left till tea, so we'll be having tea, what, about 10 to 4? And
maybe a bit quicker if these two get through their overs quickly, spin both ends. I mean, Coles, I think that was like less than 2 minutes for that over. And bear in mind, somebody had to go and fetch the ball from the seats just in front of the hotel as well. So if they bowl economically here, we could be very quickly through. Slip in play, left-handed Latigan on strike to the off-spinner Carson,
who bowls, and Latigan just pushes out on the offside, and there is no run. 146 for 3 it remains. Yeah, they might whiz through the overs a little bit. Beautiful afternoon, it really is. So, as you were saying, quite a good crowd in with particularly at this end. Latigan plays it for reverse sweep. Not a shot I've seen him play very often, and he doesn't get all the way down. He plays a sort of squatting reverse paddle, but he plays it very well. Got the bat over the top of it, picks up 4 runs down to third man, and he goes to 14. 150 is up for Worcestershire, 154 for 3 now. In fact, really good shot. In fact, there's 150 up on the board already, so he goes to 10. I beg your pardon, the board was a little bit quicker than I expected. 150 is up for Worcestershire. And here comes Carson again round the wicket, bowls, and Latigan is forward and plays this out on the offside. And there's no run. So yeah, chance for these two to do a bit of rebuilding. They'll want to get through to the interval first, simple as that. Get through to the tea interval, just reassess where you are. Latigan waits on the back foot, hits this out on the offside for a single. And total goes to 151 for 3. Now we'll see the sweep from Jones, I reckon. He does love a sweep. Not as much as Brooks, but quite adept at it. Light on his feet, good cutter as well, likes to get inside the spinner sometimes and hit the ball on the offside against the off spinner, which is not easy with the field that, well, I mean, he's encouraged to do that by the field that he's got set, because he's got only 2 on the offside. Over the wicket, bowls, and Jones drops it down on the onside, so 3 on the offside if you count the slip, but 2 in run saving positions. Long on his back, mid wicket on the catch, deep backward square, deep forward square, man on the dribble, short legs, fairly conventional field. I'm missing a fielder. I've got a sweeper on the offside. As Jones pushes out on the offside and they get a single. It's an interesting one, isn't it, the sweeper out on the offside, because you're not really encouraging the drive through the covers. You've got the big gap there. You can have a single if you drive against the spin, but not a massive incentive to do so with the fielder out there. Whereas if there's no fielder out there and you leave a big gap at extra and you say throw it up outside the off stump, very, very tempting for the right-hander to drive against the spin and get done through the gate by a bit of movement. Not going to happen with the man out there. Anyway, Jones didn't take it on. He keeps the strike with a single. He's on 12. Latigan is on 11. And Worcestershire, with 3 overs to go before tea, are 152 for 3.
Yeah, James Coles will continue. Right-handed Rob Jones on strike. Long on, long off, deep square, and a deep cover as well. In comes Jones. Plenty of pace taken off that ball. Left alone outside the off. Doesn't look like there's massive turn on offer here. Window, what, 13 balls of spin we've seen so far. Coles gets through his overs very quickly. He's already through with the second delivery, and that's punched down the ground with wicket dives to stop the ball going down to long on. Carson helping his fellow spinner there, saving him a single. Coles quickly into his delivery stride for the third delivery of this over, full flighted and driven down the ground to long off. That'll take the score to 153 for 3. Jones moves to 13. The lead is down now to 74. Change in the field. The left-handed Latigan now on strike. Short leg comes in. Robinson at long off is just ambling in. I don't know if he's going to come all the way up to save one. I think maybe he is. He's just taking his time. He needs to be quick because Coles doesn't hang around, but Latigan isn't set yet, so bit of a delay here. I think he was just waiting for short leg to get his helmet on properly. In comes Coles. Down the track is Latigan. Is that far enough? Yes, it is. It was a hard, flat hit down the ground. And it brings up 6. Latigan looking to be positive against the spinners.
Notts have lost a 5th wicket. Interesting. Hamid out for 122. So 2 new batters in. And they need, well, a 218 for 5.
Squirted out into the offside. Think about a single, but a loud call from Latigan sends Jones back. No run.
So the county championship is still alive.
Coles in, full flighted again. Latigan thinks about a single, having pushed towards cover. Simpson, the wicketkeeper, actually comes around and does the fielding. Into the over. 7 runs from it, including the big flat 6 from Daniel Latigan. The first ball he faced, I think, from James Cole. Danced down the track and deposited him into the seats straight down the ground. 159 for 3.
2 overs to go till tea. Carson to bowl the first of them. 6 runs come off his first over. Cole's 2 overs for 11. Latigan a reverse paddle for 4 off a 1 spinner and a flat 6 straight down the ground off the other. Being pretty positive. Jones on strike. Just looking to turn this one down the leg side. Bit of turn, I think, on that one from Carson. Just have a look at the replay. Went down the leg side, no danger to Jones, taken neatly by Simpson. But might have just got a little bit of purchase on that one. Bowls this next one. Jones is forward, just blocks it down with the pitch. Yeah, a bit of turn and bounce. It was already on about leg when it pitched, or middle and leg. Jones yet hasn't swept. Just having a look at it, just assessing the pitch. Carlton is in once more. Bowls, and Jones is turning this with the spin on the leg side down to short fine. Lots of body into his action, Jack Carson. Gives it a real rip, doesn't he? I bet he's a big turner of the ball on helpful pitches. There's a nice real sort of coil and lots of off spinners body into the action. Quite a good sort of classical off spinners action.
I'd like to see a leg
down on the onside again by Jones.
I'd like to see a leg slip in here, because there's a couple of times Jones has just worked the ball away behind square. Yes, along the ground, but you're right, given the way that the ball is spinning, he's getting more purchase than Coles is, so he is asking more questions. And just to the right hander, they've got a short leg in, which is good. I'd move in that short fine leg into a leg slip position.
Comes in again now. Ooh, and very nearly turned into the hands of Ollie Carter at short leg. Bounce just short of him. Good little battle out there at the moment. Jones doesn't want to get out before tea. He's on 13. Latigan is on 17. Last ball of the over from Carson. Driven out on the offside. And there's no run. That's a maiden from Carson. 159 for 3 Worcestershire. And 1 over to go before tea.
Yeah, just as we get set for that last over, I think a bit of cloud has moved out of the way because the sunshine is all of a sudden peeking through once again. The shadows are long and the sun is quite low in the sky at this juncture. Be interesting to see what the light situation is after tea. I mean, the fact that they are bowling spin probably will mean we hopefully get a bit more play in than we did last night. What was it, about 5:30 they went off?
Yeah, well,
for light last night.
A bit earlier than that.
It was a bit earlier.
Yeah, 5:30. Yeah. 5:32.
And I think at that point they probably had another 15 or so overs left. So calls to continue. Latigan on strike. There's no one in front of square, saving one on the offside. So he cuts that one out to deep point and takes his single. Brings Rob Jones back on strike. Latigan moves to 18. He's faced 21 deliveries so far. Just the 5 balls left now until the interval. Sussex just taking their time here. They're having a chat as the batters change from left hand to right hand. Bit of a conversation happening. Simpson is pointing around. Do you want your man behind square saving one? Do you want to try and force him to sweep against the spin? I think that's the plan here, because deep square has come up to save one as kind of like a short fine leg. So if Jones does want to take on the sweep, it is there for him. In comes Coles, and that one's too short to sweep, and it's guided off the back foot. But point, he fumbles it, but still no run. Nadcat in there. He really isn't a keen fielder, is he? Nadcat. Ball is quickly thrown back to Coles, who wastes no time getting into his delivery stride up to the stumps. Short again. This time it's cut out to the man on the deep and the offside for 1. 3 deliveries to go now until tea. Does Latigan take it on? He danced down the track to Coles in the previous over and deposited him into the sight screen. Does he try and repeat the dose, or is he happy just seeing off these final 3 deliveries? In comes Coles. He flights it up, gives Latigan the chance to play a big shot if he wants, but he doesn't. No run, defended into the offside. Simpson quickly fires the ball back to his bowler. Gets the top of his mark. Bit of a flick of his hair there as he turns. Left arm over the wicket. Turned off the hip. And Nadcat is at short fine to cut off the single. Final delivery then before tea. 161 for 3 is the score. Coles has the ball in hand. Into his delivery stride, bowled into the pitch. That one keeps a little bit low, but Latigan defends on the back foot, so he negotiates that last over safely before the tea break. Worcestershire are 161 for 3. The deficit is 66, so that's how many they need to make Sussex bat again. They have 7 wickets remaining. Rob Jones unbeaten on 14, Daniel Latigan 18. We had 5 overs of spin there just before tea. Jack Carson bowled 1 maiden, 2 overs, none for 6. James Coles 3 overs, none for 13.
And there you are, that's it. 3 men out in this second innings for Worcestershire. 113 for the opening wicket between Adavalath and Libby before Adavalath was out for 45. Libby followed for 72, having reached 1,000 runs for the season. The other man out, Isaac, caught by Dan Hughes at mid-on off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 4. 124 for 3 at that point. Since then, Latigan and Jones have played steadily, not taking too many risks, and it is tea on day 2. So 32 overs left in the day. Sussex still leading by 66. Thank you for being with us. We'll be back at around about 10 minutes past 4 when play resumes. Until then, go and have a cup of tea, and we'll speak to you later.
Larry was lovely. He was funny, kind, and had a great big smile. He loved life. Larry developed Parkinson's in 2013. By 2017, he got very poor mobility and he wasn't able to speak. he was invited to join the Living Well programme. Larry loved going to the hospice. The minute he went through the doors, he would have a massive grin on his face. It was somewhere that he could be Larry. There were times when I was lost. I didn't know what I was going to do, but I knew I could ring the hospice and there'd be somebody there to help me. It's like this great big hub. When Larry's condition deteriorated, that he could no longer actually visit the hospice, St Richard's came to us. Larry had been very ill and he'd been in hospital, so he had a very lonely couple of weeks. Somebody from St Richard's rang and said, "We remembered that Larry liked cricket. Would you like to come to the county ground for the day?" We were met at the door, taken up to the members' suite, lunch, dinner, afternoon tea. Larry lapped it up to be out in the air, to watch the match, and just to feel he was special for that day. Oh, well, you can see by his smile. He was having such a good time. This is the spot where we sat to watch the match. It's full of memories. It brings back lovely moments with my husband. I don't think Larry would have lived so long if we'd just been left to sort ourselves out. And I'm always grateful for everything that St Richard's did. They made our life wonderful. And I hope they can carry on doing that for other people.
So welcome back to New Road. We're about to get underway after tea as Ollie Robinson comes steaming in from the Diggler's End bowls to Rob Jones. He ducks underneath, the ball goes through to keeper Simpson. I'm out of breath because I've just taken an enormous chunk of fruitcake.
Yeah, and just carrying it up.
Yeah, it is. And I didn't realise that play was about to get underway, so we came rushing back in.
I'm just going to finish mine, so you can
You
carry on
chomp away.
It's great cake.
It is. It's lovely.
Last cake of the season.
I can see.
No more cake till Christmas now. After this.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll cake till Christmas cake. Yeah, just talked to a couple of Sussex fans actually, and we've decided to start a petition. As in comes Robinson and Bowles, and Jones rather stretches for a wide delivery outside the off stump and carves it away to backward point and picks up a single. Total goes to 162 for 3. Yeah, the petition is for we want Worcestershire to stay in Division 1 of the County Championship. That's our campaign. In all seriousness, talking to a couple of Sussex supporters, and they were saying how, I mean, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Let's be honest. Which does help, but everyone's thoroughly enjoyed themselves who's come up from Sussex for this game. Lovely ground. People are saying how friendly the stewards are here, and so well done, Worcester. Nothing we didn't know already. But it really is a wonderful place to watch cricket as Robinson is in bowls. Latigan is forward, plays down the track, there is no run.
I was going to suggest a pre-season tour for Sussex to Worcester, but pre-season is no good because it would probably rain and it would be flooded, and you know, I know you like a swim, Adrian, but pre-season swimming on the outfield might not be ideal.
Yeah, and it does look it does look spectacular, doesn't it, with the sun out and the cathedral and all the rest of it.
Familiarity breeds contempt, doesn't it? But I'd like to think that most of us here just appreciate it. And it's in the morning when I get here. I think that's when I really like it the most.
Robinson round the wicket, bowls, lets that go outside the off stump, no run. I mean, anybody, you wouldn't have to love cricket as we all do to enjoy being here. You know, just sitting here looking at this wonderful scene, really. And we probably ain't going to get too many more days like this.
No, it's a very, very nice time of year, September, when the weather's good, isn't it? And as an ex-teacher, Adrian, any ex-teacher will tell you the best day of the year is the first Monday in September. You wake up and you think, oh, it's the first Monday in September and I'm retired.
Here comes Robinson. Bowls, letting that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. I'm not sure that Ollie Robinson is bowling absolutely flat out here.
No.
Had 40 overs, didn't we, with gone 162 for 3. I know we're keeping an eye on events elsewhere. It looks like Nottinghamshire are honing in on the county championship, so we'll keep abreast of that one. 239 for 5. They need another 61 runs to win the title, and even then Surrey would have to win, and that looks unlikely. They're 112 for 4 at Southampton. That's a game that Hampshire could well win. In comes Robinson, bowls, Latigan. He took a hand off the bat handle just momentarily. The ball's played out into the offside. There is no run. Ollie Robinson wasn't too happy before tea, was he? When Latigan got a couple of streaky boundaries, and Robinson got the ball back and hurled it at the stumps and incurred a 5-run penalty.
They're hot on that these days, aren't they? Dylan Pennington, of Notts, formerly of Worcestershire, he's been done a couple of times by the umpires. I don't think Robinson needed to do it, to be fair.
It was frustration, wasn't it? He was.
Latigan wasn't impressed.
No.
And for a young lad to kind of show that he was unimpressed, I think was quite significant. Maybe it went a bit closer to him than we thought. Alec Avelis is going to bowl from the New Road end. 2 slips will be in there. Man going into mid-wicket fairly close on the drive.
But in terms of the match, Worcestershire have fought back well here. I mean, the arrears are what now? 65?
Yeah.
I reckon we're going to get these overs in tonight because it's a glorious evening. Lovely blue sky.
A lot brighter than it was yesterday, that's for sure.
And runs have come very quickly in this match.
It's Cavalis over the wicket, ball to Jones down the leg side, and a diving attempt by John Simpson to stop that one. Doesn't get the ball cleanly in his gloves. Jones had got a bat on it, so whether that would have been a catch or whether it didn't carry, I'm not entirely sure, but gets a run, Rob Jones. Interesting, we've seen 2 or 3 appeals for a catch down the leg side by the keepers in this game on both sides.
Yes.
None given. couple of them, the sort of appeal that suggests that it was a really woody sound, and they've all gone up, but not given on any of those occasions. That time, maybe it would have been. Camelus is in again and bowls down the leg side, and again Latigan is not again Latigan, because it wasn't Latigan last time, but again it's an attempt to turn it away down the leg side, and it makes no contact, and the keeper takes it. Just watching a replay of that one before where Jones did get an edge. No, I'm not. It's the next ball.
Not great delivery, is it?
Anyway, 163 for 3. It really is gorgeous. Bright, beautiful September sunshine. Cavelus is in and bowls, and Latigan drives very nicely but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. You've got to go and just to labour the point, Adrian, and you're saying how lovely it is and how much people have enjoyed it, and I'm glad they have, but you've got to drink it in, haven't you? Because it's a long winter, isn't it?
It is.
It's a long winter, and you know, I often walk or drive or cycle past this ground in the winter and look in, and I often maybe come for a function in the winter or whatever, and you just have to remember days like this, and just remember they will come again. Cavelus bowls short, absolutely dismissed by Latigan. Wow, that is a heck of a shot. He's banged it in short, and Latigan, who's only on 18, he's already hit 1-6. He has absolutely lashed that over mid-wicket for 6 more. It was the shot of an experienced pro dismissing a bad ball from a young buck.
It was.
Except that he's not. He is the young buck. It was just
smashed
dismissive.
away, wasn't it?
Absolutely dismissive. Goes to 24. Cavelus must do better. Comes in from the new end. Does do better. Just tucked away for a single by Latigan. And he goes to 25. 170 for 3. Every now and again you see someone who just looks a little bit exceptional.
No, totally.
You know, I think Latigan is that. It's hard to believe that he's at the very, very start of his career when he plays with authority like that. I won't say too much, put the mockers on him, but
No, he's a good player.
early days. But yeah, we're hoping, very much hoping here at Worcester that we're watching the start of a pretty special career. Rob Jones on strike. Cavelus bowls, he lets that go outside the off stump. It's the end of the over. 170 for 3 then. Davalath 45, Libby 72, and Isaac 4 are the men out. The lead, I beg your pardon, Adrian,
right.
is still 57.
An announcement from Sussex Cricket Club. Sussex Cricket is delighted to confirm that membership prices will remain frozen for the 2026 season, ensuring supporters continue to enjoy excellent value with no increase in cost. Membership renewals will open on Monday the 29th of September at midday, exclusively for existing members. I'll continue reading that during this over from Ollie Robinson. In addition to freezing prices, Robinson in around the wicket bowl, Latigan drives without timing to mid-on, there is no run. Sussex is introducing a brand new under 25s membership available for just £125, half the price of a standard Sussex membership. The new category will be available when memberships go on general sale. The general sale begins on the 29th of October with an early bird window running until the 19th of November. Lots of dates here. Chief Exec Pete Fitzboyden said, "We're proud to be freezing membership prices for 2026, making it possible for all loyal members to continue to support the club without additional cost." Robinson in bowls to Latigan, lets it go outside the off stump, and there is no run. So there we are. That's some news from Sussex today. Membership prices frozen and renewals open as of Monday, which is this coming Monday, the 29th. So
I think Worcestershire are cutting
are they
their membership prices.
right?
In view of the fact that there's one fewer game on offer than there was this year. I think that was mentioned at the members forum this morning, yet to be confirmed.
Robinson in bowls. Oh, Latigan didn't quite know whether it had gone. He defensively, and then he says, "I'll pick the ball up," and John Simpson said, No, I'll do that, I'll come and pick it up. Yes, I don't know actually, and the lads might be able to tell me back at base, with a club membership, I'm presuming that gives you T20 as well, because the only reduction next season will be one home game in T20 after all the the toing and froing. So the T20 will be a group stage. Who do you go in with? I guess you go with Worcestershire, Gloucestershire, Glamorgan, Somerset.
What, next year?
Yeah. Is that your group?
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. I don't know. Are they out?
Robinson in bowls, clipped by Latigan's mid on. Yeah, they've been out all the
know
groups. So the Sussex group will be Sussex, Surrey, Middlesex, Kent, Hampshire and Essex, I think. So the good news is that means no sort of overnights really. You can get there, and because you know we have to. I mean, you won't be playing Durham T20 next year, for example.
Right, I'm just looking.
But you will play one additional game, which I think will be on a rotational basis.
Gloucestershire, Northants, Birmingham, Somerset, Glamorgan.
Right, yeah. Because currently we've got Glamorgan and Somerset in our group. In comes Robinson, bowls. Latigan is forward, plays into the offside, no run.
So we haven't played Gloucestershire other than in the One Day Cup for a good while.
I mean, that is bonkers, really, that you don't play you don't play Gloucestershire in T20.
Yeah.
I mean, that is crackers. Or Somerset. I mean, because they're all in the southern group and you're in the northern group.
Yeah.
I mean, it's easier
when you think that some of our members live in Gloucestershire. It's not far away at all.
Robinson in again. Bowls. Latigan defends down the onside of the track. Robinson fields of his own bowl. A good over from Ollie Robson. In fact, I think that was a maiden. Let's just check on the figures when it goes up in a minute. Yes, it was 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52. It's been very noticeable in this game that, with due respect to the other 2 seamers, that when Ollie Robinson and Jade Evanugkat have bowled, it's just been different.
Yeah, I was saying exactly
it's
that.
Looked so much more difficult for the batters.
Exactly that when you were off air, really.
And I'm sure that
like a different game, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, Sean Hunt would have played in this game. If Sean Hunt were fit, he would have played. I think probably Henry Crocombe would have played were he fit as well.
He's done well here in the past, Henry.
Yeah, so Sussex have got other seamers in the bank, but Robinson and Nugget have kind of been a class apart, really.
Cavalis in bowls and pushed out on the offside by Rob Jones. Nathan's off to do an important phone call, so
is he?
We'll cover for him for a few minutes.
Okay.
170 for 3. Yeah, Gloucestershire very close. You could go in the car and go in the car park and get in your car and drive and be within. You could be in Gloucestershire in about 25 minutes.
But see that I mean, but that
you could be in Warwickshire in probably 25 minutes.
I mean,
as well.
I guess I mean that is a nonsense, really, isn't it? That you don't play. I mean,
and there's Cheltenham Festival. We haven't played there for a while. That's a nice drive by Rob Jones. Half volley from Cavalis outside the off stump. Square drive by Jones, and they'll just get 2. They thought about 3, but they hadn't won the first one very quickly. Just a couple.
Yes, I mean, because when Sussex play, there's 3 games where the team would travel and stay overnight before. So that's Cardiff, Taunton, and Bristol as well. I mean, M4 Friday night trying to get down from Sussex is a nightmare. I've done that on many occasions, and Somerset getting back from there late at night isn't much fun either.
Cavalis over the wicket, in again. Bowls. Jones cuts, doesn't time it, just into the ground. I think the truth is, without wishing to sound, like a just mini moaner, really, anywhere these days in England, traffic-wise, is tricky.
Yeah, it is.
You can't really, unless you travel in the middle of the night, you can't really expect to get anywhere without a hold-up.
And the trouble with that, Frank, is you'd have had it coming back from T20s, come back in the middle of the night, road closures.
Absolutely.
And you're going through all the villages and
absolutely, loads of times. Cavalis in bowls and Jones on his toes, plays into the covers off the back foot defensive, and there's no run. Yeah, we've had some really tough journeys back from away T20s even this season, from Headingley, and that's before you get flashed on the motorway and it costs you 80 quid, or you have to go on a speed awareness course.
Yes, I had to go.
I've been done twice on the way back from Headingley on
the
M1, in the last 3 seasons. No other traffic around whatsoever. For some reason it's 60. Don't understand it. Cavalis again in bowls, and Jones drives beautifully. Lovely cricket shot from Rob Jones. Half volley on middle and leg, just punched down the ground. A great shot. You don't need to call, you don't need to say anything. Just wait and watch and enjoy.
Well, these arrears are being whittled away now, you know. What is it? 27.54 the arrears now. 24.51 the arrears.
Yeah, but they are 3 down.
Yeah, they are 3 down, but they're making a fight of it, Worcester, and they're to be commended for that because, you know, fantastic win in the one-day cup on Saturday. You know, it could be excused for thinking, wow, you know, but as you said at the beginning, they're professionals and they're playing like it.
That's
There's
another
4
for Jones. This time Corvallis overcorrects, so half volley the ball before, short and wide outside off stump this time, and Rob Jones cracks it away for 4 more. He goes to 26, and Dan Latigan has 25, and Worcestershire are 180 for 3 in response, of course, to a first innings deficit of 227.
Hello from Lewis in East Sussex from Simon Goodman. Hello, Simon. He says, hello, Adrian. Can you both stop saying how gorgeous it is, please? I'm sorry, Simon. I've toyed with coming up today, but it wasn't to be. Your commentary has been the perfect accompaniment to my workshop tidying up blitz these last couple of days. Yes, Simon sent photos in the past of I don't know whether you call yourself a cabinet maker, Simon, not quite what, but it's you sent photographs of the cabinets you make and all.
I love it.
Incredibly skillful. I didn't even get woodwork GCSE. I was useless, utterly useless. Robinson is in, bowls to Latigan, who fiddles this one down to third man with soft hands. They take one, they think about 2, but there isn't a second there as Haynes fields. Latigan gets another single. He goes to the sun is on the scoreboard now, and it's quite tricky
26.
to see. Thank you.
26. I'm no good either, Adrian, but I'll tell you what, Simon, I love a shed. I'm a shed man through and through. I've got 3 actually. I've got one little stool shed, I've got one that is for all the gardening stuff, and then I've got one that is grandly called a summer house, but I've turned it into a little bar. Got a TV on the wall and everything. I love it. I love the idea of Simon pottering around listening to cricket on the radio.
Robinson in bowls to Jones, lets it go. Simon finishes up by saying, I'm home now, I'm making a bolognese sauce for tea, which I'm about to add a dad of Worcestershire sauce in honour of the fixture. All the best, Simon. Thank you, sir. Simon's a regular contributor, and I see him in the pavilion at Hove, and he always says hello. So I won't see you again this season, Simon, but thank you for your correspondence and for all your support.
I tell you what, Simon, it's gorgeous here, but I love the idea of a pottering day listening to the radio and then bolognese sauce with Worcestershire sauce in. So you haven't had a bad day either.
Robinson in bowls, let go by Jones outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. And in fact, I'm sitting here, I've got an update to do in about 5 minutes' time, but I'm sitting with this rather nice looking bit of fruitcake. There is fruitcake and fruitcake, but this fruitcake is, sometimes fruitcake can be a bit dry, can't it? But this is absolutely... And wait, what is it that I missed in the commentary the amount of money that's raised by the for the teas here.
Yeah,
in the thousands.
It was in the thousands, I think.
So these are volunteers.
Absolutely sure.
So these are volunteers who make cakes and then sell them.
Yeah, and then the money goes to charity, I think.
Robinson in bowls to Joe's, that's a good delivery. Whew. That's an absolute bet. And just every now and again, Ollie Robinson puts in a delivery that's pretty much unplayable, and he beats Jones. All ends up through to Simpson, no run. But well done, and I heard the announcement actually. I had a little wander around the ground, and often when you come to cricket grounds, you tend to sit in the commentary box. But with Nathan being here, I could have a little wander for half an hour and just looked at the ground from different vantage points, and it looks so different from different areas of the ground. And in comes Robinson, bowls, Jones defends, a ball right on the stumps, played down to mid-on, and there is no run. And it's just a lovely ground. And in the corner in front of the sort of the I guess that's a corporate entertainment. Is that a permanent fixture, that corporate entertaining? The marquee. Yeah. There's a lovely, looks like a horse chestnut. Is it a horse chestnut?
Yes, it is. There used to be 3.
Right.
And those 2 died from disease, and they're the ones that have been replaced by...
Well, there's a lot. I think there's a lot of disease, isn't there, around horse chestnuts, which is just terrible. But that's a lovely horse chestnut tree that's just changing into the autumnal colours. Robinson is in bowls, and Jones works this down to fine leg and picks up a single. It is the end of Ollie Robinson's over 182 for 3. Robinson 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 53. Jones is on 27. Latigan on 26. I did hear actually that there was a reporter heard on the World Conker Championships and they were saying that the conkers aren't as big this year. I think
Well,
because of the dry summer.
I picked up my first 2 this morning.
Right.
I'm an avid. I always, every single year, I collect conkers, and I picked up a couple this morning. Took them home, and we always have a little bowl of them, and I tend to refresh it every few days just to keep them nice and shiny. It's just something about them. It's a reminder of childhood, isn't it? And we just love them. Tom Haynes is coming into the attack.
Well, we used to play
that.
Yeah, we used to play conkers at school, and you took your string and used to use Dad's corkscrew to sort of screw into the conker and. Can't do it now. Health and safety, mate.
Too dangerous.
Yeah,
if you miss that conker and you hit the other child on the hand, it can be very painful.
But you'd have a conker, and if you won enough sort of rounds with it, it might be like a 50-year or whatever it was. Yeah,
absolutely. Tom Haynes, right arm over the wicket, medium pace from the New Road end, bowls to Rob Jones, and he pushes out on the offside for a single. Yeah, but I love conkers, and do you know whether this is a myth, and I can't say urban myth, rural myth, or whether it's true or not, but they say spiders don't like conkers.
Well, I was going to say, do you keep them because of spiders? Because my mother-in-law, you go around her house and she's got conkers in the corner of every room.
When I was a housemaster of a boarding school at Repton, I had one boy in particular who was utterly terrified of spiders, and he used to literally run out of the room if he saw one. So I put a few conkers in his room, and it solved the problem. Allsop round the wicket, lovely drive from Latigan, but straight to mid-on, and there's no run. 183 for 3 the score remains, but they do say that conkers deter spiders. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I just like a conker. I think it just reminds me of childhood, and there's something beautiful and shiny and fresh about the colours of a conker. So yeah, long live the World Conker Championships, I say. Latigan pushes out on the offside, wants a single, but decides against it. Gets through his overs pretty quickly, does Tom Haynes. Occasional medium pacer, I think it's fair to call him, isn't it?
Yeah, he's one. I always sort of compare him, Frank, to the days of Greg Chappell, for those of a certain age. Someone who you bring on and he can nick your wicket or two.
He was captain for a while.
Yes, he was. Yeah,
at a young age.
Yeah.
Round the wicket he comes and bowls, and forward comes Latigan, pushes up to mid-on.
Yes, I was in the camp that didn't do Tom a lot of favours, to be honest. It was a time when Sussex were having a difficult time.
He was captain of a young side.
Very young side. They were getting beaten regularly. And, you know, I didn't think it helped Tom's batting, and I think it was... I thought it was the wrong move, if I'm being honest, at the time.
Maybe later in his career.
Yeah.
In again, round the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good shot. It was in the air, possibly as it passed Haynes at ankle height, and he threw his hand down, tried to pick up a sort of miraculous return catch, but hit it very, very hard in Latigan.
That would have been the Corton bowler. Frank, I'm going to have to go just to do my update, but I will return.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have been the Corton bowl of the century, I think, had he held on to it, but he didn't. Hit it hard. Latigan goes to 30. 187 for 3. Oh, and a big shout for LBW, and Latigan's gone. So Haynes has got the wicket. The occasional, the golden arm, he's got the wicket. Latigan again, maybe just caught on the crease, just didn't go very far with his feet. Trapped in front. And Graham Lloyd had a good look at it, and he's decided it's out, and it looks a decent shout. Dan Latigan's gone. It was a good knock from him, played really well for his 30, but he's gone, and Worcestershire have lost their 4th wicket with the score on 187. So they added 63 for that 4th wicket, Jones and Latigan. But Latigan's gone, and what a breakthrough. It's always such a bonus when your occasional bowler comes on, and it's Tom Haynes celebrates as though he's just taken his 50th wicket, not an occasional one. Well, he might, because it's a really, really important breakthrough. Dan Latigan's gone for 30, and Sussex, who remember are still leading by 40 runs, pick up the 4th wicket. Good knock from Latigan, but he's gone for 30, and it brings Gareth Roderick out to join Rob Jones. So well bowled Tom Haynes. Last ball of the 46th over, picking up that wicket. And Worcestershire are 187 for 4. If you're just joining us, earlier today, Sussex resumed on their overnight 228 for 5. They went on to 350 all out. John Simpson unbeaten on 129. Played beautifully, 4 wickets for Tom Taylor, 3 for Ben Allison. And now Worcestershire, who started really well, and a first innings deficit of 227, added 113 for the first wicket, Adavalath and Libby. But since then, Adavalath out for 45, Libby for 72, both falling to an Udcat. And then Robinson 4 and Robinson taking Isaac's wicket for 4, and Haynes just a moment ago the wicket of Latigan for 30. Here's Robinson in now to Jones. He lets that go outside the off stump through to the keeper, John Simpson, taken by him, and Jones remains on 28. Beautiful evening, just a few white clouds in a blue sky. A classic scene here at New Road. September cricket. 3 slips wait as Robinson is in from the Diglis end, bowls, and Jones is forward, pushing this one up to mid-off. No run. Robinson in his 17th over, just 1 wicket so far in this innings. And Udcat 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 34. Cavalis no wicket for 40, Danny Lamb no wicket for 27, James Coles 3 overs no wickets for 13, Jack Carson 2 overs 1 maiden no wicket for 6, and Tom Haynes 1 over no maidens 1 for 5, picking up that vital wicket as Robinson is in and bowls down the leg side to Jones, taken on the pad, the ball dribbles away down through where leg slip would have been. John Simpson throws off a glove, skips across to tidy up, and score stays on 187 for 4. Good crowd in one end of the ground at this New Road end, sparse at the rest of the ground, but reasonable attendance and just perfect sitting in the sunshine. Might get a bit chilly in the next half an hour or so, but a lovely, lovely scene as Robinson moves towards us again, past umpire Milnes, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Rob Jones. He's forward, just steering this one with soft hands down into the gully, and it's fielded there by Tom Alsop. Can hear the Sussex fielders encouraging each other, still perhaps believing with, what have we got, 20 scoreboard, difficult to read with the sunshine on it, 25 overs left in the day after this. Still believing maybe that they can almost wrap it up tonight as Jones taken on the pad, and this one runs down to fine leg for 1. He got a bat on it actually, no signal from the umpire, so another signal to Rob Jones. He goes on to 29. Gareth Roderick, the wicket-keeper, takes guard for the first time. Made 22 in the first innings, Roderick, one of 3 Worcestershire players that made double figures in a very low score. 123 all out, remember, yesterday. And this man was the wrecker, Ollie Robinson, 6 wickets in that first innings. 4th slip in place now as he bowls to Roderick, and that's left alone outside the off stump. And it is the end of Robinson's over. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 55. His figures. Whether he will bowl many more remains to be seen. He's done a fair bit of work today. So he's bowled 17 since lunch. Well, no, he's not. He bowled 1 before lunch. He's bowled 16 since lunch. Not surprisingly, Tom Haynes is going to carry on from the New Road end after the success that he got with his occasional right arm seam in that previous over. He's over the wicket to Jones. He's in and he bowls, and Jones is beaten outside the off stump. In fact, gone down to the boundary for 4 byes. So it's gone past Jones and it's gone past John Simpson as well, down to the boundary. All contributions gratefully received by Worcestershire as they whittle away at this lead. And it is now 35, I think, by my reckoning, with that boundary. Jones waits, and Haynes is in, and Jones is forward and driving into the covers. And there's no addition to the score as the fielding is done by Daniel Hughes. So one slip, the only proper close catcher. There's a man on the drive at mid-wicket as well. And in comes... and he's got another one, Haynes. Or has he? No, he's not got another one. Yet another appeal for caught behind, celebrated by the fielders as though it's an absolute certainty. And the umpire, Graham Lloyd, says, no, I'm sorry, I don't think he hit it. And it's just gone off the pad, and he's ignored the appeal, and they're all there, hands on hips, shaking heads. Already had 5 penalty runs, you don't want any more. Those given when Ollie Robinson wanged the ball at the stumps and almost hit the batter. But umpire Lloyd unmoved. As Haynes bowls again. But it's amazing the confidence that is given to a bowler by a wicket. That one blocked by Jones. Haynes, who started off occasional bowler, well, come on, I'll give it a go, gets a wicket, and suddenly he's at the batsman, and everything's a chance, and there's an appeal, and he's suddenly thinking, I'm going to get another one here.
Well, I did say he's a bit like Greg Chappell.
Yeah.
Just comes into an attack and picks up a wicket.
Comes in again now, bowls, and Jones is forward and to take on the again. There's a lot of excitement out there from the Surrey fielders.
Oh, there's a bit of discontent from the locals down below us. What do you mean?
All this appealing, what's going on? Maybe they're just thinking, if we could get this over tonight, we could have a game of golf tomorrow.
Well,
anyway,
I think it's helping.
Yeah,
obviously
he's putting a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, it is.
As that, isn't it? And he comes again to complete the over, and Jones is forward and drives on the offside, gets a single past the diving Hughes at short extra cover. He'll keep the strike. Rob Jones goes to 30, 193 for 4 at the end of the over. Who'd have thought Tom Haynes would be such a threat?
Well, that's Tom Clark down below us, who I know has had a shoulder operation last week. He's walking around the field with Sean Hunt. So it's good to see. I think that Sussex have got pretty much all the first team squad down here this week, being the last
going for a party.
Yeah, the last game of the season. A couple of emails have come in. Simon got back in touch about we were talking about Simon's workshop and about his shed. So I'm going to show you a photo in a minute, Frank. He says, hello Adrian and Frank.
It's going to make me so jealous.
He says, I'd call myself a cabinet maker, but I do get involved in most aspects of carpentry, including making my own shed. In comes Robinson bowls, and forward comes Jones defending down the offside, no run. Does this compare with Frank's? My drinking days are behind me, but it's still a nice place for the kids and their friends now. I'm much more of a tea and cake man these days, so again I'm envious of your fruit cake. There we are. There's Simon's shed, Frank.
Right, well, I'll tell you, if
look at that.
I will send Simon a picture of mine if you give me his email, or Simon.
Well, there is a little bar there.
Yeah, Simon. Oh wow, that looks amazing, Simon.
I think he's got some. I reckon he's got some Harvey's.
Oh my
Harvey's
goodness.
bitter in there.
Oh well, I would.
Other bitters are available.
I would send a picture of mine, but it's nowhere near as good as that. But I tell
Robinson
you what, it's not.
Bowls
I'm
to Jones. Hit him on
mine.
the hand, and that's a painful blow. Sorry, Frank.
I'm proud of mine as well, Simon. So if I can have Simon's number, Simon, if you email your number to Adrian, so it's fairly private, I will then send you a picture of my shed/bar, which we call Franklin's, because my wife's name is Lynn, so we call it Franklin's
Very
Bar.
good.
And I've done my best. It's not as good as yours, Simon, but I'm quite proud of it.
In comes Robinson. 3 slips go down. In and bowls. Clipped away down to find leg. They're going to pick up 1 as Jack Carson. Oh, it's not Jack Carson. Who's that down there? It's Ari Carvelis comes round to field. 1 more to the total. 194 for 4. Callum May's been in touch. He says, hello Callum. He says, all the chat about sheds has reminded me of the Monty Python sketch featuring Terry Jones as Arthur Two Sheds Jackson. I didn't know anyone had 3 sheds.
Yeah, John Curtis used to call me 2 sheds, and then I got a third. Yeah, it's just the third one's tiny. It's just for bikes.
And I'll just read the final paragraph of your email in a minute. Callum Robinson in bowls. Oh, that was a cracking delivery by Robinson. He really bent his back and got
doing it, isn't he?
Yeah, he got a bit of extra bounce. And a lot of people question Ollie Robinson's fitness, and certainly during the season, I interviewed Ollie last night, and he was saying during the season he's had little niggles and bits and pieces, but he's into his 18th over here. He's bending his back, and he's such a skillful bowler. He's just got so much to give for Sussex. 6 wickets in the first innings, 1 second time around. He's in again and bowls and let go by Jones Roderick outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Callum finishes by saying, thanks for the commentary this year on the radio or on the move, on YouTube, or best of all live at Hove on my FM earpiece. Highlight of the season for me, or watching in person, was Jack Carson reaching 100 against Worcestershire at Hove and playing a part in a great recovery. I forgot Jack got 100 in that game, and that was a really pivotal game in the season, because that gave Sussex 2 wins, and it just gets you on the move, doesn't it? And they went on to win at Hampshire, which was so important. Robinson in bowls, nicely played by Roderick to mid off, and there is no run. End of Ollie Robinson's over. He has now bowled 18 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 56.
He's certainly put the effort in, and as you say, he's had his issues with injury, but he has certainly bent his back in this one, and he probably likes playing here as much as anywhere, given how well he's done the last couple of times, and he's really warmed to it today, and he's given it everything, and they've had to work really hard to stay in against him.
And actually, he's I just want to get a pat on the back there from John Simpson and James Coles. I just wonder whether they may be going to play, maybe replace him with a Nudcap from that end.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Tom Haynes continuing from the new road end, and Rob Jones is studiously forward, head right over that one, pushing it back out on the onside, and the score remains 194 for 4. Worcestershire is just about batting, really, just about crease occupation. Just take this innings as deep as they possibly can and see what happens. Rob Jones waits, and again, there's a shout as he's taken on the pad, particularly enthusiastic from Tom Haynes. I think he's outside the line. The ball dribbled to slip off the pad, but he's excitable, Haynes. He's got his wicket, he's making things happen, and he is well outside the line. That I don't even think it was worth an appeal, but he can understand it. He's working on adrenaline as much as anything, isn't he?
You have to play Tom Haynes, because he's he bowls pretty much wicket to wicket.
Yeah. In again, bowls, and Jones is forward again, just jabs the bat down on it, and ball runs out on the leg side.
Just to say, Yorkshire have lost a couple of wickets at Durham. One of those, Johnny Best, who out first ball. Yorkshire now 221 for 4, so still some life in that game up at Headingley. Certainly if Hampshire beat Surrey, one of those two sides are in real trouble. I think Durham would need to win. Still up for grabs.
Haynes again is in. Jones on the back foot this time, defends out on the offside.
Meanwhile, Nottinghamshire need another 19 runs to win the championship. They're 281 for 6 at Trent Bridge.
Well, you've got to say they deserve it. I think.
At
the end of the season, the table doesn't lie, as they say, and I think credit where it's due. There's a bit of disgruntlement amongst Worcestershire supporters, but they've deserved it to overhaul a fine Surrey side. Blocked this one out on the offside by Jones.
Well, I do believe actually it's interesting, isn't it, when people talk about VAR in football and all the rest of it, that some decisions go for you, some against. I was always in favour of not having that sort of technology, because I think at the end of the season, generally the best teams win the league and the worst, that go down. That's generally what happens, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. As Jones edges this one to short third man. Dot ball, end of the over. Maiden from Haynes remains 194 for 4.
And I didn't mean that in any way to be derisory to Worcestershire, because as you were saying, Frank, there are games where it could have gone their way, and it is fine margins.
There's been a few games they've been in, but they've lost the games. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, you can say we've had a bad session, maybe 2 bad sessions, cost the game, whatever. At the end of the day, at the end of the season, you look back and you think, well, you know, it's usually evens out, doesn't it, over a period of a whole season. You can have a false impression after a month or 2, but usually over a whole season it pretty much evens out, I think.
Just break off. In comes Ollie Robinson. 3 slips. Summers momentarily looks like it's going to disappear behind a cloud. Robinson in bowls, let go by Roderick, who's yet to score through to keeper Simpson. There is no run. Simon's been back in touch. I'll give you the details privately
desperately trying to find
to Frank.
the
But he
right
says,
picture to send him.
thank you for all the commentary. It's a great service. He says, when Worcestershire are back in Division 1, you're welcome in the pub in my back garden when you visit home. So there you go, Frank. You got an invite to Simon's bar.
There's mine. It's a bit better than that now. I've added a bit to it. But
Right, there you go.
How it started. I'll try and find a better one, Simon. But yeah, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? Something to do in the winter.
Robinson in bowls. Forward comes Roderick. The sun does just disappear from view for a couple of moments. And again, there is no run. 3 slips still in place for Sussex. Carson, Coles and Haynes. Tom Alsop at point. Ollie Carter in the covers. J. Devanukat at mid-off. I got that wrong. I thought maybe Robinson was coming out of the attack, but he's keeping going into his 19th over, Ollie Robinson. He's in again. Ball stretching is Roderick, and you probably heard he didn't quite time that. The ball goes out into the offside, fielded by Carter. And there is no run. The leg side, there's a mid-on. That's Daniel Hughes down there. Mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Fine leg is Harry Cavalos. Who's that in there at mid-wicket?
Hughes, is it?
No, I think Dan Hughes is at mid-on. Trying to think
Robinson's at mid. No, Robinson's bowling.
Yeah, in comes. Oh, it's Danny Lamb. Robinson in again. Bowls. Oh, that's a nasty lifting delivery, and Roderick looks at his right hand. Bit of lift, slightly short of a length. Roderick goes down, does a bit of gardening. Still plenty of batting to come from Worcestershire when you think of Matthew Waite and his heroics earlier on this season down at Somerset. That was a game I listened to where Worcestershire held on for a draw. Tom Taylor can belt the ball around the ground. That's Ethan Brooks. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Roderick with a exaggerated swish of the bat, but leaves the ball outside the off stump. There is no
That's
run.
my better one. That's the one I sent to
Oh, there we are. There you go.
Last Christmas. Right?
Blimey, looks like a disco in there, Frank. What do you get there? Put your records on and start dancing around.
I've got a TV on the wall.
Have
I
you?
watch a bit of sport in there. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
Do you go in there on your own? Or do
Yeah,
you...
I go in there on my own, watch a bit of football on the TV, or a bit of cricket sometimes. Yeah, it's the end of the garden, get away from everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. Bit chilly in the winter, get a couple of heaters in there sometimes.
Robinson in bowls, and Roderick plays firmly to mid on. Good contest this, and a good over from Ollie Robinson. Maiden over, he's now bowled 19 overs, 4 maidens. Let's go kick overs. There we are. 1 for 56, which is 194 for 4. It means that the arrears, Frank, is down to 6 plus 27, which is 33. Actually, it's interesting this time of year, isn't it? Because when the sun does go behind a cloud, you can suddenly see everyone is reaching for cardigans and anoraks, because it just suddenly does get very chilly.
Yeah. And we've still got 21 overs left.
Yeah, I mean, last night...
You're right. I mean, there was a lot more cloud around.
There was. Last night there was stacks of cloud, but today, not the case. Now, something's been bought out for Tom Haynes and Ollie Robinson. Not quite sure what that is. Are they pocket warmers? No.
I don't know.
James Coles has got one.
They appear to be... They might be those energy gels or something
Possibly.
like that. I think they squeeze them and get a quick burst of energy. Sugar. Haynes bowls. He's hardly bowled a bad ball. He's right on the money here, and this is just blocked by Jones on the onside. 194 for Jones. That's 31. He's become a bit becalmed. 61 deliveries he has received. Roderick yet to get off the mark. He's faced 10. They're just about. It's just about staying in for these two now. Haynes in, bowls. Jones works this one away for a single on the leg side. Out to deep backward square leg. Fielded there by Tom Alsop.
Yeah, well, just to make that point, about an hour ago, the spectators down below us in the shallow row of seats were basking in the sunshine, but now they are all reaching for jumpers. Someone's found something funny to laugh at. Frank, I don't know if you can hear them. Someone's enjoying a joke somewhere down below us, and everyone's trying to see what the joke is about. But everyone's enjoying themselves, that's the main thing. Look at the cathedral now with the sun on it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, a bold.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Just nipped off the seam, didn't it? Bowls a bit like Darryl Mitchell used to bowl, doesn't he? If Worcestershire fans are listening, they can't see the pictures. That sort of pace. Maybe a little bit quicker. Just nipped away. That was a beauty, that. In again, Haynes. One slip weights. Balls and Jones.
Sharp.
That's a lovely shot. That's a really lovely cricket shot from Rob Jones. From Gareth Roderick, I mean. It's basically, what would you call it? It's not a. It wasn't really a cut. It was a dab, wasn't it? A dab, wide of slip, absolutely deliberate. 4 runs down to third man, wide of slip, between slip and backward point, and just steered. Lovely, lovely cricket shot. Just gave himself a bit of room. You're able to do that against a bowler of this sort of pace. Just a lovely shot from Gareth Roderick to get off the mark finally after 12 deliveries. 199 for 4. Haynes is in again and he drives straight back down the pitch and probably would have got a single had the ball not cannoned into the stumps at the non-striker's end.
I see Jimmy White's grandson. I hope he's not always going to be referred to as Jimmy White's grandson. Yeah. Ralphie Albert, he got a wicket yesterday for Surrey, and he's 25 not out for Surrey.
And somebody pointed out to me, did you see what Surrey were bowled out for yesterday?
Was it 147? Very good.
147.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
It had to be, didn't it? Couldn't be 146. Haynes bowls and Roderick defends off the back foot. End of the over. 199 for 4.
You could almost see the shadows from the pavilion. You could see the shadows almost moving here, Frank, as the sun sort of moves around.
Just lengthening.
There's stacks of blue sky around today. Just to keep you informed of where we are in the county championship, Notts now 292 for 6, so 8 runs needed for them to secure the championship. Surrey 156 for 5, leading Hampshire by 55. And the other game of real relevance, Yorkshire 231 for 4 after Durham made 346. Robertson's going to carry on, you know. You can't accuse Rolly Robertson of slacking today.
Get Simon's number, I think.
He's in and bowls. Oh, he very nearly plays on. There's
Simon's number on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll thank you, Simon, for sending that through. And we've got an email has come in from Johnny. Let's read this in a minute. Robinson wheels around, comes in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. Right now, I don't know if this is a relation of Tom Haynes. An email from Johnny, but the email address is Alfred. So anyway, loved hearing the commentary this year. Particularly impressed with how Sussex have dealt with the pressure of Division 1 cricket. Hopefully can push on for a title next year. Myself and my good friend Jack from Lancing. I've loved coming down to Hove this year. Looking forward to the cricket already next year. Winter well. Thank you, Johnny. So I don't know if you're related to Tom, but you've got the same surname, it looks like. In comes Robinson bowls, and defending is Jones stoutly onto the onside, and there is no run. Trotting in is Danny Lamb. He certainly had to do some heavy work today, Ollie Robinson. He and J. Devon Nucat have looked by a distance the best bowlers for Sussex in this game. Just looking at the scoreboard, This is the 53rd over, so any new ball is still some way away. And I'd have thought we're going to see a Nudcat before we finish today. Robinson is in. Bowls. Jones defends again. Robinson fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Throws the ball to Ollie Carter, who gets to work on the ball. Notts are county champions. 302 for 6. So well done to Nottinghamshire. I'm sure there will be wild celebrations at Trent Bridge.
Now I've got a question for Simon now. Are you on WhatsApp, Simon? Because I can't find you.
Okay.
In which case I might have to email the photos. Not that it matters that much, it's just a bit of fun that we're having with our listeners.
Just break off as Robinson is in. Bowls let go by Jones outside the off stump. Interesting article on the BBC website here today, Frank. PCA not ruling out strike action after county vote. The PCA chief executive Daryl Mitchell, someone you know very well, has not rolled out the possibility of players taking strike action after proposals to reform the county championship were rejected. On Tuesday, counties voted to retain the current 2-divisional structure, with each team playing 14 matches. The PCA had advocated for a cut to 12 matches, but supported the 13-match proposal in order to protect player welfare. Robinson in. Bowls. Jones. That's come off. I think it might have come off his glove, actually. Let's just wait and see. I'll just finish that statement in a moment's time. It has come off the glove. Applause around the ground, and that's for the 200. Is up for Worcestershire, and Rob Jones goes to 33. Ollie Robinson has bowled 20 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 57. Mitchell says he was disappointed and disheartened by the outcome of the vote. The former Worcestershire captain added, "Will be led by the players. The WhatsApp group last night was pretty animated, and there were some high emotions. We are a union. I don't think any union would rule out the possibility of strike action if their members wanted it. We are completely at the behest of our members on that. We'll have those conversations if they are deemed necessary by our player reps and our members. I don't think that's where we'd like to get to. It would have a negative effect on the counties and a negative effect on the game, and that's something we're not seeking to do."
Tom Haynes from the New Road End bowls to Rob Jones, turned on the leg side for a single. It's such an emotive subject, isn't it? And it's so difficult to get balanced views on it. I think you talk about player welfare, and then you look at some players who have only played about 20 days of cricket this season. They might have played a fair bit of second team cricket and so on, but then certain players who are pulled in all sorts of directions by all sorts of different competitions and franchises and paymasters. Roderick pushes out on the offside and there's no run. Are busy and overworked, and the travelling is a factor. And then you get people who say, well, we used to play this many days and nobody never missed a game, and we play. He stayed fit and all the rest of it. Well, they weren't. I don't want to upset anybody from the past. I don't want to upset. There's some validity to that argument. Haynes bowls, flicked away for a single by Roderick down to long leg. But they're athletes these days, aren't they? They're diving around, they're charging around. The bowlers that used to just bowl to stay fit and didn't really exert themselves much in the field, you don't have players like that anymore. The white ball game is very physically demanding in the field. I think it's changed in that respect, and you've got to try and just be balanced about it and take everybody's opinions into consideration, I think, as this one is driven up to mid-off by Rob Jones. And there's no run, and mental health has become so much more of a consideration, I think, than it used to be, and we take that much more seriously. Player welfare is a label you didn't even hear about it, did you, 20 years ago? But it is so important. Nice drive from Rob Jones, half stopped by fielder at short mid-wicket, who is
James Coles, isn't it?
James Coles. Half stopped, didn't quite stop it enough to prevent the single. It ran away from him behind and they took a single. So Jones goes to 35, Roderick is 5, 203 for 4. The lead is just 24 now for Sussex. So Worcestershire hanging in there as Haynes is in again, and This is left alone outside the off stump by Roderick. 2:03 for 4 at the end of the over. So I'm not saying I agree with everything Daryl Mitchell's saying. I'm not saying that I agree with everything that the other side of the argument are saying. It's a complex issue, but the PCA is a union. Player welfare is its entire reason for existence, and I think they have every right to take that seriously.
Yeah. I don't know how Worcestershire voted. I know Sussex voted for the 13-game proposal at a meeting at the club last week that I went and stood at the back of. Player welfare was certainly one of the issues behind that, but it didn't carry, so we are where we are. So that'll be something interesting to see as we start next season, I guess. Ollie Robinson is in and bowls. Oh my word! Well, that was a quick. It was short. And Rob Jones is laid flat on his back by Robinson. It was a short delivery that just followed Rob Jones, whistled past the edge of his nose, and ended up flat on his back. Just looking here, I think I saw John Simpson just signal there that he wants J. Devon Nugcat to bowl the next over from this end. He certainly gestured towards J. Dev.
Right. Well, that makes sense, I think.
Robinson. In again, bowls. Jones drives, playing a miss outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. 3 slips all waiting there. Carson, Coles and Haynes. It's a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on. A deep square leg right out by the cathedral side of the ground. And a fine leg, Eric Avelos in his sun hat. It's been a sun hat sort of day here today. Absolutely beautiful as Robinson wheels around in his 21st over that he's bowled today. He's in and bowls, and another short delivery down the leg side. That one doesn't put Jones on his backside. He manages to just step inside the line, and the ball rattles through to John Simpson, and there is no run. If you're just joining us for the day, Sussex making exactly 350. John Simpson top scoring with 129. I've got good support from the tail. Ollie Robinson making 24, Eric Aveos 20. And then in reply, Worcestershire getting off to a really good start. 130, 111, 112 before they lost their first wicket. In comes Robinson. Bowls. Jake Libby top scoring with 72. Going past 1,000 runs for the season. As indeed did John Simpson and James Coles in their innings yesterday. But since tea, it's been a lot quieter as Sussex have picked up the wicket of Dan Latigan, who was dismissed for 30 and was looking to really get on top of the bowling, but it's been more circumspect since. Robinson in again, bowls along the floor. He gets an outside edge and Tom Haynes stops the ball at 3rd slip, and there is no run. Carvelos is warming up down here at fine leg. I would be surprised if he came into the attack ahead of J. Devon Nugcat. It looks as if I'd have thought a Nugcat would bowl. But Robinson's bowled a lot. I think he's bowled hasn't changed since tea, actually, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Tea was taken at 40 overs. So this will be his 8th over since tea.
He's worked hard.
In bowl, that's another delivery. It's got lots of lift and bounce. Goes through to John Simpson. Good over from Ollie Robinson, who's asked all sorts of questions here. And he has bowled a really good spell. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Worcestershire 203 for 4. Robinson has gets some pats on back, so I don't know whether that's a pat on the back to say well bowled Ollie or well bowled Ollie, that's enough. He's carrying his jump. He looks pretty tired as Ollie Robinson, but clearly we saw that correctly, because it is going to be J. Devon Nugcat who's going to come back into the Sussex attack, and he's going to be bowling. Do you call this the new road end?
The new road end, yeah.
And Nathan is back with us. I think he's replacing... Is he replacing you, Frank? I think he is.
Probably think so.
Yes, I think it is.
Replace me for a bit, and I'll get corresponding with Simon. I think I've sorted it out now. Just before I go... No, I'll do it later. Okay. I'll make way for Nathan. Enough rambling.
And it is going to be J. Devon Nugcat who's going to come in, who's picked up 2 wickets in this inning, 6 in the match, the same as Ollie Robinson, and he's running in over the wicket and bowls. So that's a quick delivery and rather fences at that outside of the off stump, goes through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. Nathan back with us, 203 for 4. Been a good day's cricket. I've enjoyed it.
It's been absolutely fantastic. It's been a fantastic 2 days of cricket. Even if at one stage today we were perhaps somewhat pessimistically saying we might not be back tomorrow, ye have little faith in the Worcestershire batting lineup.
Totally.
Well, I think a combination of lack of faith in the Worcestershire batting lineup, but equally Sussex change bowlers haven't really done the job, have they?
And Nudcat bowls to Roderick, who plays out onto the onside. The speedy Carter is round. Oh, that was Tom Alsop. Gets round to field, but not before they go through for a single. Roderick goes to 6, the total to 204 for 4. No, that's been the problem, and that's why John Simpson had to turn to Tom Haynes. I can see Danny Lamb now warming up at backward point, so I just wonder whether Ollie Robinson has... I mean, he's done a lot of the heavy lifting today, Robinson.
He has. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's a constant battle for John Simpson. It's the balance of going to your most threatening bowler versus making sure he's got enough in the tank that if he does need to come on tomorrow and give you a match-winning spell, he's still got it in him.
You look at bowls to Jones, who works this to square leg, and there is no run. So just to reiterate, Nottinghamshire County Champions, the first time for 15 years. I think it's probably good for the game, isn't it, if these things are shared around? If you're a Surrey fan, you might disagree, but...
Yeah, 4 in a row is good for the narrative of domination, but it's... Yeah, I think you need to keep everyone else interested every now and then, don't you?
And I have to say, Sussex played Nottinghamshire once this season up at Trent Bridge and were well beaten. And they were very impressive. They beat Sussex in 3 days, and they did look a very, very fine side. So well done to Notts. I mean, we were talking yesterday, weren't we, at lunchtime? They don't have too many homegrown players in their side, but you can whine and moan about these things.
Well, there's a few people in the press box who are being slightly less diplomatic than you are.
Yes, yes, I know. Because they've basically taken a lot of players from Worcestershire.
Yes, I think you need to be careful of local feelings when talking about Notts these days. No, congratulations to them. There was a fantastic game of cricket last week at the Oval, wasn't it?
It was.
Ultimately decided things. And look, Surrey no doubt will have their time. They'll be back again next season.
I'm sure they will.
The core of players they have, they're too good to not be in the conversation again.
Lucat comes in, bowls to Jones, who plays that into the slip cordon, and there is no run. But actually, Surrey, for all their players and everything they've got going for them, haven't won a trophy this season. Worcestershire have. Because they got knocked out in the quarter-final, didn't make finals day.
Yeah, Ravi Bapara did them, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
What a knock that was.
Yeah. I mean, I have to say, and I don't know if I'm a lone voice in this, but I have advocated for some time. I mean, the structure's going to change for next year, but with 9 sides in a group as it was, in comes a look at bowls and glanced down to fine leg by Jones, who picks up his 36th run, and the total goes to 205 for 4. I just felt, as it was with 9 teams in the group, if you won the group, you kind of deserve to go to finals day, really.
That's your position, is it?
Yeah, it is.
There should be more of an incentive than just a home quarter final.
Yeah. Now, a lot of clubs say, well, no, we want the home quarter final because we want the revenue that brings. That's what. But from a cricketing point of view, I think if you've dominated a group, my own view is you deserve to be at finals day, really.
I suspect that's not going to happen, considering the blast has been reduced as well.
It won't
so
now.
There's less revenue coming in the door.
Nudcat comes in, bowls to Roderick, who plays to backward point. There is no run. It is the end of J. Devon Nudcat's over. He has bowled 14 overs, 4 maidens. He's taken 2 for 36. Worcestershire 205 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Worcestershire. Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns, your commentary team here in the sunshine. Yeah, and actually now it's going to be 3 divisions of 6. Clearly that wouldn't work. But I just felt sorry for sides who, not particularly sorry, but who win the group by a country mile and then you get knocked out, because T20 cricket, you could just have an off day or someone has an on day, and Bapara did.
Bapara had one of the best games of his life.
Yeah, totally.
Is he 40 now? I think he might.
Yeah.
I think he is in his 40s. Changed bowling from the Douglas end. I think Danny Lamb, I heard his name announced on the PA, and just looking at the scoreboard to confirm it is him. He's bowled 4 overs for 27. But it is an interesting conversation, because if you look at all the T20 franchise leagues around the world, and I know the Blast isn't a franchise competition, but it is still a high-profile T20 league, there is an incentive to finish top of the group. You miss out on the eliminator or whatever it is. That's flicked away fine off the pad's first ball. Jones picks up a boundary through fine leg, just a little bit too straight.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt you there. Sussex changed the bowling.
And it's another boundary.
Danny Lamb comes in, first ball, it's down the leg side, it's clipped away. And that's the problem John Simpson has had here, isn't it?
Yes. He hasn't had the control.
No, he hasn't.
It's interesting that he how many overs of spin did we see before tea? I think it was 5 overs?
Yes.
And he mustn't have liked what he'd seen, because he hasn't thought that it's a ploy worth exploring in any great depth since then. I suppose I'll finish that thought after this Lamb delivery. I think that's just reared up off a length, because it's hit him high on the bat, and it's one of those where he immediately removes his hand from the bat. Yeah, so Jack Carson bowled 2 overs before T. James Cole's bowled 3. Of course, he did go to Tom Haynes, and that move worked, with the keeper up to the stumps and taking a wicket, but I think that was a bit of a bonus. I think that's a sign, isn't it, that he just doesn't know who to throw the ball to, apart from the two men up top who, they can't bowl every over. And continues. That's a better line and length. Cole's slip with a big round of applause after that forward defensive from Jones. But it is easy to flag, isn't it? Because it's quite literally the first delivery that he comes on, and it goes just a little tickle. Yep. It's not as if, if Jones walks down the track and picks it up off a length and hits him over his head, fair enough, it's a flamboyant piece of batting, but just for a straightforward, easy clip off the legs because he's strayed too straight. Yeah, the captain's nightmare, that one. This is better. Lamb, just building some dot ball, another forward defensive, building the pressure. I think that's what you need as a captain. I think you're going to accept that not every bowler in your side is going to be as threatening as Ollie Robinson. Of course not. Not every bowler is a test match fast bowler by definition, but you do need control from those who don't necessarily have those magic balls in the locker. You do need players to build dot balls, build pressure. Lamb has bowled a few dot balls here, 3 since being hit for a boundary, and that one's left alone outside off.
We talk about player welfare, and Darryl Mitchell from the PCA has been very vocal in talking about, haven't ruled out the possibility of strike action because of this restructure. There's an article on the BBC website about that. So Rick Piper's been in touch. Hello, Rick. He says, player welfare in season 2025, 58 players have played all 14 championship games, including 4 at Sussex: Carson, Coles, Haynes and Simpson.
And continues. This is straight onto the pad again, but a Nadcat is able to come around and cut it off. They will come back for 2, so 6 runs off Lamb's return to the attack. 211 for 4 at the end of the over.
And Rick is proposing that maybe players are limited to maybe 13 games next season in the county championship. That's the concern, that they're playing too much cricket. So and Rick is soaking up the September sunshine in Bickley, southeast London. Thank you for your email. I don't know if it's obviously glorious in southeast London as it is in here. There's it's probably 5% cloud cover, probably less than that, just a few high level floaty cotton wool clouds.
That's a very good number. I like that, based on what I've seen. I agree completely with you. It's a lot brighter than it was this time last night, isn't it?
It is. J.W. Cat is in, bowls to Gareth Roddick, who plays it away on the onside, picks up a single. Total goes to 212 for 4. So Worcestershire very close to wiping out the arrears here.
It was 227, wasn't it?
Yes.
What are they? 15 runs behind. Which I think, based on what we'd seen on day 1, I think Worcestershire fans will be pleasantly surprised by.
Yeah, I think you're right. And they've certainly got their heads down in the second. The run rate has slowed considerably since these two came together, but nonetheless they're picking up the 1s and 2s as Nukat is in, bowls, and it's in the air. Is it going to be caught? No, it's not. Well, that got up. We can see a replay of that. And Nukat came charging down the wicket. It looked to me like a leading edge.
It was. I wonder if that one just held in the pitch, or Natcat has been good at getting the ball just to nip away from the right-hander. I think that's just straightened a little bit. You can see he's trying to turn to leg, and just the leading edge loops up. You know, it's very similar to do you remember the catch Ben Allison took from this end yesterday when he
really good catch,
dove forward in his follow-through. It was almost like that, except Natcat isn't quite as tall as Allison, so his arms aren't long enough to reach forward and grab it before it hits the turf.
But Natcat runs away from us, left arm around the wicket, comes in and bowls, and these two look quite similar from a distance, don't they? I think that is Rob Jones on strike, who plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. It doesn't help because I don't think either batter has got their name on the back of their jumpers.
It's interesting, isn't it? Some counties do print the names on the jumpers, some don't. I can see...
which help us today.
Well, it makes our lives infinitely easier when they do that, doesn't it? You can see Daniel Hughes as a jumper on here at mid-off.
Yes.
And he's got number 89 proudly belayed across the back, which means we can see him. But yes, you're right. Maybe it's the more woolen knitted jumpers perhaps don't get the numbers.
And look at in bowls, and Jones is stoutly, steadfastly forward, plays into the covers, fielded by Allsop. No runs. So what have we got? We've got 14 overs left in the day after this one. That would take us to about 72 overs. So Sussex would have a new ball available reasonably early tomorrow morning.
Yes, that's true.
When you'd have thought, early morning September, it is a little more tricky batting wise, so that could be decisive. But Worcestershire are putting a fight of it, and good on them really, having been rolled over in the first innings. And Natcat in bowl, short, pulled away 4 runs. Well, I tell you, I wouldn't fancy fielding at short leg, because he's absolutely timed that to perfection. Short from a Natcat, and Jones had just belted the ball away. And I wouldn't have fancied being there at short leg for that. He probably didn't know an awful lot about that.
Well, I suppose the only saving grace is he was so quick onto that short ball that he hit it so far in front of square that short leg wasn't really in danger. I actually think short leg off the seamers isn't too bad, because they either hit it really far in front of square, the pull shot, because they read it, or they're late on it and it goes behind square down towards fine leg. Very rarely do you hit it dead on square. It's off the spinners when they're sweeping. That's when, if you're in short leg, you're in trouble, I think, and you got to jump and dive all over the place.
And Natcat in bowl. Mr. Jones is on the pad. There's a loud appeal, and it is not upheld by the umpire. End of the over, 2:16 for 4. Jones on 40, Roderick on 7, and Natcat's bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. It means the arrears are now just 11 runs. Had an email from Tim Broadbent who says, "Hi again, Adrian and co. I'm idly browsing through a few archives. I just chanced upon one of my childhood heroes, John Snow, slamming them down at New Road in 1974 with the heading, 'John Snow bowling for the rest.' John Snow bowling for the rest during the test trial match against an England 11 at New Road, Worcester, 29th of May 1974. A real blast from the past. I always enjoyed watching him at the county ground. Great match today," says Tim. And Danny Lamb.
Danny Lamb continues, just worked off the hip. To deep square by Roderick, 1 run.
Still see John Snow around at the county ground as well. He's spoke to him last year. In fact, I spoke to him about, because there was all the talk about, you have to have fast bowlers in Australia, and I said to John Snow, is that right? Or, is there still room in the side for a good old-fashioned seam who puts it on a length, bowls over 80 miles an hour? And at that time, thinking about someone like an Ollie Robinson, I know he's out the frame now.
Lamb continues. That's driven nicely down the ground by Jones, but it's straight back to the bowler.
Or I guess an equivalent might be someone like Chris Woke, something like that. Somebody who can just nibble the ball. Is there a place for that in Australia?
Well, it sounds like England have said no. I mean, Sam Cook has been overlooked as well, having played a Test match this summer.
I mean, his view was that there is absolutely room for somebody like that in an attack. If you just go an all-out pace, but there is room for someone who can fulfil that role.
Lamb continues. That's full leading edge. Could have gone anywhere. It rolls along the ground to mid-off.
And you actually were speaking about Scott Boland a little earlier on.
Do you know what? I think Scott Boland, we can fall into the trap of thinking he's not as quick as he actually is, just because of who he plays with.
Okay.
Because that attack is lightning quick with your Starks, your Cummins. Hazelwood isn't quick, but he's so tall. It's the quick off the pitch. I think Boland is still quite sharp. He's just, he's 85 rather than 90, if that makes sense. But you're right. You can't. Big appeal on the pad, and he's given him. Ryan Jones doesn't look too happy with the decision. I think based on the way he's looking back at the pitch and he's motioning that he got a big stride in, he seems to think that he got outside the line. But he's been hit on the pad by Lamb, and it was a relatively quick decision to give him out. Oh, it's very close. It's borderline whether that hit him in line with off stump or not. If it did, which most importantly the umpire believes was the case, it was certainly adjacent. But as you can see as we look on the replay, certainly got a stride in. For me, that hit him in line.
Well, he's on his way. Well batted, Rob Jones. And well done, Danny Lamb, who's come back into the attack. Good bowling change, I have to say, by John Simpson.
Yeah, what do we know? Saying that it's
so the other bowlers haven't been very good.
Forgive me.
I have to face these guys after the game.
Forgive me. I called him Ryan Jones. I must have been thinking about rugby, and there was a famous Welsh rugby player called Ryan Jones. Rob Jones. Apologies. But he departs LBW for 46. I believe he faced 95 deliveries. We'll wait for the scoreboard to update now. I think the players are just taking a bit of a drink here as well. The shadows have gotten very long. The sun is quite low in the sky, but it is crucially still peeking through, which I think as long as that is the case, the light will remain. It was what are we, 22 minutes past 5 now. It was about 5:30 last night when the light failed us.
You got to keep going when it's like this, haven't you? The public are in, and
I think so.
I think so. I think okay, if the shadows go right across the pitch, but I think this is perfectly good light to play in. We have enough rainy days, and
yes.
Someone will probably yell out from the crowd, "Get on with it!"
Do you know what? There's something to be said for the disgruntled county member every now and then. Ethan Brooks is the new man at the crease. He nicked off to Jade Abunatkat yesterday. An innings very much unlike him, 1 off 23. He's normally very positive and an attacking player. But he was forced to dig in a little bit yesterday when, he's got about, just under an hour in theory left. There'll be 13 overs after this one, provided the light remains. Of course, Sussex can bowl spin from both ends if they want to get through the overs quickly and guarantee that we get through them. Anyway, here is Lamb facing up to Brooks with his first ball, and it's an inside edge off the pad. There had been a short leg in the previous over. If he had stayed in here, it would have been straight to him. As it is, deep square for 1 run.
What were we talking about before the wicket went?
We were talking about the dibbly dobblers in Australia.
Oh right, that's right.
Sorry, maybe not dibbly dobblers. You said as long as they can bowl 80 mile an hour, they're still useful. Yeah. I think so. I just think maybe the equivalent. There is a bigger gap, I think, between England's equivalent fast, medium to fast than there is to Australia.
Right. Okay.
In terms of pace, would be my own thoughts. Comes in, and that is left alone outside the off stump by Roderick. End of the over, a wicket-taking one for Lamb. His first of the innings. He's bowled 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Nathan Johns, Frank Watson, your commentary team here at beautiful New Road in lovely September sunshine. A few people have said, stop going on about how beautiful it is in a joke, but it is absolutely idyllic here.
Oh, that's just because they're listening and they're not here. Which they're doing the right thing, by the way. If you are not here, you should absolutely be listening.
13 overs left in the day. The first of those is going to be bowled by Jade Abunatkat, who has picked up 6 wickets in this match. The tall Indian left-arm quick bowler, who is a lovely man. Comes over for the last 3 matches in the last 3 seasons, or certainly September. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4 matches. But and he's bowled extremely well in this match.
Is that because he's IPLing earlier in the season?
He just has other commitments as well. He's just become a dad for the first time as well. But I spoke to him last week. He said, I love coming over. I love coming to Hove and being around Brighton. And his wife and child are here. As in comes into cat bowls, hit on the pad. There's I don't think that'll be given out because he did take quite a stride there, did Ethan Brooks. And there is no run, but he is a lovely man. It's funny actually sometimes when you see sports people, because during the game he clearly wants to win and so he's fired up, but when you speak to him off the pitch he's just a very, very humble man, just a pleasure to spend time around. And he's back at his mark now.
Any word, is he coming back next year?
Yes, he is.
This same block of fixtures?
I think that's the plan, yeah. In comes into cat bowls. Brooks goes on the attack. clips that one away through square leg for 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that. Decided to use his feet. We were saying about Brooks, how he likes to get on with it. And he did then. Down the wicket, clipped away, 4 runs. 222 for 5. So the arrears are now just 1 run. Yes, and there's a lot of talk about the schedule next year, and Sussex are hoping that maybe he may be able to come slightly earlier. So I think there's a bit of negotiation around that. But of course, it's difficult to think they're going to play championship cricket during the 100 next year. Maybe they will. I mean, I don't know.
Your guess is as good as mine at this stage. I mean, where would that leave the One Day Cup and how that's?
Well, there you go. That's another thing, isn't it? Who knows what's? I suspect it's going to be very similar to this year, to be honest. In comes into a cat, bowls to Brooks, who just stands tall and defends out into the offside, and there is no run. We shall see, but there's no question that he's a hugely talented bowler, and certainly brought something to this Sussex attack.
Well, they needed it today because
it
was all Ollie Robertson at one end yesterday, and needed someone else to pick up the slack. And Anadkat came back and took 4 for to mop up the tail yesterday. And what are his figures today? This is his 16th over, and he's got 2 wickets. So yeah, he's taken 2 of the 3, so 2 of the 5, I should say, that have fallen in this innings.
In bowls and defended by Brooks out onto the offside. And there is no run. Do you know anybody who's going over to the Ashes, Nathan? Got any friends who are taking the trip?
Oh, plenty of colleagues in our part of the world, the media. Yeah. Lots of friends who are planning trips. Yeah, a couple of friends who write for various different newspapers who are heading over.
Going out for the whole lot.
I think so.
Wow.
Yeah. I think if people decide if you're going out there, you're going out there.
You're going for the
whole hog.
For the whole hog.
Yeah, I've done it once as a fan, but I haven't done the whole thing. I think I did the Melbourne Test as a fan, 5-0 Alistair Cook series.
Right, okay.
And they lost. Yeah, I was there for that one. Mitchell Johnson's infamous Ashes series where he blew everyone away.
Around the wicket comes Cat bowls, taking his hand off the bat as Ethan Brooks plays it to short leg, fielded by Carter. And there is no run. Yeah, I've been lucky enough to go to the Melbourne Test on box. I went in 1990.
Wow.
And Graham Gooch was skipper. In fact, Gooch didn't play because he'd hurt his hand. And it was, I've told the story before, but David Gower, he hadn't been in great form in the championship, and there was a lot of question marks about whether he'd be picked for the tour. But he was, and he walked out of Melbourne on Boxing Day. You imagine it's heaving, and he got a standing ovation all the way to the wicket. It was magnificent, and he got 100.
Fantastic.
Which was nice, yeah. Look at in bowls, clipped away, 4 more. I don't know if that was in the air. There was sort of a couple of cries, but it was the sun is getting quite low and the players shielding their eyes from the sun. But it was clipped away. Lovely shot by Brooks. He goes to 9, and Worcestershire are in the lead. So Sussex will need to bat again in this match. 226 for 5.
Moral victory, which 3 hours ago or so we.
No, I agree.
Didn't anticipate.
No,
it has to be said. Just watching the replay there, it's amazing how the stream actually makes it look a good bit darker than it actually is.
Right.
And it is still reasonably bright out there. That sun is quite strong. John Simpson still has his sunglasses on. But yeah, it's interesting from this angle as it's in front of us here, the kind of the side-on camera angle. It looks quite bright, but as it changes there to the side screen camera, or behind the bowler's arm, I should say, it looks darker than it actually is. So rest assured, if you are watching on the stream, it is still bright. This time yesterday, the umpires were nervously glancing at each other between overs. There is none of that here. Light does not seem to be an issue as Lamb continues, and Roderick leaves that one alone outside his off stump. 2 slips in play here. James Coles is just loosening up his left shoulder. I don't know if that's a sign that we might see some left arm spin to get through the overs a bit more quickly and ensure that we do actually get through the 12 before the light fades. But so 2 slips, Jack Carson and Coles, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Mid wicket's very close. He's in catching, and then 2 men back on the leg side for the short ball. That's not a short ball as it's driven down to mid on, fielded for no run.
There's plenty of batting down the order though for Worcestershire, isn't there? I mean, Brooks, Taylor, Waite, they're all capable of scoring runs.
There is, and even coming in at number 11 yesterday, Ben Gibbon looked more than capable. Frank Watson, actually, our co-commentator here, he actually called him the best number 11 on the circuit, which is quite a call. But I have no reason to disagree with him at this stage. In comes Lamb then. Roderick on strike, and he punches down the ground again, and he will pick up one after a half stop, diving on his follow through by Lamb. Good piece of fielding, because that could easily have beaten him and gone for 4.
Oh, sorry, they're level now. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I apologise. I thought it was 2-2-3. I was wrong.
Yeah,
2-2-7.
2-2-7 was Sussex's lead, and that they are now 227 for 5 Worcestershire, so the scores are level. So we're 1 run away from enforcing that Sussex bat again. John Simpson's going to stand up to the stumps now. Ethan Brooks, they obviously think he likes to bat outside of his crease or walk down the track. So Simpson's coming up. God, he's had a long day, hasn't he? He's been batting all day, or wicket keeping, and he was the not out batter for Sussex, wasn't he? Carried his bat and had to put the different set of pads on. Here comes Lamb. Good take by Simpson, standing up to the stumps as Brooks lets that one go through.
I want to interview him tonight as well, so he's going to have that to do as well.
which do you think he prefers? Which is the worst for him? Wick, you're standing up to the quicks, or talking to you?
Yeah. Well, he's the story of the day for Sussex.
He absolutely is. He's had a fantastic 24 hours or so here at New Road. Sun shining brightly. Just gone 5:30. Looks like we're going to still keep going. 11 overs left in the day after this. That's pushed down the ground gently back to the bowler. No run.
See, a half century for Ralphie Albert for Surrey. So he's a decent cricketer, isn't he? 203 for 5 for Surrey, so they're leading Hampshire now by 102. There'll be a few nerves around the Hampshire dressing room when they come to chase that down, I should think. A win will do for them, but it's far from certain.
Here comes Lamb, final delivery of this over, and it's defended into the offside, no run, and the scores remain level. 227 for 5 Worcestershire, and they need 1 more run to get Sussex to bat again. So ostensibly they're none for 5. Is the best way of thinking about it from this point?
I would agree. Yeah, I like that. J. Devon Newcap is going to carry on from the New Road end of the ground, and there are 11 overs left in the day, and I think there's a very good chance we're going to get those overs in with clear blue skies. I'm sure if they come off for light, there'll be a few howls of "come on." You know.
There's no danger of that. There's, as you said, I think your 5% cloud cover analysis, I think, is even dropped since then.
I reckon it is. I reckon it's about 2. There's just tons of blue sky. And J. Devon Newcap is standing in the sunshine, as are the wicket keeper and the 3 slips. And he runs away from us as the tall Indian quick bowls and steered down to third man, and now there's a lead for Worcestershire. It's racing down towards the boundary. The Sussex fielders in hot pursuit. Will they get there? Oh, well fielded. Way down there. That was in front of the S&C coach who was walking around the ground, and I think they probably thought we'd better chase this one down, and they've pulled it in, and it's just 3 runs. I'm going to have to go for a minute because I've got to do my update, Nathan, so I shall leave it with your good self.
You're a busy man, Adrian, a very, very busy man, going off to tell the good people of BBC Radio Sussex how their team are performing. But Nadcat is continuing for now, 2 for 52, 1 delivery into his 17th over. As Frank Watson is going to come back in and join me, and Nadcat gets to the top of his mark. He jogs in. Long day for him. Forward defensive from Brooks into the offside, no run. It's funny, Frank, we were just talking about the light, and at this time yesterday we'd already gone, so it's amazing the difference that the day can make weather-wise. But look at those shadows coming from the pavilion. It's almost as if the light's going to go, it's going to be because that shadow gets so long that it actually gets onto the square. So you might actually be able to see the ball in the pockets of sunshine, but that long shadow just creeping closer and closer to the umpire. So it won't be an issue from where we're bowling now, but bowling from the Diglis end, that could make life difficult for the batter as Brooks defends that into the offside. Just takes his hand off the bat, another one that just leaps up off a length, but it's no run.
Yeah, it's a long time since I've seen that shadow get onto the actual playing area. Well, it's playing over this side of the square as well.
Well, it's a good bit onto the square. It's like more than a third of the way onto the square by this point.
Yeah. But it's late September, isn't it? It's not just September. It's pretty late September, isn't it? It's Maggie May time.
And that cat full straight defended. It squirts away behind the wicket to the slip cordon where it is picked up. No run.
Maggie May. It's late September, and I really should be back at school.
Very good.
Yeah.
So you're going to sing for us?
No. I've never really thought of late September like that, but I said late September and I thought, oh yeah, Maggie May.
There you go.
Share a birthday with Rod Stewart, I do.
Do you?
Yeah. Funnily enough. Which made me very excited when I was about 16, but not really so important now.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's still important. And that cat's full, driven. Does it beat him off? Yes, it does. It'll be 4 runs for Ethan Brooks. He's timed that beautifully.
He's timed it really well. Yeah.
They're still scoring boundaries with relative ease. He's been positive since he's come in, as Ethan Brooks, as he always is. Well, nearly always. Yesterday, 1 off 23, an uncharacteristically stodgy display yesterday, but he's looking to make up for that now. 2 boundaries to his name in his 13. I think it's 2. Let's do the quick totting up. Yeah, no, 3 now. That was his 3rd. Prompts a change in the field. They had 2 men saving a single on the leg side. Then mid-wicket's going to move over to cover. So Nadkat is going to continue to hide this outside off, one would think. 2 slips in a gully waiting. And it's exactly what he does, but it's an even better shot through the offside, driven once again, back-to-back boundaries for Brooks.
Lovely shots, both of them, timed beautifully. And a very, very promising young cricketer, Ethan Brooks, had a cracking season for Worcestershire. Just so positive, and I know I agree with you about yesterday, but he got hit so many times early on yesterday on the pads, on the inner thigh, etc. But generally speaking, he's a very, very positive cricketer, and Worcestershire delighted to get him signing a new contract this season, and he was delighted to sign it, saying that he felt that they'd given him an opportunity and they deserved his loyalty as a result, really. Danny Lamb starts a new over, bowls down the leg side to Gareth Roderick, and 4 more, so 12 runs off 3 deliveries. This one is down the leg side and Roderick just flicks it, gets a little bat on it, and it races down to the boundary. 242 for 5, Worcestershire in front by 15 runs. Sussex will bat again. We did wonder before lunch when Worcestershire had that little 2 over period, and Nathan and I both thought they might easily lose an early wicket, but 113 added for the first wicket, as it turns out. And although they've lost wickets since, they have at least got themselves in front. Danny Lamb is in again from the Diglis end and bowls, and Gareth Roderick forward, pushing this out on the onside. And they will now, of course, we know the way that the minds work in the dressing room. They'll be thinking, well, if we can get 100, 150 more runs, if we can set Sussex something more than a sort of, a modest target, something reasonably substantial, then we might just have a chance of pulling this one out of the fire. That one left alone by Roderick. It's a big ask, it's a tall order, as they say, but it can be done. Games have been won on many occasions from worse positions, and you've got to keep believing, and Worcestershire will keep believing, and their coaches will be telling them to keep believing. At least they've got in front, thanks to decent efforts today from Adavalath, 45, Libby 72, Roderick lets this one go, Latigan 30 and Jones 46. Nobody's gone on to anything really substantial like the 200s that we saw in the Sussex innings, but a better effort all round from Worcestershire than we saw yesterday, no doubt about that. And actually, you know what, if you look back through the season, probably it would be fair to draw the conclusion that this one left alone again, that it's been first innings that have cost Worcestershire. Lack of runs in the first innings. Very, very few batting bonus points. Lack of runs in the first innings tells its own story, and That's happened again in this game, and once you've been bowled out cheaply in the first innings, and they've lost a few tosses as well, but once that's happened, there's no way back really, is there, against Division 1 sides. Lamin bowls on his toes. Roderick plays out on the offside. End of the over. 2:42 for 5, and Brooks has 17. Roderick has 16.
That long shadow from the main stand continues to creep towards the square. Tom also at backward point is actually completely in it. So if the ball was hit to him, it would have been hit from the sunny part into the shade, which is always tricky for the field. But Sussex don't seem to be complaining yet. It's now gotten to the stage where it's very close to the corner, the left-hand corner of the stand is close to creeping into Jade Havanatcat's run-up. But mercifully, the strip is still basking in the sunshine here at, what are we, 19 minutes to 6.
What have we got left?
9 overs remaining in the day.
What time is your train?
I've got a few I can get. I'm not too worried. Yesterday worked well for me because they went off early, but I can survive and get the next one if it needs to be. Here comes the Nadcat, packed offside field. Brooks on strike, and he's defending that on the back foot to backward point. No run.
Bit turn that effects mic down. We've got a bit of conversation going on amongst some of the Worcestershire administrative staff outside. Desperately worried they're going to say something we shouldn't be broadcasting.
Oh well, leave it on. They might give you a nice piece of gossip.
I'm only joking. No, I think got a new head of marketing starting in October, and he's out there having a taster day today. Seeing the ground at a good time.
Yeah, great time to see the ground. The Nadcat bowls full, defended. Robinson gingerly picks that one up at mid-on. He was warming up quite enthusiastically a few minutes ago, Robinson. I don't know if the plan is to give him one last burst.
He's not shy of a bit of work, is he? That's for sure. Ollie Robinson talked about his injury record over the years, but he's put some effort in today, that is absolutely for certain.
Yeah, so has Nadcat, the man with the ball now. This is his 18th over of work for Maidens, 2 for 60 so far. Driven, but off the inside edge onto the pad. It was once again Brooks trying to leather that one through the offside, as he did a few times in the previous over. Inside edge does bring him a single. He moves on to 18, 243 for 5 now. The lead is, what was it, 16 is the lead? That sounds right, doesn't it? Yeah.
We were talking about Ethan Brooks. Henry, his brother, plays for Middlesex, of course. Ben, older brother, played a bit for Warwickshire in the academy in seconds and went onto the Lord's ground staff, but has now given up cricket and pursuing other activities. But 3 brothers who all, reached a pretty high standard, 2 first-class cricketers.
There's a Nadcat, fires that one in on a length. Roderick turns it round the corner. They just changed the field. Short leg had gone in, but it's obviously an individual ploy because he's now coming out with Brooks back on strike as Roderick picks up a single, 244 for 5.
And Ethan's dad, Ian, had a brother called Tim and another one called Andrew. They all played at the club where I played at as a young lad, and I remember their dad saying, "There's no grass on our lawn, it's just rolled mud with 3 stumps in the middle of it." You can imagine what the back garden cricket was like with Ethan and Henry and Ben. And the Roos, what about the Roos down at Somerset? Pretty good back garden cricket they must have, I reckon, or have had in years gone by. Although both wicket keepers, I bet Dad had to do all the bowling. That one goes through outside the off stump. Yeah. But seriously, that's serious. I played a lot with my brother, I think most of us play with our siblings, but imagine if James and Thomas Roo, for goodness sake, how good can 2 brothers be? They are both such good players, aren't they? Saw Thomas play a fair bit for England under 19s this summer, and he really looks an exciting prospect. Which one will keep the gloves, I always wonder, down there?
Final delivery of this over from Nadcat. Shorter and worked away off the hip. Rides the bounce nicely. Does Brooks. Turns it down to deep square for a single. 245 for 5 now. Brooks is on 19. Roderick is still with him on 17.
And Danny Lamb's going to continue, I think.
Yeah, no sign of Robinson just yet. Maybe he's just trying to keep himself limber in case.
He's just gone off, actually.
Just gone off, maybe, yeah.
Right, okay, maybe.
George Thomas has come on.
Well, either he's had enough for the day, or he's having a quick comfort break, or been stretched out for 5 minutes by a physio, perhaps,
Yeah,
before
it might be that,
he
yeah.
comes on for a last-minute burst. There's 8 overs left, so what's that, about half an hour, if the light holds. I mean, we keep talking about how it's holding a lot better than yesterday. It did change very quickly yesterday. In the space of about 10 minutes, it went from playable to not.
Lamb from the Diglis end, nip backer, which Brooks just sort of fends away on the offside, really. Bounced a bit steeply, goes for a little walk and a little prod at the pitch, Ethan Brooks. 2 slips still in for the medium pace of Lamb. Then a line of 3 saving one on the offside, backward point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, short mid-wicket on the catch, and 2 men out for the mistimed pull shot. One at deep backward square, one just in front of square. That one is cut away on the offside, and there's a good diving stop at backward point by Tom Alsop. Brooks looking to be positive as ever, 19 off 22. The shadows lengthening. The Hick Pavilion, of course, that main shadow that we're looking at is a fairly recent one in terms of the history of the ground, because the Graham Hick Pavilion is a lot taller than its predecessor, which was a much lower building. There's Lamb bowls and Brooks pushes out on the offside, but sun sinking away in the west, and the strip that the game is being played on is still completely in sunshine, but will only be for about another 5 minutes, I reckon, and then it will be swallowed up by the shadow from the buildings on that west side of the ground, left alone by Lamb. This one taken by Simpson. Earlier today, if you're just joining us, I'm aware that people are coming in from work and tuning in for the first time. Sussex 228 for 5 overnight, bowled out for 350, hundreds for John Simpson, 129 not out, and James Coles yesterday, that 102. Simpson passed 1,000 for the season. So Worcestershire beginning this innings 227 behind, and they are increasing their total by 1 run with this pull shot from Brooks from a short ball from Lamb. They're now 246 for 5, and the men out are Edavalath 45 after an opening partnership of 113 with Libby. Libby himself for 72. He passed 1,000 runs as well in the course of compiling that score. Isaac out for 4, 2 wickets for Anadcat, 1 for Robinson. At tea, Worcestershire 161 for 3, 2 men out since tea. Latigan for 30 and Jones for 46. As Lamb bowls and Roderick clips this one away to the same fielder who did the work previous delivery out on the deep square leg boundary, and Roderick takes a single, which means he keeps the strike. End of the over, 65 gone in the innings, 7 left in the day. Worcestershire 247 for 5, lead by 20.
It looks like there's going to be a change from the New Road end. Nadcat is not taking off his captain jumper. I think it is going to be Tom Haynes again. He has taken 1 wicket since tea. And if you heard that over the microphone, it is indeed Tom Haynes, the New Road PA, making that announcement. Ollie Robinson has come back on, so we still have the possibility of seeing him, although if he's bowling from the Diglis end, that is the end where the shadow will all of a sudden engulf the batter, so that might make things slightly tricky. So let's just have a look and see what field is John Simpson set. He's got a very, very short mid-wicket. I mean,
they're very straight, silly mid-on. It's a prep school position.
Well, that's left alone outside off, and Simpson takes standing up, no run.
Isn't it under 10s cricket? You have one on either side there, don't you? There's no point having a slip because they can't catch it off the edge.
What? Who? The county championship players or the under 10s?
Yeah. Well, interesting, isn't it? On the slow pitches with the Kookaburra, you often get that, don't you? No slips and just a ring of catches in front of the wicket.
Haynes continues, shorter run up, medium pace, and they'll take a quick single as that's turned away on the offside. Good piece of running Brooks called Roderick through quickly to get his wicketkeeper down the other end. They're just motioning to each other, the two batters, that ball might still be nibbling about, or maybe Haynes is just bowling a few little variations, rolling his fingers down the side of the ball. He's standing so straight, I think it's Coles in there, a short mid-wicket, isn't he? He's standing so straight that the non-striker has to actually move about 5 yards further to the right, or where he'd normally run, which means the non-striker is actually engulfed in shadow, which is more or less on the pitch at this stage. It's that hit down the ground, not particularly well timed, but I think Ethan Brooks has got enough of that to reach the fence. Indeed he has. So with the very straight mid-wicket, there is no mid-on, so Brooks puts his front foot down the pitch and whacks it through where there is no fielder for 4 runs.
Yeah, I think Brooks is taking the view. I mean, it's a bit like facing his own bowling, I guess, in that he's no great pace. It gives you that little bit of room outside the off stump to get your arms away. Nobody back. He didn't even have to hit it that well, did he? Got it through for 4. Robinson's back on, so he may well have another bowl.
Haynes continues. It's cut away through the offside. Brooks looked at Roderick as if to say, "Are you coming through or what?" And eventually they do. I don't think either man realised just how much that ball was in the gap, but it's another single to the total.
Are Notts champions? Have we already
Yes.
announced that? Yeah, congratulations to them. To Dylan Pennington, Joe Clark, Jack Haynes and Josh Tongue, former Worcestershire players.
Haynes in, that's straight, prodded into the offside, no run.
I will say one thing about that. Hasib Hamid done a good job as captain, hasn't he? Good. And what a great way to finish for him to get 100 in the last innings. He got a pair here a couple of weeks ago, didn't he? So,
did.
Mother Cricket, She really does sort you out. He got a pair here, he stuck with it, and he's got 100 as he's guided his team to the championship. They'll be having a few shandies tonight. Not Hasib, I suspect, but some of the players.
Driven down the ground to mid-on to end the over. Haynes has bowled 6, 1 maiden, 1 for 20, 253 for 5.
And Ollie Robinson is coming back into the attack. So final throw of the dice. We're going to have a little bit of musical chairs here as Nathan earns a well-earned rest. Long stint from Nathan, but off he goes. And Adrian will come back in alongside me for the last 6 overs of the night. And Ollie Robinson will bowl the first of them. He's put a shift in today as Ollie Robinson, 21 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57 so far. And they reckon he might just nick another one out, Adrian, before the end of the day.
Well, yeah, I don't know what you think is, because we lost some overs last night, didn't we?
Yeah.
And there's been no talk about making those overs up, which is interesting.
I haven't heard it.
No. Anyway, in comes Robinson. Down the wickets comes Brooks. He's hit that down to third. Well, Robinson can't quite. Well, he's just chancing his arm here, isn't he? He just decided to walk down the wicket and smashed it away, and it's gone top edge down to third man for 4 runs. He goes to 29, 257 for 5. The lead is now 30.
I think he probably is reflecting on yesterday when he took so long to get off the mark, Brooks.
Yes.
And he's not going to allow that to happen again. He wants to impose himself a little bit, I think. Tends to be the way that he tries to play. And Robinson's come back. You don't want to let him settle, do you?
No. He's in and bowls down the leg side. Good take by John Simpson, who claims the catch is given. And Ethan Brooks has gone. Wow, that's a magnificent catch by John Simpson. Way down the leg side. Brooks has gone for 29 and Worcestershire 257 for 6. And Robinson gets the breakthrough. Well, it came off. Yeah, it's a good take by Simpson. And Brooks waited for the decision. Looked like he might have flicked the glove, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. An unfortunate dismissal.
See this again.
I've been
good take.
I've been chastised by various people, particularly Dean Wilson, for calling it a strangle. He says that it's a perfectly legitimate dismissal like any other catch. Well, maybe so, but I still don't think the bowler's bowling for it. But it's angled down the leg side. Get a little bit more on it and you get 4, don't you? He didn't quite get enough on it, and he's gone for 29. I was a keeper. He used to love to take a catch like that. but often probably felt that it was a bit of good fortune. You've kind of nicked a wicket, haven't you, really, when you do that? And Ethan Brooks played well for his 29. Chances are on first ball of this over from Robinson, and then maybe just one chance too many, and he's gone. So in the 67th over, Worcestershire lose their 6th wicket. They lead by just 30, and the new batsman is the night watchman, Ben Gibbon. And this game is hastening, Adrian, towards its conclusion.
Yes, it is.
We might be back tomorrow, but I don't think it will be for very long.
Well, you never know. Matthew Waite and Tom Taylor are quite capable of bashing a few runs. There will be a new ball available. Well, it depends if we get these overs in. We have 60 overs on the board there, I think.
Yeah, 66.
66 gone?
Yes,
Yeah,
this
so-
is the 67th.
So there will be a new ball available fairly early tomorrow morning, because Robinson is in bowls to Gibbon Wesser. Nasty delivery first up, and Gibbon plays it well. He sort of watched that right through to the keeper's gloves. And there is no run. So we've had a good day's cricket, haven't we? We saw those Sussex start with 5 down this morning, so we've had 11. What were they? Were they 5 down overnight? Yes. Yeah, 5 down overnight, so we've had 11 wickets in the day. Sussex needing 4 more wickets here, as Robinson is in again. Over the wicket bowls, and Gibbon is caught behind, is he? No, he's not. The shadow's now going right across the pitch. I mean, the light's still good though, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's fine, isn't it? But you know what? Another wicket now. Crikey. Yes. You might be checking out, Adrian.
Yeah. I think we'll be here in the morning. I think we'll be. And you never know, It's White and Taylor. I mean, Sussex are odds on here, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if it was a flat deck, you'd be saying, well, one or two of these batters, they can hang around, but it's not, is it?
Robinson in bowls, and the short delivery that Gibbon does play well, decks underneath it through to John Simpson, and there is no run.
It's not a minefield.
No.
I'm not saying that, but it's not the sort of pitch that you would expect a last wicket partnership of 100 or anything like that.
No, indeed. No, totally. Robinson is back to his mark. He wants Tom Alsop to go down to 3rd man on the boundary edge down here, and he makes his way in to bowl to Gibbon. He's in the bowls, and Gibbon is forward and plays it into the offside. They did that because I think they can allow Ben Gibbon the single. Indeed they are. He's on his way. Total goes to 258 for 6, a lead of 31 as the clock ticks up to 6 o'clock. The umpires just having a little knowing look at each other. Well, I think, despite the shadows going across the pitch, I think the lights. Well, I think the light's perfectly good to carry on. It's just the shadow, I guess, that might be an issue. But we're certainly carrying on for the time being.
Had a nice little exchange with Simon. Sent him a couple of pictures. And he said he thought it looked very nice, and how much he's enjoyed your commentaries all summer, and I hope he has a very good winter. And he says, I'll bust a gut to get to Worcester at some point in the next year or two. Well, if you come next year, it'll have to be for a one-day cup game, I suppose, because they won't be playing each other in the Championship.
No, sadly.
And they won't be playing each other in the T20 either, unless it's a quarter final, I suppose.
Well, they might do, because they're going to play this 6th game,
different
aren't they?
system.
So there might be. I think that's on some sort of rotational system.
Could happen anyway.
So we might play you home and away.
An Udcat will bowl round the wicket from the new road end. So the two bowlers who've done the bulk of the work, Robinson and an Udcat, and taken the bulk of the wickets, 2 each, are finishing the day here. 5 overs left. As an Udcat comes in to bowl to the night watchman Gibbon down the leg side, and he just gets 4 flicked away off his pads, an inside edge really down to fine leg, and there you go. That's small margin, isn't it? Different length, but the one that Brooks got out to could easily have, if he'd just got a bit more on it, gone down to fine leg. It's a horrible way to get out when you're batting, caught down the leg side by the keeper, but it's happened to most batters on many occasions. You just flick at one, You get a big bat on it, you get a boundary, you get a little nick on it, and you perish. A Nudcat round the wicket again into Gibbon, taken on the pad as he looks to turn this on the onside. His batting has improved immeasurably, Ben Gibbon. He's perhaps not kicked on quite as much as a left-arm seamer as Worcestershire have hoped. He's just got a new contract, still time for him to improve. A late arrival in the county game anyway, through minor counties cricket up in Cheshire. But since he came to the club as a young bowler who batted down the order, he's worked really, really hard. Got 100 in the second team this year, and sent in here as the night watchman, and forward and driving nicely out square on the offside, but a good diving stop at backward point means that he doesn't pick up a run.
Well, he looks confident enough. It's not easy against a Nudcat at the best of times.
He's bowled pretty well, hasn't he?
He has.
Jada and Nudcat. In his 19th over, 2 for 67. Quite similar figures to Robinson.
Yeah,
2 for 62 in his 20. He's bowled 22, Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, the two quicks have done a good job here for Sussex.
Yeah.
And they've had to, actually, because of...
They have. Yeah. There's that bit. It's been quite a drop-off then down to Cavalis and Lamb.
Yeah.
And Nudcat goes over the wicket to Gibbon, and he gets runs here, just behind square on the offside. Stabbed, really, away. Thickish outside edge, runs down to third man. They pick up a couple, so doing a decent job here, Gibbon. And Worcestershire limping along in the lead slightly. They are 37 ahead, and they live to fight another day. Back tomorrow, one would imagine, unless somebody gets a hat trick.
Yeah.
As Nudcat comes in now. 2 balls left in the over, and bowls, and Gibbon is again taken on the pad. Well, he might just have got a bit of bat on it, pushed out on the offside. And he stays on 7. Roderick 19, the men out for Worcestershire. Idavalath 45, Libby 72, Isaac 4, Latigan 30, Jones 46, and Brooks 29. Man goes out onto the deep mid-wicket boundary. Possible trap being set. Man in at short leg as well, quite deep. And Nudcat bowls, and Gibbon turns this way on the onside and takes a single. What a great job he's done as a night watchman in that over. He's faced all 6 deliveries, and he's got a single off the last one to keep the strike. So good work from Ben Gibbon. He goes to 8 at the end of the over, 265 for 6, and we've got 4 overs left.
It's been a very enjoyable day's cricket. The umpires haven't glanced at each other, so I just wonder, because we had those overs that we lost yesterday, how many overs did we have in the day yesterday? 34. We didn't lose many, did we? It was 44 overs, 44 plus 34, so that's 78. So we did lose 18 or so at the end of the day. But it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to come in from the Digley's end to bowl to the right-handed Gibbon. He's in and bowls, and Gibbon places firmly to mid-on, fielded by Ari Cavalos, and there is no run. Generally speaking, they do make up overs, but we do pretty well at this time of year to get in.
Well, it would say on the board if there were more left, wouldn't
it?
So there aren't. For whatever reason, there'll be some by-law we don't know anything about.
Robinson in bowls, Gibbon defends onto the onside again. There is room. So Ollie Robinson, as you say, certainly done a bit of work today in his 23rd over. Figures of 2 for 62 with 5 maidens. Elsewhere, just keeping an eye on matters which don't really affect either of these two sides now, with their next season decided, but interesting nonetheless. Comes Robinson. Bowls, Gibbon again defends to mid-on, fielded by Carvalos. There is no run. Surrey 225 for 6 down at Southampton. Run Ralphie Albert's still there. He's on 61. Surrey now leading
If
by
he gets 147, I'm retiring.
Surrey leading by 124, so Hampshire with a bit of work to do there at Southampton if they're going to win that game. The game at Headingley looks to be heading for a draw. Yorkshire 311 for 5.
Who's got those?
The overseas, in comes Robinson Bowles short down the leg side. Agarwal made 175.
Yeah.
Adam Lyth 69. Apart from that, no one made any runs, but Matthew Revis now 25, George Hill 23. But
good cricketer, George.
Yeah, he is a good cricketer. So Yorkshire trailing by 35 runs, 5 wickets remaining. If that game is drawn and Hampshire win, then Durham go down. Conversely, I think if both draw, I think probably Durham stay up. No, actually, if both draw, it would all depend on bonus points, wouldn't it? Anyway, in comes Robinson. Bowles, given place. It's nice. That's a lovely, nothing wrong with that at all. That's a lovely shot. Flicks that away through him. On for 4 runs. Nicely timed.
Yeah, really nice shot. Not really the shot of a tail ender.
Well, definitely not. The way he shapes up as if he's not a tail ender either. He goes to 12. Total 269 for 6. So there's lots of if, buts and maybes in those 2 games, but we'll keep abreast of those on the BBC website tomorrow. Still playing in those games. In fact, they finished for the day at Southampton. I apologise.
So it's whether I'm travelling to Headingley or Chester Street or Southampton. Is
Correct.
It next year?
Yeah.
Or Bradders. Don't know. It could be either of us.
Then comes Robinson Bowles, and Gibbon works that down to finally to get one hand off the bat.
Kept the strike again.
Yes, kept the strike. End of the for Ollie Robinson. 23 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 67, 270 for 6. Got 3 overs left in the day. The first of which is going to be bowled by J. Devon Nuncat.
Top night watching from Ben Gibbon. He's faced the last 18 deliveries, I think.
Well, there you go.
He's faced 60. He's faced every delivery since he came in.
Yeah, that's what he meant to do.
Absolutely. Not always easy, but good work from him. Ollie Robinson got the wicket though with his third delivery actually, when he came on to bowl to Ethan Brooks. So was it his second actually? It was his second, wasn't it? Edge for 4 and then got the leg side strangle with the next one. Ethan Brooks out for 29. And look at the scorecard. Worcestershire 45, 72, 4 and then 30, 46, 29. These 2 in the teens. It's a tale of batters who've got in and not gone on. And you look at the Sussex side, and we had 2 Centurions, and that really is what it's all about. The only Worcestershire batsman who's made 100 here at New Road in the red ball game this year, I believe, is Gareth Roderick. Is Jake Libby, I beg your pardon. I said Gareth Roderick because he's the non-striker. Gibbon blocks this first one.
Having said that, Frank, you're quite right. I mean, the 2 Centurions, but other than that, the next highest score was 24 by Ollie Robinson, who was batting at 9.
Yeah, but it is those 2 centuries, isn't it, that have they've been the real difference. I mean, there's no getting away from it, really.
No.
And Simpson in particular, because I think he contributed to Cole's 100 as well.
Yes,
I think he played superbly. They'd had Cat Bowles, and Gibbon again is defending out on the onside. 2 overs left in the day after this, so we're going to finish about 20 past 6. Not too late.
Sussex not happy about the ball now.
Umpire Graham Lloyd having a look at it.
Oh, and he's going to show it to the other umpire. Here we go. No hurry, lads. Lots of chatter around in front of us today. Lots of people sitting in the seats. A few of them in fact, most of them have left, haven't they? Now it gets a bit chilly at this end of the ground.
Yeah. Well, we've got a break. Just looking at the live chat on the live stream, Bob says, "Night watchman. I thought the commentators weren't allowed to use that term anymore. They all tend to say batter instead of a batsman." There's no rules, Bob. I don't think. I think it's kind of PC to say night watcher, isn't it? But it's a man's game, and he is a night watchman as far as I'm concerned. And I say batsman as well if it's a man's game. Batter maybe if it's a ladies' game. Gibbon blocks this one out on the offside. I don't think anybody's too precious about it, are they, Adrian? What do you think? I mean, they say third instead of third man, don't they? But you know, it's been third man for a long time. And I mean, when I was a kid at Edgbaston, there used to be signs around the ground saying long leg, square leg, third man, just so that people sort of knew different areas of the ground.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe some people do get offended by it. I don't think so. I think it's pretty. It's pretty harmless, isn't it? I don't know. Anyway, here's an odd cat round the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, some people use
again.
Some people use batters, some use batsmen.
Yeah, I mean, I used to say batters in the north of England anyway. You know, even 20 years ago, you go up the Bradford League and they'd talk about batter at far end and that kind of thing. So, you know, I don't think that's too modern a term, really, although it has helped with women's cricket and so on. But if somebody's offended by the term third man or night watchman, then maybe they're a bit too sensitive. We try not to offend. A Nedcat round the wicket. 2 balls left in the over. Poles to Gibbon. Drives up to mid-on. Robinson fields. No run. So 1 ball left. Can Gibbon get a single? They're putting the man back on the leg side again. So they want him to have a single. Which is, it kind of works for both teams, doesn't it? In fact, they're calling that man in now.
Yes.
But it kind of works for both teams. If he gets a single, we're bowling at the lesser batter. But then I would say, if you want to hasten your victory, you want to get Robinson out as soon as possible. Get Roderick out as soon as possible. If you can get him out tonight, then by all means do so. What do you think about the night watchman and batsman thing, Adrian? Have you got any feelings about it, one way or the other? I'll let you talk about that at the end of the over. Here's an cat into bowl to Gibbon, and Gibbon is not getting a single, just pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, maybe it's maybe I don't know. I don't know what to think. I've certainly never intended to cause offence by the use of any term.
No, I think some use batters, some use batsmen. Now they're just conferring here about the light. I think, Frank, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to go off, and we
are going off.
It's that shadow, isn't it?
Yeah, and they won't be coming back either. I think we're pretty certain about that.
Bit of a shame, really, because it's a gorgeous evening, isn't it? I mean, the light. I mean, there's blue sky, there's sunshine, and we're coming off, and that is disappointing. I think the Sussex lads are pretty keen to stay out there. Well, we're obviously not going to go back on now. I mean, the shadow's creeping across the pitch. Maybe that's what makes it difficult, because there's sun at one end of the pitch and shade at the other end of the pitch. Now, whether they're going to wait for the shade to go all the way across the pitch, Frank, and then they'll come back on again, I don't know. Actually, the signal's been made to the ground staff, and I think that is it for the day. Ground staff are coming on.
It's one of those things where I've watched a lot of cricket here for a lot of years, and I can't remember this happening very often. It probably has happened once or twice before. I can't remember it happening very often, but it is what it is, and as you say, they're not going to get back out there. Worcestershire, incidentally, lead by 43 runs. So they will, at least, as we've said, make Sussex bat again.
Yes.
And they will hope that they can extend that to, I don't know, maybe beyond 100, maybe even more in the morning. Still got Waite and Taylor to come, and Allison. Gibbon's done a good job as night watchman. Gareth Roderick's been solid, but it's been Sussex's day again. And they are in control of the game. 350 their reply to Worcestershire's 123. Simpson unbeaten on 129 in the end, and then Worcestershire starting 2-2-7 behind. Good start, 113 for the first wicket between Davalath and Libby, but since then Worcestershire have lost Davalath for 45, Libby for 72, Isaac for 4, Latigan for 30, Jones 46 and Brooks 29, Roderick 19 not out, Gibbon 19 not out, Gibbon 13 not out, I beg your pardon, the night watchman, and Worcestershire are 43 runs ahead. Bad light has stopped play. It isn't going to change because it's shadow across the entire square, and I'm pretty certain that is it as the ground staff take the stumps out. So thank you very much for your company. Thank you to Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex. Thank you to Nathan Johns. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Thank you for your emails and your tweets and your comments, and I hope you've enjoyed the commentary. And we will be back tomorrow, so look forward to joining you then when play begins at 10:30 in the morning. Until then, from myself and Adrian, thanks very much for being with us.